an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Aminet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 4-3. Game 2 of their series will be tonight. Paul Skeens gets the ball for the Pirates. He will face Tomoyuki Sagano for the Rockies. 9:10 is first pitch, and coverage on The Fan 8:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's going low.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedar Brook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, The Grand Resort, Shooters Golf, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sadly, I am not Chris Muller. I often wish I was, Jolie. How my life would be better. It's Joe Starkey here, Going Low, powered by Bowser. And I'm here, of course, with PGA professional Craig Mankins. Craig, how are you today?
I'm good, Joe. How are you?
Really good. Very happy today. I'm going to be playing golf in Buffalo later today, my hometown.
Oh, where are you playing?
Glen Oak, it's called. I have a 1:30 tee time, so I'll be hot-footing it out of here, and away we go. Are you playing today?
I am playing today.
Where are you playing?
I'm playing Willowbrook Country Club today. Up there with my buddy Brian Dunaway, PGA professional up there. Does a great job, and a whole bunch of other guys. So it looks like it's going to be a good one. And hopefully, I think the winds we've had this week have kind of shifted over to Shinnecock, and it's going to make for an interesting weekend. So
I'll say.
I hope we don't get any more. Is it windy in Buffalo when you play up there?
Usually. It's always windy in Buffalo. Often snowy, too, even in the summertime. So here we go with the third round at Shinnecock. And I just told you the winds are going to be up to 30 miles an hour today. But so far, Wyndham Clark is the story, up by 4 shots.
Yes.
The angry man. So he's I was just reading this morning after watching a bunch of it that through 36, he has a record for a U.S. Open at Shinnecock at 7 under.
Wow.
Guys are on his heels right now. The question is, can he hold on? What have you seen? Do you think so?
Well,
and if not, who's going to catch him?
Well, unfortunately, only because I'm not a Wyndham Clark fan, he's been playing unbelievable the past 2 months. I mean, he's really been playing good. And we have a little poll where we all throw in $10 and pick 6 guys.
Yeah.
And my finger was right there to check his name. I was like, but I don't like him.
You're probably not alone there, especially for the folks at Oakmont.
I know, but I did check him, and he can win. And here's the interesting part about golf, and especially U.S. Open. For those guys, when they get in the zone and they have it, I mean, all 3 phases of his game are really, really good right now.
His putting is unbelievable.
His putting, his driving, his iron play, just his whole mental process is really, really good. And he has to stay that way. And I don't think, you can't think about holding on. He has to just keep going out and playing his game. He can think about holding on maybe the last 2 holes when he has a big lead, but you got Scotty Scheffler at even par. You got Xander Schauffele at 3 under. How about a stat on Xander? Every time he's played in the U.S. Open, you know what the worst he's ever finished? 19th.
Wow.
That's an unbelievable stat because U.S. Open one swing, just ask Dustin Johnson. He made an 8 yesterday. He went from second place to just making the cut. It'll get you.
It's going to be tough for guys to make big comebacks there. I think a lot of people feel, even though the course is playing a little easier than usual, they're expected to sort of tighten the screws here. ESPN, in the past 30 U.S. Opens, the eventual champ was leading or within 2 strokes after 36 holes in all but 3 of those. That's according to ESPN. Webb Simpson was one who was 6 strokes back when he won in San Fran in 2012. Matt Fitzpatrick was 3 behind when he won at the club in Brookline in 2022, and Brooks Koepka was 5 back at Shinnecock at this point in 2018. So it's tough to come back. Let's say Rory, who's 7 shots back, although Rory said on this course, you never know what can happen. I feel like I still have a chance, but for the most part, Craig, you have to be right there at the U.S. Open now if you're going to win it.
No, you're correct. And here's what happens with guys like Rory and Scotty who are, coming from 7 shots back. They have to play a pretty flawless weekend. They can get away with a bogey here or there, but they can't have that double bogey, because it's just too hard. It's just not easy to make the make up a lot of ground.
There goes Rory right into a bunker even as we speak. He bogeyed 3 in a row. I felt like I was out there, Craig, except they would have been triple bogeys.
I know. And watch Wyndham. I mean, when you're hitting them like that right there, as we're watching the replay here on TV.
He's putting just like a champion here. Look at that. How far was that putt out?
30, 35 feet. And look at the surface.
What stands out to you about the course so far? People saying it's playing too easy. And what do you mean about the surface when you said that?
Well, it's the slopes of the greens. And see, that's the problem. When people watch on TV, like I have buddies that don't play golf, and the cameras look straight down, so you can't see the undulations. You've been out there, I've been out there. And when you've played Oakmont in those undulations, Shinnecock's very similar. They have a lot of spots where, like when they hit it in a bunker, and if you don't get it to the right spot, it might come back in that bunker. It might, it's really, really difficult trying to, with the speed of the greens, the wind, there's just so many elements. Then you're battling your head, making sure that, you're comfortable and you're confident that you're going to be able to hit the shot you need to execute.
Yeah.
Everything has to be, I don't want to say perfect, but you have to have the right frame of mind to be able to play golf at that level.
Look at that. 36-hole leader or co-leader at the Open at Shinnecock Hills. Dustin Johnson, after 36. Johnson, Mickelson, Murayama, Norman twice. None of them won.
No.
None of them won.
You know what that tells you? It tells you there's a lot of golf to be played.
A lot of golf to be played. But the story today is Wyndham Clark. And even people who don't closely follow golf remember last year. And he's still answering for what happened last year. He posted consecutive 4 over 74s. Made a bogey on his final hole at Oakmont and missed the cut by 1. So as I reread the story I'm looking at now, took out his frustration on Oakmont Country Club's 121-year-old lockers, kicking 2 of them in. He was banned from the club until he paid for them to be repaired, made a donation to charity, and underwent anger management counseling, which is incredible. Fair or not, as this story says, he's still carrying that sin in the eyes of many golf fans. And he commented on this yesterday, Craig. He said, I've gotten a lot of grief since last year, rightfully so. The thing that's unfortunate is that's not who I am, what happened last year. I'm hoping I can win back the fans that I had or some new fans because it was a terrible incident. As someone who spent a life in golf, is he telling the truth when he says that's not really who I am? Has he had other incidents? And what's your take on what happened last year and whether that should stay with him?
Well, see, here's the beauty of golf. The unwritten rule, it's one of the only games where you call penalties on yourself. Nobody in basketball calls, oh, I fouled that guy. Oh, I made a violation. I traveled. In golf, there's so many things you learn from the game of golf. Number one, how you behave. It's a direct reflection of who you are. And
I'm angry and frustrated, and it bores out on the course, sadly. But go ahead.
well, here's the thing. Now, Joe Muller told me you could be angry out there when I went to play with you.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, but here's what happens. You learn because you watch all the other golfers, and if you did do that, guess what? There'll be a gentleman that comes up beside you and says, "Joe, it's really not that big a deal. It's one shot." And here's the best: when you get mad, and my parents taught me at a young age. I'll never forget. My dad said, "Remember, there's nothing you can do about the shot you just hit. The only one you can, the most important shot is the next one."
Right.
And these are life lessons that you learn in golf. So Wyndham Clark saying this isn't him. Well, it was him. Now,
Has he had other incidents, Craig? I don't know, honestly.
I don't know.
Is he known as a hothead on the course?
I don't believe so. And I couldn't, Muller would be all over this, but I don't believe so. It's just when you make that mistake and boy, what a terrible town to pick, Pittsburgh, because we remember everything.
Right.
We're a sports town.
Yeah.
We're not a wine and cheese town like I would say Charlotte, North Carolina. You go to a football game there, it doesn't matter.
Right.
You come here, everybody knows. They know everything. These are real sports fans.
Yeah.
And even when it comes to the golf industry, they know what they're talking about because you have Oakmont, the perennial gem of the United States Golf Association right there. So for him to do that, it'll take a while. And let me tell you, no matter if he could become the most popular guy down the road, and it could be 10 years down the road at a U.S. Open, and there'll be somebody from Pittsburgh that's going to heckle him in the crowd about smashing in the
You're not
lockers.
kidding
I can
about
tell
that.
you. Yep.
Well, you said you didn't like him. Is it because of that incident?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I have great respect for, Bob Ford, who's a pinnacle of the PGA for golf professionals, who was at Oakmont forever.
Yeah.
Now my good friend Devin Gee is the pro, and he's tremendous. So we all have unbelievable respect for Oakmont and the game of golf, and that's just something you don't do.
Right.
Especially, it'd be like going in someone's home. Joe,
Yes.
It'd be like me coming into your home, and you just finished your basement.
Yeah.
And you know what? And the Steelers lost to Baltimore in the playoffs. So I smashed your bathroom.
Right. Exactly.
Sorry, Joe.
That would be an interesting place
Right.
to do the smashing. Yes.
Right. You know where you'd go, what in the world is wrong with Craig? Like, come on.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I hear you on that. And has he outright apologized?
Well,
I don't know.
so supposedly he did, and we heard the ban was lifted. I don't have any verification of that. Now,
Yeah.
my buddy Brandon Annis, who I play a lot of golf with, he's caddying on the tour for Rocco Mediate. He caddies right now on the senior, the Champions Tour for Rory Sabatini. But he said, it was lifted. I don't have verification of that, but I believe him. He's in the know in that stuff.
Well, that was clearly taking it way, way, way too far to do something like that. And
Right.
I've obviously never done anything like that.
That's-
However,
That's good to hear.
on the actual course, I get angry. And I wonder if that's relatable to people. Do we take calls on this show, Jolie? No? Will you take some calls? Craig, you want to take a couple calls?
Oh, I'd love it. My buddies always ask when we can take some calls.
Let's take some calls, Jolie. 412-928-9370, 928-9370. I guess the topic, Craig, is anger on the course, because we also had an incident yesterday where Joaquin Niemann was assessed a 2-stroke penalty for throwing his club on the 6th hole. Did you see that?
I did not see it.
Yeah. Threw the club. Can't do that. That's a 2-stroke penalty.
Wow.
Now,
I've never heard of. Now, I know they have that rule, I believe, in the PGA, but I've never seen it enforced.
well, it was. Yeah.
Wow.
You should check the video. It's
Yeah. Oh no, I'm going to.
in
right?
some
Yeah.
ways it's comical for
It
me.
is.
In other ways it's not good, as you say. Listen, I've thought about this dynamic before, and this is just me. But if there's any degree of self-loathing in you, you're going to confront that on the golf course.
Correct.
I have. And I have a degree of that. And when things aren't going well, frustration builds with me, and it feels sometimes uncontrollable. And it pours out from time to time. I do my best. The day I played with you, I kept it under control. At times I was silent after a bad shot.
Oh yeah, and we know that. We as golf pros, we sense that.
Yeah. You sense my angry silence?
And usually like I'll go up to you, I was like, Joe's pretty pissed on that shot right there, you know, and I go over and usually I talk to you and go, don't worry about it. You know.
You were an unbelievable therapist on the course.
You carried it. You were carrying us. You were doing really good. And
then it fell apart.
Well, you have a couple holes. Well, but then you came back, and then and that's golf, and that's the beauty of it. Like whoever decided 18 holes,
it's a bit much.
It's funny, right? Because we all play good 9 holes.
Right.
We can all play good 12 holes.
12 should be where it's at. Whoever invented it should have stopped at 12. But it comes out from time to time. Less so now, although intern Dom might disagree from our round at Moon from 2 weeks ago. And sometimes it just overflows. But I do have to admit this too, that if I'm with people like you that I respect, I know I have to keep it under. And not that I don't respect intern Dom, although actually I don't in some ways. If I'm with a pro like you, listen, I've got to keep things under control here. Don't be ridiculous. I can't go, full Wyndham Clark or full whatever this guy's name is, Joaquin Neiman. So how do you all out there contend with this? A bunch of you on your way to golf rounds right now. Some of you may be carrying situations from home, from your long work week. Something may be building. I have a long history of this on the basketball court where I wasn't usually the angry one, but I've seen people carry life situations. You carry them wherever you go, Craig.
Right.
And if things don't go well on the golf course, they're going to erupt at some point, right?
Right. And that's what makes golf very hard, to have a clear head, not be worrying about that job interview you have, not worried about tuition for, your 2 kids for
little
college.
Cindy, right.
Correct. Yep. And that's the beauty of it. But like you said, you said when you're playing with me and you said you respect me, guess what? Same thing with Wyndham Clark. He's a PGA Tour professional.
Yeah.
There's all these people looking at him.
Right.
Now they read in the paper he just smashed 121-year-old lockers.
Yeah.
There's some history there. Yeah, you can go put different wood in there, but guess what? That wood wasn't there when Jack Nicklaus used that locker.
Right.
That wood wasn't there when Arnie Palmer. You know what I mean? So, and all of a sudden, and whoever fixed it's going to make it look exactly the same. But
it's not the same.
Let me tell you, every member at Oakmont, they know exactly which lockers he smashed. And they might shake his hand and, say thanks for your apology, but people don't forget.
Yeah.
Yep. So
don't forget.
That's an important thing. And I think, Joe, you'll learn golf. You keep evolving.
Yes,
with
there's
golf.
still time to evolve.
Oh,
I am who I am at age 60.
And you just started golfing when? How old?
5 years ago?
Right, 55.
Yeah.
But you were an athlete, and you used to. We all were, most of us. And it's kind of funny. I accidentally, I forget. I think I was 14, 15 years old, and I wasn't a club thrower. I wasn't mad. I was always positive.
Yeah.
My buddies back home used to call me Captain Sunshine because I could hit in the woods and go, "Oh, that's okay."
Oh, you were unbelievable on the course when we played at Longview. You were like a walking golf therapist. It was incredible. Nothing made you angry.
But here's the best. I had this driver, and I was just mad on this one shot. We played this Westfield in Ohio, 36 holes. It was owned by an insurance company. And I went to take my 6-iron. I hit a bad 9-iron shot, and I didn't even do it really hard. And I went to kind of just hit my bag a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, my driver was hanging out of the bag, and I nicked the shaft, and the head went like this. It just broke.
That happened to me. Happened to me on a course.
Well,
I just took I didn't want to show outright anger, so I took a little short chop at my golf bag, and I did that exact same thing to my driver and my 3 hybrid. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
The guy over in Castle Shannon.
Yep.
At what is it called? T something. What's his name? Now I can't remember his name. Wonderful man. Golf Specialties. Thank you, Jolie. Golf Specialties. I've got to know him on a first name basis, taking in broken clubs. But here's a sign of progress, Craig. I haven't been there in over a year.
after that.
Well, after other snapped club incidents, yes.
But when you did yours, you didn't have your mom and dad following you for the tournament.
No, I did not. That's a good. That's a good point.
So they're following me because I couldn't drive. I was 15 years old or so.
Yeah.
So I real quietly snuck that driver in the side pocket of my bag. Then I hit my 3-wood off tee, and I hit it great the rest of the day, right down the middle. And I'll never forget, my dad was so good at this stuff. He'd always put the onus back on me, and he goes, Craig, boy, you hit that 3-wood good off the tee. What made you go to that 3-wood? And then, sweat started boiling up under my shirt.
Right.
And I had to tell him the truth. He goes, let me tell you something, son. He goes, you break another club, you go ever again? He goes, that'll be the end of your golf days. You won't have any more clubs.
That's good parenting.
Yeah. So I was, guess what? Never smashed club, never did it again. So
that is good parenting. 412-928-9370. Golf Anger. Incidents you've seen, incidents you may have perpetrated yourself. How do you control it? Techniques on the course. The guy leading the U.S. Open had a fit last year at Oakmont, and we saw, as Craig said, a rarely seen incident yesterday when Joaquin Niemann was assessed a 2-stroke penalty for throwing a club. So does anger arise within you on the golf course, even if you don't show it, Craig? If you make a bad shot, do you feel anger? Do you feel frustration? And how do you control it?
Yeah. Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, here's the best thing you have to remember. I was responsible for just hitting that last shot. And we do feel frustration.
Yeah.
I feel more frustration from when I miss a putt from this far.
Yeah.
Because I classify putting as, the better part of my game. And the interesting part about that is a 300-yard drive counts the same as that 3-foot putt.
It sure does.
You just have to take a breath and you have to keep moving on. You have to have golf as one of those things. It's like planning out all your stages of life within 18 holes, but you got to plan out each shot. You got to plan everything out. And guess what? There's going to be rough patches along the way. And there's going to be, moments of great rewards along the way.
Right.
And those are easy. But the hard part is, the best your best hole might be the hole that you make a 12-footer to save a bogey. Not when you hit a perfect drive and a perfect 8-iron to 10 feet and make a birdie.
Right.
But your round saver is the bogey because it could have been a double or a triple. And
because you kept your head.
Kept your head. That's exactly right. And if you can do that, it really is, I always laugh. You can learn a lot about some people on the golf course.
Yeah.
The guy who goes over there and you got to keep an eye on him because he might fluff his ball up when you're not looking. Golf is a beautiful thing. What do you do when other people aren't watching you? And there's people.
I swear a lot. I rage a lot. I yell at myself in the golf cart with all kinds of horrendous swear words. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you don't.
Sadly.
But you have enough integrity that I don't have to worry about you fluffing your ball or doing anything like that. Like there's people out there. It's kind of funny. We play matches, and I go. I tell my buddies. I go keep an eye on him over there.
Yeah. Well, I want to get into fluffing the ball in a minute here because there's been some conflict in my mind about what to do in certain situations. Back to the 18 holes as a metaphor for life. Oh my God, is it ever? And I've spoken to people on the course about this. Here's how I view it, and here's how I've lived it out. Hole number 1. I'm a newborn baby. I'm just happy to be here. I don't know where I am. Everything's nice. Everything's new. I don't care if I shoot a bad shot. I'm just happy to be here. I was just born.
Yep.
Then we go through life and all its ups and downs, and it's easy to become embittered over 18 holes.
Yep.
But just when you think that life can't get you any more down, something good happens.
That's
and
right.
just when things are going good, I figured this out. I'm the master of life here. Every day is going to be great. You get smacked in the face. And then
right.
By the end, I'm an old man, and like a baby, I don't give a crap anymore. So by the 17th or 18th hole, the 18th hole is usually good for me.
Yep.
I don't care anymore.
Yep.
I'm just happy to have survived.
And you're relaxed, and guess what? No tension, no pressure, and you play the hole well.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't, like an old man, I just don't care anymore. Jolie, do we have any angry golf stories? People on the line or no? It's awfully early.
I've got Devin in Latrobe.
Let's talk to him. Devin, how are you?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. I'm kind of like Joe. I'm not going to lie to you. It's more of an expectation I have of myself when I golf that causes the most anger. Now, I'm kind of like Joe in the sense that I've only been golfing for 2 years. So I think my expectations of where I should be and where I'm at are obviously not aligned. So that's what drives me up a wall. But I will say I have gotten better, because there was one time with a friend of mine. He pulled me aside after the round. He goes, "Do you always act like that?" And, that pretty much embarrassed me for the rest of my life. So now I say some pretty not nice words to myself in the cart, but I've never thrown a club. Well, I have thrown a club, but I don't do it anymore.
Well, you're with the right man here. Craig, you're the golf therapist. Speak to this man.
Devin, no, that's normal. And I appreciate the call, and thanks for calling in. I'm going to tell you something funny. My dad, I was young, and I was playing pretty good, and I missed a putt from about 12, 18 inches.
Yeah.
And I was mad like Devin, and my dad goes, "Son, remember." Oh, I'll tell you exactly what it was. I heard somebody made a noise, and
Yeah.
I acted like it affected me.
Yeah.
And my dad goes, "If you let that bother you, son, remember, you're really not that good." He told me, he said, "You have to be able to focus and fight through that." So it's so funny, because when we play now, like if I hear noises or I hear those things, people go, "Did you hear that?" I go, "Nope."
Those are two amazing stories you just told about your dad. You should gather his golf sayings and do like a little book on that. That is great stuff.
Well, the best was we used to play this thing called the Family Cup with my mom and dad and I, and whoever won received a trophy, and whoever lost had to make the trophy.
I like that.
And one time my dad told me, I'd never forget, I had a 16-inch putt, and he goes, "Don't get nervous."
Did you make it?
I missed it. And then, but he was just kind of building me up, to where it's kind of funny. So Devin, no, back to you. That's great to hear. But it is an eye-opening thing when your buddy tells you, is that really how you act? Because it can be embarrassing, and you go, "Oh, I didn't realize." Now all of a sudden you exit your body and you look at yourself and you go,
"Right,
I can do better."
I've had those moments.
Yeah.
Actually, hundreds of them on the golf course. 412-928-9370. What were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say it's just funny to hear it from other people, because I think the same thing. I had that same moment, when I nicked that club and I broke it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was embarrassed and sick, and I was like, oh gosh,
It's really interesting to see it happen at a U.S. Open. A guy throw a club yesterday.
It is interesting, but I get it. It's no different than
Devin.
Well, football, you get a 15-yard penalty. I guess yesterday, Joakim Noam got a 2-stroke penalty,
right?
For which some sort of code of conduct. I didn't even know. I'd heard it existed, but you never see anybody on the PGA Tour really do that. You might see him smack the ground, which is really.
Rory smacked the tee
marker?
The tee marker last year at the Open. Mm-hmm. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Somebody else did too.
You got to remember, these are the greatest golfers in the world, and that competitive fire just burns.
Yeah. And
so when they don't perform the way they want to, believe me, there's a lot of them it's out there burning in. And, whichever guy usually the guy that handles their emotions really well, the guys that are way up there on top of the leaderboard.
It's funny you say that. I was at Old Stonewall maybe 10 days ago with my friend Vince Pilata, who can have a calming effect on me. Mm-hmm. And I was just happy to be there and was playing pretty well. And then, as I always say, like the Buffalo Bills in a Super Bowl, as soon as there's a fumble, as soon as Thurman fumbles, I fall apart. So I got an 8 on 10. So I start the back nine with an 8 and then a 6. I'm like, here we go again. Old Stonewall crushes me again. But I never got mad. I stayed calm and just one shot at a time. And I wound up shooting a 93, which I know isn't great for a lot of you out there. But for me, at Old Stonewall, that was a record. And it was because I stayed calm and enjoyed it.
See, and that's the more you learn that, you'll go back to that where you might hit one in the woods and boy, the fire starts to boil and the old Joe Starkey wants to come out, turn into the Tasmanian devil and, whirl around and smash things.
Right.
But then you go, okay, I'm just going to chip it out over here. And then next thing you know, you're going to do this one time. You're going to hit it in the woods and you're going to chip it out. And then you'll hit this unbelievable shot up there to about 10, 15 feet and you make a putt for a par and you'll go, Mankins was right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mankins was right. And then, like you said before, sometimes the best hole is when instead of a 7, I get a 6, or instead of a 6, a 5, because I wasn't raging after a bad shot. So I did. There were 2 holes that day at Stonewall where I putted free of anger, no rage putts, where I'm like saying swear words, like think of the worst swear word you can think of and then go a trillion degrees beyond that. And I'm saying that to myself. That day, I saved a 6, I saved a 5 on the back 9. And I know this, a 93 feels a lot different than a 95 or a 97.
That's right.
A lot different.
That's right. You're absolutely right. And that's a great story. And here's the funny part. If you look and see what the percentage of people are that can actually break 100 in golf, it's very few. And then, you keep on going down the amount that can break 90, the amount that can break 80.
Tell me more about that.
Oh,
100? What, like the average golfer? What are you saying there?
I think it's about, I think under 100. And you'd have to, we can Google it when we go to commercial break, but it's like less than 1% of the golfers can shoot under 80, I believe, or 5%. But it's like 10% or 20% under 100. It's very few.
Wow.
Most people are the weekend warrior.
Yeah.
And they go out there and whack it around and shoot really high numbers. We'll have to look it up. Muller would
Let's look that up.
Oh yeah, he always had all those things. I always envy you guys for the stats. And
Yeah,
everything.
Mulsey's all over that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Here's the other thing
absolutely.
that happens out there, Craig. It's unbelievable to me. Is I'll be with a guy and I want the people that I'm with to play. I'm rooting for them. The only score I care about is mine, selfishly.
Correct.
I want them, if a guy goes out and shoots a 78 or an 84, great. And I'll be rooting for him on his putts. I want to break 90. That's my goal every
Right.
time. But I am tangentially, whatever that word is, paying attention. And then I'll get a guy on like 16 saying, oh my God, I have a chance to break 80. And I'm like to myself, what? I've seen you go in the woods 4 times. You didn't
Right.
get off the tee 4 times. There's 0 chance that you have a chance to break 80. What do you do with the score guy, the false low score guy? I run into that a lot.
Well, here's the funny part. Are you guys playing it for anything?
No,
Probably not.
no, it's usually
So-
guys I don't know. And then they feel a need for some reason to announce that they're having a great day when I know for a fact they're not.
So, being a golf pro for 28 years, here's the 2 guys that we deal with.
Yeah.
Well, we deal with number 1, the guy who puts his scores in the GIN system, regular handicap. They are what they are.
Yeah.
We also have 2 other ones.
Hold that thought. Jolie's in my ear. I want you to come back with that, Craig,
Okay.
because this is good stuff.
You got it.
This guy is incredible, isn't he, Jolie?
Some might say incrinculant.
Yes, Craig Mankins, PGA professional. We'll talk more about the Open. We'll talk about the local guys, and we'll get to Craig's 2 thoughts, because I really want to hear this, about different types of golfers. 412-928-9370. It's Going Low, powered by Bowser.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates fall to the Rockies 4-3 on Friday night. Bubba Chandler goes 6 innings, allowing 2 runs and 1 strikeout. The Pirates had a late rally in the 8th where they scored 3 runs to take the lead. Rockies would get the lead back in the bottom of the 8th. Pirates had bases loaded in the 9th, but they could not score. Pirates will be back at it again on Saturday night. Paul Skeens takes the mound for the Buccos. Coverage on The Fan begins at 8:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Control of Group E is on the line in Toronto as Germany faces the Ivory Coast. Germany exploded for 7 goals in their opening match against Curacao. This will be a much tougher test against an Ivory Coast side that scratched out a win over Ecuador in their first match. I'm Mike Conti.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best 2 fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see Ball Flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990. Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Protect your property, safeguard lives. This message is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association's Pittsburgh area contractors. Did you know that a well-maintained fire sprinkler system will save lives and property? Don't wait for an emergency to find out your system isn't up to par. Property owners, act now. Schedule your fire sprinkler system inspection today. Be proactive. Be prepared. Visit nfsa.org to find a certified professional near you. Remember, prevention is always better than cure. Protect what matters most.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew was mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the whole summer? Conley Resort and Golf now has a virtual wait list. Get notified when your desired tee time is available. Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. There you go. Good shot. If you like golf, you're in the right spot.
Thanks to T.O.
This is the Going Low Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to Going Low, powered by Bowser. Starkey in for Malsey. Craig Mankins, PGA professional, joining me. We were just talking about annoying people on the golf course. Those were my words, who tell you that their score is lower than what I actually know it is over the course of a round. And that led to Craig identifying two people that you're always aware of, three different kinds of people you're aware of as a professional. Tell me about that.
Three different types of golfers as far as it comes to their handicap and maybe a little bit of their integrity. Number one, the vast majority of all the golfers out there, honest, reliable, and they put the score in that they shoot. And they no fudging about it. Number two, you ready, Stark? Number two.
Yeah.
The infamous sandbagger. Everybody knows about the sandbagger. Okay? The sandbagger is the guy that can shoot 77, but he loves to post 87, so he has a higher handicap. So when it comes tournament time,
right,
you know, all of a sudden this guy wins some things. Here's what's neat:
the sandbagger.
The sandbagger, and once you get this, once they know who you are, it never goes away. We know, we know, we all know. And here, the best part about that guy is, they've come up with, with all the things in technology they have a golf formula program that we can program scores in for all of our events through the year. Member guest, member. Let's just say Columbus Day. Any of these events, club championship. And this algorithm will spit out, and it'll call you whatever you are. And there's some things on there that would say, like we had in the PGA, we have our Las Vegas trip, and we had a problem where some guys kept winning over and over. Well, we bought this software when I was on the Tri-State PGA Board of Directors. This software came back and it said, you'd have a better chance of hitting the Powerball twice than winning this tournament year after year after year after year. In which it basically says it's not possible. So, and the only way it is possible is by these guys having fictitious handicaps.
Right.
Okay. So that's the second one. The third one, okay, the third guy, the ego cap.
Ego cap?
This is the guy you're talking about.
Yeah.
The guy who says he needs to shoot 74 when he really shoots 87.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who hits it in the wood and pretends like you didn't see him just hit that ball in the woods. You've counted his score. You know he had a 7. And then he goes, give me a 5.
Yes. And do you know where that manifests the most?
Where?
I've noticed with some very powerful people, actually.
Oh, that's guys who are successful in life.
Yes. It's the hole that's rapidly turning from a 5 into as high as a 9, but he hits the first putt or the second putt 9 feet past the hole, and then in a huff picks up the ball and says, I'll just take a 6. Well, wait a second. You might have been on your way to a 9. You ain't taking a 6, but of course, what am I going to say? He's powerful. I'm not.
So he scoops it.
He scoops it.
Scoops.
Yep.
I know some people that scoop it. Hey, let me tell you, that's more prevalent than you can ever imagine.
Right.
And when we do tournaments, like, all my years, we used to have tournaments where we had a captain's pick. And when I was head pro in Punxsutawney from 2003, 2009, great place. you ever get to go up there, those people up there,
I'd love it.
They're the best. I'll get you on there. We'll go play. But anyways, we had this thing where I would get all 16 captains in, and depending on your handicap, I'll never forget that Frank Fairman was usually, when I was there, he was the club championship. His handicap was like plus 1.2, where he had to give strokes back. But then it'd go down to, say, like my friend Bill Smathers, who might be one of the last handicap guys, his index might be 6.2. Okay, well, his handicap was legit, but it would go 6.2 would pick first, then 6.0, then 5.9, then on down till we got to Frank. But the best is these people, when we would post the teams afterwards,
yeah,
there'd be a couple people on there. There'd be a couple people that were captains that shouldn't have been captains, and they'd look at me and go, "Are you kidding me? He picked me." And it's funny.
Self-loathers,
Yeah, it's the vanity handicap. And everybody would look at it and they'd go, "Oh, no." They'd go, "I'm better than him, Craig." And I'd kind of smile, being the pro, I'd have to smile and go, "You're going to have to play good on Sunday."
I love that. Well, here's another thing. Because you do strike me as a golf therapist, a golf reverend in some ways. I feel like I'm sparked to confession here. I think I may have committed a handicap sin.
Oh, no.
And I'm here to confess to you.
Okay, I'm listening.
I had a good front nine at a certain course. I got a 39 on the front nine.
Oh,
believe it or not.
That's a great front nine. That's not a good one. That's a great one.
Legit.
Right.
Then Thurman fumbled. Then all hell broke loose. And then I'm on my way to God knows what on the back nine. And in the middle of it, I said, you know what? I'm quitting, and I'm only going to record the front nine on my gin.
Oh.
Have I sinned?
Well, how many holes
Probably 13 holes.
Oh, if you got to
No, maybe 14 holes.
If you got 14, you technically have to. You have to put an 18-hole score in. Even if you quit, you like say if 15, 16, 17, 18, depending on what those handicaps are, you might put in, a par, a bogey, whatever, because if it's a hole.
The way I was going, I would have had to put in 7, 7, 7, 7. That's where that was going. I was Jim Kelly against the Cowboys.
Or you were on the craps table when it was a bad run and you had 7, 7, 7.
So I sinned there, but I've learned something. 14, and I can quit at 13 or 12, and I get to record the first 9. Is that what you're telling me?
Why are you quitting? You shouldn't be quitting.
Because I know where it's headed.
No, just keep on playing. Guess what? If you keep quitting,
if you keep quitting,
you're never going to finish.
All right, we have to move on here. I love that advice as well. The local guys, Jake Solon had a rough first round, but he battled back, you said.
One over.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great,
didn't make the cut, but what an appearance.
Well, let me tell you, there's a lot of guys that would have loved to have his 71 the second day, his 1 over par.
Yeah.
That's a great score.
I'll say.
Unfortunately, he was 12, but that's a good showing. And he'll tell you that's a lifetime experience that,
oh man,
millions of golfers wish they could ever experience.
Maybe we'll talk to him next week like we did last week. Neil Shipley made the cut.
And I was watching this last night as I was getting ready for dinner, and top 60 in ties make the cut. And the plus 4s were outside. Then it came down to, one of the last groups, somebody finally from the plus 3 mark or plus 2 mark bounced back the plus 4, and all those guys got in. There were 13 more plus 4s that got in.
That's great.
It's amazing and good for him. He had a great showing last year in which now he can relax and guess what? Go play. And the best time to play is in the morning. So if he could post a number, I'm not saying, chances of winning or he's plus 4, 7 under, 11 shots off, but go finish in the middle of the pack. Last year, if you remember, or was it last year, a couple years ago, he was right up there. We were watching him on TV down to the end. Yeah.
That'll be fun to watch. A lot of things will be fun to watch today. This time goes by so fast here, Craig and Jolie. I guess I apologize to the callers because I solicited them, but then we got to talking. We'll take one more to finish the show. How's that, Joel?
Done deal. Sly in Pittsburgh.
Sly in Pittsburgh. How are you?
I'm good. Craig, how are you? This
Sly. Sly, I coached his son Zach in basketball.
Wow.
Sly's in that. Instead of talking basketball, he'd come up to me on the sideline and he'd go, "Coach, golf game." And he has a younger son who's a good golfer. We talk golf all the time. We even talk basketball. Go ahead, Sly.
We sure would. Yeah, and you know what, Joe? My son actually gave you a chipping lesson at Willowbrook.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that to this day, and I've been thinking about it lately because my guy, Eddie Vittmeyer, just tells me, pretend, from whatever, 10, 20, 30 yards, pretend it's a putt. Carry it back like a putt. And I remember your son walking off steps, and I remember asking you, why is he doing that? What's your strategy there? Because he was putting everything, Craig. His son was putting everything right off the green in the rough, everything to the hole. I remember that day.
That's great.
Right. So anyway, my quick story is my buddy, we'll call him Mike. We're at Irwin Country Club. It's not a country club. Right. And he hits a shot. The ball goes in the weeds. He doesn't practice, so I don't know why he cares. But he turns around and Barry Bonds, goes full Barry Bonds on his golf bag. So the next hole in the background, we hear, "Oh, God." I turn around and I go, "What's wrong?" He demolished every graphite club in his bag. Oh. And he's so freaking stubborn that once he hits his 7-iron didn't break because it was a steel shaft for whatever reason. He's 60 yards away from the green, and he pulls out his putter. He checks his wedges, the putter, because he doesn't have a wedge because he cracked them both. And he's just so stubborn. And I'm sitting there like, listen, buddy, if you don't play in tournaments or your name doesn't have pro in front of it, why are you getting mad? You're not that good.
That's right.
But yeah, that's my little story. But it's good to talk to you guys.
Good to talk to you, man.
Sly.
Craig.
All right. Good luck.
I'll give you the last word on that. I find his friend relatable myself, but yeah, using the 7-iron and a putter is all he was left with.
We could probably have an unbelievable show with people calling in for their golf stories.
Yeah.
From people letting their cart drift into the ponds.
Yes.
To people demolishing clubs.
Yes.
To I have an unbelievable story that we'll have to save for another time.
Yeah.
My buddy where nature called. And he nestled himself up between two trees.
Oh, no.
And he was in South Carolina. Lots of critters.
No. No.
Yeah, and our buddy Stan, though, wandered over, and he heard all this rustling where he thought he was by himself. And there was our buddy Stan looking for his golf ball. And my buddy looked at him and goes, "Stan, have you no dignity?" And Stan looked at him and goes, "We got a match, don't we?" He was playing him for $10. And Stan's like, "I don't care what you're doing. I'm looking for my ball."
Oh, when nature calls, there's no worse feeling when you're in the middle, like, on hole 5 or something.
Oh.
Jolie, did I miss any reads here? Am I good? Yeah, he just gives a thumbs up. I thought he was going to come on the air and say something there.
Well, Joel's the best. Joel's here.
He's unbelievable.
Do you ever let him go home?
No, he sleeps here.
Does he sleep there?
Him and Harry Callis take turns sleeping on that couch. Craig, this was fantastic. We'll be watching the U.S. Open today. Yes. You and I are both playing today. What a wonderful world of golf it is.
It is. Now, who are you rooting for? That's what I want to hear before
Shipley.
You go. Well, Shipley, but
I know.
That's a hard. Who are you rooting for there at the top?
Man,
do you want to see
question.
Do you want to see Scheffler up there on the final day?
No, but yes, because he's so good. But I don't want to see him win again. But I don't like how Rory was last year. I guess I want Wyndham Clark to overcome his anger and win.
Well, now if Scheffler wins, it completes a career Grand Slam.
That's true. He does seem like a nice man.
You go for Clark, I'll go for Scheffler. We'll meet here next week.
Same time, same place. And also congrats to Mulsey on his little baby girl.
That's exactly right. Congrats to Muls. Hopefully he's practicing his putting.
I'm sure he is. Yeah.
Last time I played with him, I'd give him some lessons on his putting. I was a little disappointed, so I want him. Ooh. Yeah, he needs to practice a little bit. Now, hopefully, he's out there listening.
Thank you, Jolie.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, fellas.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Shinnecock Update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. commanding lead for Wyndham Clark. He is 7 under. And then there are 4 players who are all 3 under: Xander Schauffele, Tom Kim, Sam Stevens, and Matt Fitzpatrick. All of those 5 players are set to tee off in the 3 o'clock hour later today. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Graham Resort in Warren, Ohio, and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust TruGreen, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, TruGreen knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the TruGreen Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TruGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Hey, Weekend Warriors, Donnie Football here. You want to know when your body starts talking back to you on the golf course? Cart path only. Suddenly your ball is 80 yards away or it's in the woods. You're hiking over there with 3 clubs, and by the time you get to it, you're not thinking birdie. You're wondering if the course has an urgent care. And that's the point. It's not just the scorecard. It's the whole day. Walking 18 without feeling like you're in a survival show. Bending down to read a putt without making that noise. Getting home, still having enough left for the kids, the yard, the cooler, all of it. That's why Awaken 180 makes sense. It's a medication-free solution with weekly weight loss, support, and yes, free support for life. You may not fix your slice overnight, but if you drop 30, 40, even 50 pounds, the game, life after the game, feels better. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Make the call. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Looking for something different to do this week? Head to Shooters Golf in Wexford. Whether you're planning a night out with friends, date night, or a party, Shooters has something for everyone. Enjoy interactive golf bays powered by Top Tracer technology, great food, ice-cold drinks, and a fun atmosphere no matter your skill level. Plus, check out their outdoor patio bar featuring fire pits, private heated cabanas, and live music every Wednesday and Friday night starting at 7 p.m. With indoor and outdoor entertainment, Shooters Golf is your go-to destination for food, drinks, and fun.
Okay, class, let's begin. Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At cheapofpittsburgh.com, it's their declaration of deal sales event. Bring us your best offer on any Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit cheapofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh Jeep Store.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Excellent weather in the Pittsburgh area today. Sunny skies and temperatures in the mid-70s.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Buy
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 4-3. Tonight, it is a 9:10 first pitch in Denver. 8:15, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show right here on The Fan. Paul Skeens takes the mound for the Pirates up against Tomoyuki Sagano of Colorado. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Panther Insider.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about.
It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's a Saturday morning. You know what that means. It's the Panther Insider Show. For the next hour, we're talking Pitt sports on the flagship for the University of Pittsburgh, 93.7 The Fan. Joel Nelson behind the glass. I'm Pat Bostic. I got an action-packed show for you today. We're going to open up the phone lines, 412-928-9370. Alan Green, Pitt Director of Athletics, is going to join us at 8:40. It's been a week full of news, not necessarily on the court or on the field news, but scheduling news. We've got a new NIL program at Pitt, of which I'm very familiar, that Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette, I encourage you to read his article. There was a lot of meat to unpack there and understand when it comes to H2P NIL, and we'll talk to Alan Green about that. We'll talk to him about the West Virginia game in basketball, and that'll be the prompt for today's show as we get things started. And again, those phone lines will be open, 412-928-9370. Pitt, West Virginia will be played at PPG Paints Arena on December 9th as a part of the Backyard Basketball Classic. Robert Morris and Duquesne will also play. And obviously, Pitt would have a home game under normal circumstances against West Virginia. It's a home-and-home series. It's a rivalry. But this year, it'll go to a neutral site, if you will, at PPG Paints Arena. Now, Pitt season ticket holders will have access to tickets as a part of their package, albeit at a different arena. And this is part of the Backyard Basketball Classic. And part of the impetus for this, obviously, you bring these four teams together, proximity. It's great for the region, great for the community. I think the place will be packed for both games. It'll be a lot of fun. But it really coincides with the announcement of H2P NIL and above the cap NIL opportunities specifically. So the sponsorship of this Backyard Basketball Classic will be spread out amongst the teams and utilized. The players obviously leverage to promote the game, to promote sales of tickets. You're seeing these neutral site games all over college sports, whether it's football, basketball, and the like, volleyball. There's all sorts of neutral site games. But what do you make of it? Pitt, West Virginia, not at a home venue, at PPG Paints Arena. You understand now why this is being done. Obviously, there are some very influential folks. I will not name them that have been involved in putting this together, and there's a community component to this that's undeniable. Whether you're a Pitt fan, whether you're a West Virginia fan, do you have interest in going? What do you think the environment will be like, and what do you make of it? Questions, comments, concerns, 412-928-9370. My personal take is obviously it makes sense. These things need to be done for programs, Pitt, West Virginia, Robert Morris, Duquesne on varying scales, to resource their rosters, to put together and assemble these rosters and compensate these athletes that now are in high demand and make a high wage, earn a high wage, in order to keep them in a given uniform. And sometimes traditional thinking needs to go by the wayside, and you have to adapt and evolve in order to create those opportunities, to create that revenue that wouldn't otherwise exist. So Pitt can't take revenue from a home game. West Virginia also can't take revenue from a home game and promote that game with athletes and that not count towards the cap. It would be part of the revenue share. Whereas a neutral site game with a myriad of corporate sponsors, of which we will learn more about as we get closer, as we draw near to this December 9th matchup, that's a whole different setup. That's a whole different ball of wax in terms of what you can do, how you can plug the athletes into it, and the opportunities that exist for them in that space. I think we're going to see more of this in college sports. Obviously, there'll be a television component to this that's attractive. The arena's bigger, so revenue, obviously, it'll be a pretty 50-50, I think. You'll have some Dukes and some Colonials in there as well to watch both games. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I think it's a template that can be repeated here moving forward. Now, what you lose is these traditional home-and-home type games that, you get the partisan environment. I see that side of it. But when you set up games like this, and, listen, Pitt's going to Ireland to play Wisconsin in a couple seasons. NC State was supposed to play, I think, Virginia in Brazil this year in a neutral site game. There's all sorts of examples of this happening across college sports. But it cuts a little bit different when it's a rivalry game. And I want your thoughts at 412-928-9370. Speaking of that Pitt basketball team, they're starting to come together and practice. I had a chance to buzz through there and take a peek at this team as they work out. They haven't started their official offseason practices yet. They get a certain amount of hours a week. But it was neat to see this new roster. And when I say new, it is all brand new, of players together. Split squad at times and workout groups. But Pitt announced a number of additions to the roster formally this week, starting with Nathan George, transfer from Syracuse, also played at Georgia Tech. And we've talked about this at length, this roster and how seasoned it is, how old it is, and what Jay Kuntz has done. He joined the program a few weeks back in terms of assembling this roster. But Nate George is at the center of it. Started all 32 games at Syracuse last year, led him in assists and minutes played, averaged 11 points, 5.4 assists, 3 rebounds, and a steal and a half per game, playing 32 minutes a game. And the one thing Jay Kuntz is kind of said about Nate George along the way is he's a pass-first point guard, which Pitt hasn't really had a pass-first point guard in the purest sense of that word, that label, since maybe a James Robinson way back in the early 2010s. Robinson was, he was cut from the same cloth as Nate George in terms of how they play. Both bigger guys, not necessarily going to push the tempo all the time, but will defend, get the offense set up, distribute the basketball, can shoot it when you need to, can take it to the rack, plenty big enough to compete amongst the trees and finish. And with the bevy of guards and wings that Pitt has added, having a guy like George is certainly an asset. And I think will play well in Jeff Capel's system, which puts a lot of responsibility and gives a lot of flexibility to guards. We've seen that over the years, over his 8 seasons as head coach, heading into his 9th. Makari Moore will back him up in all likelihood. Jalil Bethia can also play the point. A chance to watch him work out a little bit. We see the videos of him on social media and his high-flying ability. He can really shoot it as well. Alon Sumler can really shoot it, playing a 2-spot as well. You got Nate George, you got Jalil Bethia, you got Alon Sumler, all accomplished players in varying ways. Bethia going back to high school, a Philly native, one of the top recruits in the country, goes to Miami. Bad season, but plays a lot as a true freshman. Transfers to Alabama. Really good team there. Kind of was a role player. And now he's back in Pennsylvania at Pitt with a chance to feature. Jonathan Powell on the wing. Can really shoot the basketball. I mentioned Makari Moore. So you got a lot of guards and a lot of combinations and depth there, frankly. Jamal Jones is a true freshman. A lot of depth at that position. You did not have that certainly a year ago. And you were depending upon younger players in feature roles, whether it was Sia Lepa, Brandon Cummings, the list goes on and on. But Pitt announced the addition of Nate George. They announced the additions of some bigs. down low, and those are the ones we were kind of waiting for. Chase Foster, obviously, we knew was signed and committed, but Dominique Diamande can play the 4 or the 3. Craig Gilbert, a D2 transfer from Ohio, 6'8", can really shoot it too. Kind of a stronger version of a Diaz-Graham twin in terms of his, can kind of play a stretch 4 and stretch the court, but size and ability to bang down low is something that Pitt has not had. Cam Corhen was forced to play the 5 last year, but they had really 3 proven ACC players down low, with Baye Ndongo from Georgia Tech, who averaged darn near a double-double. Armani Mighty from Mercer, who was at Boston College, who was one of a handful of players in college basketball to average a double-double. And Ibrahim Souare, who was a role player back up at Syracuse, but is more of a defensive-minded, kind of like a Diamande, but down low, that can come in and spell, whether it's Ndongo or Mighty, could play the 4 or the 5. So you have some depth there, injury notwithstanding, and then Chase Foster as well. It's a lot of different types of players. It's guard-heavy, but there's plenty of size. It's a more athletic basketball team. It's an older basketball team. And West Virginia's in a similar boat. Added a lot of transfers, had a little bit more success than Pitt did last year, but they'll face off at PPG Paints Arena on December 9th. The Backyard Basketball Classic. Robert Morrison Duquesne in the preamble, and the main show, Pitt, West Virginia. Thoughts on that? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls. I want to talk a little bit about college sports globally, Pitt's response to where it is, and tee up our interview with Alan Green at 8:40. He will join the program on the Fan Hotline. It's Panthers Insider Show on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Shinnecock update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Wyndham Clark has a 4-stroke lead over 4 players who are 3 under. Clark is 7 under. Those who are 3 under include Xander Schauffele, Tom Kim, Sam Stevens, and Matt Fitzpatrick, all of them set to tee off in the 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Mexico moves on to the knockout round and is the winner of Group A after a 1-0 victory over South Korea in Guadalajara. In the other half of Group A, Czechia and South Africa played to a 1-1 draw in Atlanta. Both of those sides are still alive to advance. I'm Mike Conti.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The PA Turnpike takes you so many places to explore. From historical sites and stadiums to family picnics and local parks. Now, thanks to the PA Turnpike's open road tolling, trips are easier than ever. It eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling. It increases safety and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Be driven to explore. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad, and I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots. Just great insurance. NJM.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For company, receiving the award for 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panther Insider Show. Alan Green, Pitt AD, going to join us at 8:40. So we'll keep this segment tight, and we'll set that conversation up. Also want to hear from you, 412-928-9370. Pitt, West Virginia, heading to PPG Paints Arena, heading down 5th Avenue to PPG Paints Arena on December 9th. So it's going to be a neutral site game. There'll be NIL opportunity, corporate sponsor engagement, and we'll talk to Alan Green about that. We'll talk to him about Pitt's newly created H2P NIL platform in partnership with JMI Sports, I'll lend a little insight and background to that as well. You know how I can tell that Joe Starkey hosted the Going Low show today, Joel Nelson? There's a Clorox wipe container right next to me sitting here, and that's typically not a prop that I like to use. So this is our buddy Joe Starkey, and he didn't put it back, like he didn't close it the whole way. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Big weekend. It's Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all you dads out there. Pirates in Colorado. Tough one last night. We've got the U.S. Open at Shinnecock Hills. They texted the players this morning, bright and early, telling them they're going to speed things up a little bit, spice up the golf course a little bit. Really excited about watching that. We got youth baseball today. I got skipper duties because our typical head coach is out of town. So I got a lot of pressure on me with that. And obviously we're sitting here talking to you, which we do every Saturday from 8 to 9 on 93.7 The Fan. H2P NIL. And before we get to that, Voss TV and Appliance, this is a guaranteed pick brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family owned and operated forever, and the best prices in town guaranteed. H2P NIL was announced this week, and it's a collaboration between Pitt and its multimedia rights partner, JMI. And let me explain what that is. So you go to an arena, you go to the Peterson Event Center, you go down to Acrisure Stadium for a game, and you see, PNC's logo or the Post-Gazette's logo or whoever else it is. And these corporate partners can engage, just like they do at the Fan when you hear radio spots, by sponsoring Pitt Athletics. And JMI is a partner that we've brought in now for several years that deploys a sales team to go out and kind of canvass the marketplace to bring those sponsors in. And so they sell Pitt's multimedia rights. That's why it's called MMR. The JMI has been a partner enough Pitt since 2019. But NIL has kind of existed separately from that. And my own position evolved back in September, where I moved into really focusing on the third party, off the cap, above the cap, whatever you want to call it, space to cultivate and curate NIL opportunities for athletes, quickly realizing that it was scaling at a rapid rate. The need for real NIL, third-party NIL, in order to compete in the marketplace for retaining and recruiting players was significant. So the nexus, right, the intersection of multimedia rights and sponsorship sales and NIL is a real thing. And what we found out is corporations, and Alan Green will share more insight on this, corporations want a one-stop shop. They'd like to have athletes amplify their partnership. They really don't want to deal with it separately. It's duplicative. And what H2P NIL does is it really is the cross-section, the intersection of multimedia rights and NIL. And it's a way to create an integrated platform, leveraging in-game content, social media content, billboards in the marketplace, paid marketing by companies that they do on their own, where athletes are brought to the table, and JMI is kind of heading that effort up with this white-labeled enterprise called H2P NIL. That may not fully explain it to you. You may still have questions, and hopefully Mr. Green can answer some of those questions. But what it says to me and what it should say to all you Pitt fans is that Pitt is prioritizing that work, prioritizing that area above almost all else, because it is the means by which you compete in football and men's basketball, and to some degree in volleyball and women's basketball. And other schools have, baseball is a big deal for them, and obviously Pitt had a great year this year. But for football and men's basketball, that $20.5 million that was supposed to be the cap has become the floor. And the ceiling is constantly moving. It's constantly going up. And you have to have a bona fide, propped up way to go out and compete in that space and resource above the cap. And we live in a very saturated marketplace. Obviously, there's a lot of companies here, but you've got 3 professional teams. And you've got various charitable organizations that work with these companies. So you have to create a different value proposition. And for my money, that's where I think there's some genius in this. In that it brings the athlete to the table as a part of the overall sponsorship experience. Almost as an asset, if you will. And right, they're our most important asset in college sports are the players. They're the ones that go out and make plays and win games. That's what fans want to be a part of. And ultimately in Pittsburgh, and Alan says this better than anybody, in Pittsburgh, winning matters. And a winning team makes a sponsorship more valuable, draws more eyeballs, more attention, more people in the venue, so on and so forth. So it's all part of the chain, right? And this was a missing link, in my opinion. A missing link that Alan and team, Kyle Bruce, who heads up all external, one of Alan's senior deputy ADs, pulling the trigger on this. And there's risk involved because it changes the model, and you've got to grow it, and you got to sell it. We got to have logos on those jerseys. We got to have all those things. But it opens up the opportunity to compete in that space. And we'll talk to Alan Green about that here in just about 7 minutes. Quick 30,000-foot view of where college sports stands. Obviously, the Protect College Sports Act has been in the news. It passed the Senate Commerce Committee. I think it was a 19-9 vote on the 28-person committee, so a majority was reached fairly easily. Bipartisan legislation that would seek to allow one-time transfers, so re-implement that rule, limit coaching changes, limit super leagues, allow pooling of media rights in some cases, prop up the CSC, provide some limited antitrust protection. Big Ten and SEC are opposing it in some cases. But I'll say this, and I'll end this segment on this note. It's not perfect. No bill will ever be perfect. The SCORE Act wasn't perfect. But it's got most of the bones of what you need. And it should go to a vote on the Senate floor probably in July. Ted Cruz, Maria Cantwell, on opposite sides of the political spectrum, come together to put this together. And it's got some momentum. The president's behind it. The NFL is behind it. They've said something about it. So signs pointing to something positive, although who knows what happens when it gets to the Senate floor. Going to take a quick break. Alan Green going to join the program after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates fall to the Rockies 4-3 on Friday night. Bubba Chandler goes 6 innings, allowing 2 runs and 1 strikeout. The Pirates had a late rally in the 8th where they scored 3 runs to take the lead. Rockies would get the lead back in the bottom of the 8th. Pirates had bases loaded in the 9th, but they could not score. Pirates will be back at it again on Saturday night. Paul Skeens takes the mound for the Buccos. Coverage on The Fan begins at 8:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL. to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000.
Pittsburgh weather puts your heating and cooling system through a lot. If your HVAC system is getting older or just isn't keeping up, now's the time to upgrade with Sullivan Super Service. For a limited time, qualified buyers get 0% financing for up to 36 months on a new HVAC installation. That means you can enjoy improved comfort and energy efficiency now and pay over time with no interest. Schedule your free estimate today at sullivanservice.com. That's sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, they'll be your hometown heroes.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan's Fan About Town. Craving the perfect roll? From the volcano roll to precise Scottish salmon sashimi, Jimmy Wan's brings fresh, bold flavors to the table. Family owned since 1985. Join them for dinner or happy hour in Cranberry and Fox Chapel. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray & Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This Father's Day, skip the tie and find something at Target he'll really love. Is he into a fresh look? Don't miss 40% off Goodfellow polos and shorts so he can give that one shirt a break. Maybe he's in chill mode. Buy two, get one free on music and books. Perfect for a night in his way. Or go with a men's fragrance from $29.99, the kind he didn't know he needed and won't stop wearing. Make Dad's Day, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Let's return to the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Heading straight out to the Fan Hotline, where we're thrilled and honored to be joined by Pitt Director of Athletics, Mr. Alan Green. Alan, good morning.
Hey, Pat, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Happy Father's Day. Were you treated to breakfast this morning by your kids? That's tomorrow, I guess, so we're early.
Well, either way, the only treat I get is making my own breakfast, which is fine by me.
Obviously, you've been a busy man, and last week was chock full of announcements, so we'll get right to it. We talked a little bit earlier in the show about the Backyard Brawl now being a part of the Backyard Basketball Classic down at PPG Paints Arena December 9th. Duquesne, Robert Morris will play in the first game, then Pitt, West Virginia, obviously in the keynote. What goes into decisions like that? Obviously, you've explained and been on the record in explaining kind of the impetus for it. But obviously, we're seeing this across college sports. This is a rivalry game, so it maybe cuts a little bit different. But what's the calculus there?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, Pat, where, as you know, this thing was a long time coming. And back in probably October of last year, we saw that there was going to be a need in this new world for above-the-cap NIL, and we started to maneuver our athletics department to be prepared to do stuff like this. The reality in 2026 is in order to have competitive programs, you have to be able to have money to pay for these rosters, and above-the-cap NIL is a way to do that. Taking the game and although I don't love this game going down, not being at the peak, it's the reality of the world in which we're in, and we need corporate relationships, corporate sponsorships. And this is a perfect opportunity for us to take one of our marquee men's basketball games a mile and a half down the road from our home and have a great event for our community. And we're super excited to be able to do something that we think is going to be a really great event for the city of Pittsburgh and benefit our men's basketball program.
Yeah, and season ticket holders will have opportunities for tickets. That'll be part of their package. So seamless in terms of that, although not traditional. Let's unpack the above the cap saying nomenclature a little bit, because a year ago we were talking about the start of rev share, and now we're talking about anything but rev share. Just how has that evolved? Going into your almost year 3 now at Pitt here this fall. The pendulum has swung yet again.
So literally 12 months ago, people were rushing to get front-loaded deals completed before rev share kicked in on July 1st of last year. Less than 12 months, there's this notion that what was the cap in terms of rev share as a result of the House settlement is now simply the floor. And those teams who are competing at the highest level are utilizing some sort of above the cap revenue to help fund their programs. It continues to change, right? We are sitting here at present day watching the Protect College Sports Act either have some opportunities to go through Congress or perhaps not. There's conversation of collective bargaining. Perhaps that happens, perhaps it doesn't. So in the next 12 months, we're not even sure what's going to occur. But what we do know is that at Pitt, we're going to evolve, and we're going to have to evolve in order to stay relevant. Our fans want, and this is the city of champions, so our fans want to win championships, and we have a responsibility to continue to modify our department to make sure that we're meeting the demands of today's college athletics environment.
Pitt Director of Athletics Alan Green on the Fan Hotline, making time for us on a Saturday morning. We'll get to H2P NIL because I think that's a manifestation of a lot of these factors. But you were on the record a few weeks ago and meeting with the press and talking about a number of decisions that were made over the course of your tenure here at Pitt, which is going on 2 years now. But you made the comment that the university is, quote, all chips in on football and men's basketball, and that has resonated with a lot of people because it's not often been said. And you were slow to share that Pitt was going to go all in on rev share from day one, just not knowing the dynamics. I mean, explain all chips in, what that means, and then why. Why is Pitt all chips in, and why say that?
Well, again, a year ago, it's amazing what happens in 12 months. A year ago, right, we didn't have rev share. We were planning on it. We weren't sure if we were going to spend the $20.5 million from the House settlement to our student athletes, or if we needed to. And there was no point back then to articulate that we were spending up to the $20.5 million cap or not. Now, and as we got through the year, we definitely were there all year, and that was an evolution that we achieved. But it wasn't to our competitive advantage to tell publicly what we were doing, and unfortunately, that means our fans didn't know, but really we didn't need our competitors to know. Now, if you're not all in $20.5 million and what will soon be plus 4% this upcoming year, again, then you're not even at the floor. So there's no telling what our rosters are going to be and what we're investing in our sports teams year to year, because it's going to change and evolve depending on the rules and depending on this kind of soft cap or uncapped environment. So the university has done a fantastic job, and we're very thankful that they value the importance of athletics. No one has a blank checkbook, but the university has, as I've said, pushed their chips in, and we as an athletics department have invested heavily and significantly into our rosters, in particular football and men's basketball, and we're certainly looking forward to seeing the results of that investment.
Let's talk about H2P NIL. That was announced, a really good story by Chris Carter in the Post-Gazette, dropped on Thursday that really detailed this, and the Backyard Basketball Classic as well was mentioned in that article. Over the course of again, your 2 years, people don't see the meetings you have, the conversations you have with executives in this region and in the marketplace, and trying to assess how we do a better job, how Pitt does a better job in penetrating and creating market share. H2P NIL is an evolution of Pitt's relationship with JMI Sports, and it was announced, it was out there strongly, but I'll give you this opportunity to kind of explain why the change was made and the importance of this initiative in terms of Pitt's competitiveness moving forward.
Well, Pat, I know you're wearing multiple hats this morning, but you were one of the original folks who helped start and initiate H2P NIL. And that started with your evolution from being in the Panther Club, raising philanthropic dollars, to transitioning into this above-the-cap NIL space, what we now formally call H2P NIL. So it started out of the rise of knowing that this was coming. The H2P NIL is important for us for several reasons. Transactionally, it allows us to generate revenue to pay for our rosters. I think transformationally, it allows us to have a better mechanism to engage with our business community to support Pitt Athletics. And it's not just about supporting Pitt Athletics, but it's actually supporting our own businesses through these opportunities. A stronger Pitt Athletics means a stronger Pitt, and a stronger Pitt means a stronger Pittsburgh. And these companies are called Pittsburgh Home. So the better of a community we can have, the easier and better it is for their employees, for their bottom line, for their businesses, for their culture. And it's not just a proposition about competing for championships for Pitt Athletics. It's a proposition about helping our community and be prosperous and move into this new century.
One more question for Pitt Director of Athletics, Alan Green, will let his Father's Day weekend commence in earnest. On the ground, right, as a practitioner in college athletics, we've talked about this before on this show, all the talks about money and revenue and so on and so forth. You've had the chance now to speak to multiple waves of recruits for football coming through. Obviously, you deal with student athletes every single day, and folks that are lamenting the state of college sports don't have the opportunity to see behind the curtain, if you will. You're dealing with 18 to 22, in some cases 24-year-olds, although that may be coming to an end here shortly. Do you feel the young people are any different? Do you still feel that the core mission here resonates with those young people in terms of what ultimately is their long-term growth? Because everything right now is about the immediate, not necessarily what's downfield for them.
Well, Pat, that's a great question. I'll try to be quick with my answer. I remember when I was young hearing older people say, these kids these days, now that I find myself being up in age, I find myself saying kids these days. There is an element of flash and of instant gratification, and there are some kids in their communities, if you will, who just want to know what the dollar is. I don't think that that's the kids who we recruit. For the past few weeks, I've spoken to our recruits on recruiting weekends, and I don't talk to them about rev share, about NIL, about how much money they can make. I talk about how our football staff is invested in them and how we want them to be better humans when they walk out of here than when they walked in. We are, yes, we have to play the game. We have to play the financial game. But what is most important to us and what our program is built on is finding kids who want to be the best, who want to be pushed, who want to surround themselves with others who want to be the best and want to be pushed. And I think what Coach Narduzzi has done as we move into men's basketball and the evolution with Jeff Capel, what he has done, and Jay Coons, they are building programs. And although these kids may be here for a year, the year that we may get from them is going to be the best year that they've ever provided, because we are attracting the type of people and the type of families who truly want to be in Pittsburgh, represent the Panthers and represent this community, and ultimately be amongst other people who have the same aspirational values as they do.
Well said. Really well said, and appreciate that insight. Alan, thanks for making time this morning. Enjoy the weekend, enjoy Father's Day, and have a great rest of your weekend.
My pleasure. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Hopefully they can grill or do whatever it is that they play golf or work in the yard, whatever it is that they want to do. And as always, Pat, appreciate you, and hail to Pitt.
Hail to Pitt. There he goes, Alan Green, Pitt Director of Athletics. Really insightful 10 minutes or so with Alan. Chance to get him on the show periodically, and I think adds some color to the decisions being made. And I see stuff out there, right, that, people like a decision, don't like a decision. They want to know more, and not always are they entitled to know more. But the one thing I'll say, and again, this isn't me being a shill of sorts. I'm a Pitt guy, so I certainly bleed blue and gold. But the decisions that Allen has made over the course of time, this latest flurry of decisions involving NIL and basketball scheduling, when you really distill them to the business sense, that almost always seems to make business sense, these decisions. Obviously, it doesn't make necessarily environmental sense to play a rivalry game in a neutral site. However, you have to weigh that against the business upside of incremental dollars above the cap and whether or not those dollars will be accessible otherwise. And by the way, there were some very successful people across the aisle at West Virginia, but in the community that wanted to see this happen, that have tremendous financial and business acumen. Those forces come together. The H-2P NIL, without getting into too much detail, this wasn't, the easy button decision. There's risk involved. There's pain involved in, reallocating how you handle multimedia rights and sponsorship sales and how you incorporate NIL and the NIL accessibility of some of those dollars, right? It's an accounting proposition in some cases, but it creates upside, and then you bet on yourself. Do you really want to compete at this level? And the level is it's not a stagnant level. The buoys are moving all over the place. The goalposts in major college Power 4 football and men's basketball, the goalposts are moving constantly. It goes from collectives and a few $1 million to several, to a revenue share cap at 20.5, to now to rosters in one sport alone being at 30 million plus in football. In some cases in basketball being over 20. It's evolving every single day. The decisions from me, if I separate myself and I back up a little bit, they say to me that Pitt, both from Chancellor Gable to Allen Green, Pitt is committed to competing at the highest level. Now, does it mean that Pitt will have the most money? Does it mean that Pitt will be, bathed in resources and be able to go dollar for dollar with Ohio State? No, it doesn't mean that. But what it means is, to Allen's point, the overall value proposition has a chance to show itself when you can make table stakes, when you can get to the table. And that requires financial commitment. And that financial commitment seems to be there, which is a very good sign for Pitt long term. You talk about that overall value prop. And Fan Weather, quickly, speaking of value propositions, Secure Money Advisors can help you. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors help you. It's going to be beautiful this weekend. Highs in the upper 70s, sunny, slight chance of a shower here and there, but a beautiful Father's Day and U.S. Open weekend for sure. Pitt's football recruiting, there are detractors, has been really good. There are folks committed that haven't announced. It's a top 25 class at present, top 30. I'll tell you who's killing it. Pitt volleyball. I won't name names, but I think the last count, 3 or 4 5-star commits in volleyball. And yes, that program is certainly well-resourced. But I'll tell you this, Dan Fisher's not getting those recruits on the sole premise of them getting paid the most. I can promise you that's not the case in terms of rev share. I can promise you it's not the case. They want to win. They want to win a championship, and they see a program that's consistently right there. And imagine that class coming in and the 5-for-5 rule going into effect and Olivia Babcock staying at Pitt for another year. I'll leave you with that on a Father's Day weekend. Joel Nelson, appreciate you behind the glass. Allen Green for making time. To all the dads out there, the moms do all the work, no question, but little time for the dads this weekend. Appreciate you, appreciate my dad, my father-in-law, all those folks in my life that have molded me into who I am today. Enjoy yourself, have a great weekend, and hail to Pitt.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for Arthritis Pain Relief. What feeling is that? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from arthritis pain. It's that my hands don't hurt just holding things feeling. That wow, I can actually move well feeling. You know, that go about your day without worrying about every little movement or ache feeling. Oh yeah. Because Aleve targets arthritis pain at the source of inflammation for long-lasting relief, so you can keep moving through it. Feel up to 12 hours of arthritis pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use is directed for minor arthritis pain.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's Daily Rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plates. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Baseball fans, Father's Day is right around the corner, and what do dads like? Baseball and beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, where they've got the best prices around and the best selection and best customer service. And right now, for Father's Day, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. Perfect for the dad in your life. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 4-3. Tonight, it will be Paul Skeens on the mound up against Tomoyuki Sagano of Colorado. 9:10 is the first pitch from Denver. Coverage on the Fan 8:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Bucko Talk.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And good morning, a happy Saturday to you. This is Bucko Talk. I'm Jason Mackey talking to you from Denver, from my hotel room. And can you believe it? You heard Greg Brown on the broadcast. That was not from last night, although it might as well have been. I still kind of can't believe what I saw. And I have a feeling that we're going to work through a lot of thoughts and emotions with that, as well as the storyline surrounding this team the entire week. Happy to be with you for 2 hours on this show. Joel Nelson back in Green Tree producing. As always a pleasure working with Joel. Last night was a game they should have won, right? There have been a lot of games like that they should have won, and it brings further to the surface. I don't know how you get above the surface, but that's where we're at with this. The bullpen issues, the need to fix them, the frustration with winnable games. This team needs to get on a run. This team needs to get hot. And I'm not going to lie, I kind of thought we were heading in that direction after Sacramento. Marcell Ozuna getting hot, the way Bubba Chandler has thrown the ball recently. He did that last night. I thought Bubba pitched very well. And here along comes Kyle Freeland. Kyle Freeland, he have the 1-7 record in the 7.98 ERA. And yeah, you saw what happened. And it thwarts their momentum. That's sort of what's been prohibiting this team from ripping off 7, 8, 9, 10 in a row, whatever it is, the bullpen. And it's why they made a trade, Joey Bart for Hunter Stratton. We will, of course, talk about that. I know people have some opinions on it. I have some as well. It's why they're going to continue to hunt for bullpen help. It's why they need to continue to hunt for bullpen help. Hunter Stratton can't be the answer. They're getting linked to the biggest fish out there on the market, in Aroldis Chapman, as they should. But digging into some of these bullpen numbers this morning, it's depressing. ERA, 4.46, 20th in Major League Baseball. Walks, 147 of them, the 6th most in Major League Baseball. WHIP, 139, 22nd in Major League Baseball. Blown saves, 15 of them. Only 3 teams have more. So the Pirates, and I'm not even lumping the starting rotation into this discussion. This is specifically about the bullpen. I understand the rotations hit a little bit of a rough patch here. By and large, I'm still okay with it. My issue is the bullpen. What concerns me is the bullpen. I think Bubba Chandler, his past 3 starts, has made strides. I'm worried in no way about Paul Skeens. Oddly, I'm encouraged that Mitch Keller is going to come out of this. I actually thought after his first inning in Sacramento, he was better. Braxton Ashcraft has been fantastic. I think there's maybe a hole with the Jared Jones spot. I want to get into that a little bit in this show. You know, the Jones plus Majinski combo that I think we're going to see go away, frankly. And, you know, even if Jones pitches well, there's still innings there with him coming back from Tommy John. But that can be addressed. I'm not too terribly worried about that. Consider that your 5th spot or whatever. If I look around this organization right now, if I look at available options and I look at what they have in the current Major League bullpen and what keeps happening, the bullpen is frightening, frustrating. Saw somebody tweet this out. It might have been Donnie Football. I don't remember. But coming off an off day, if Mason Montgomery is your best option in that spot, you've got a problem. Well, Mason Montgomery was their best option in that spot, other than allowing Yohan Ramirez to continue. And yes, they have a problem. Dennis Santana was supposed to be the guy in that spot. He's not pitching in leverage right now and hasn't been, although he has been better in mop-up duty. You'd like Isaac Mattson to be available in that spot. He was in the minor leagues and is also working his way back. And Mason Montgomery has to pitch better. That's the reality of it. I'd also like to see them stick with what's working. I was talking about this on the postgame show last night. Yohan Ramirez, he's Jekyll and Hyde of relievers. And I don't know which one was bad and which one was good. I've never actually seen Jekyll and Hyde, but if you've got the bad one, you probably want to get him out of there pretty soon. If you've got the good one, which I would argue 6 outs or 4 outs on 6 pitches, 5 of them are strikes, I'm going to let him keep going. I don't care lefty righty. I'm not going to stop the guy from getting outs. We've seen that he is 2 very different type of pitchers, and that's a blessing and a curse. And last night it was a blessing, and the Pirates denied that blessing. They decided they wanted to match up, go left on left with TJ Rumfield, and that worked out. Tapper back to the mound, but then Montgomery allows 3 straight hits, including that double from Braxton Fulford. You're pitching behind in the count, 3-1. Have to groove a get-me-over fastball to avoid the walk. And Fulford was waiting for it. Double to the left center field gap at 109.5. It's frustrating. That game was there to be won. Brian Reynolds comes off the bench in the 8th inning, singled. Pirates stage a nice little rally. They get Freeland out of the game. I give them credit for at least bouncing back against Freeland. I wish they would have had some better at-bats earlier in the game, but you know what? You do enough to get ahead. You have a winnable game in front of you. You have a guy getting outs into the 8th inning, and you can't come away with the win in a situation where you absolutely need to win. The bullpen has to get fixed. There have been too many other good things happening with this team for the season to succumb to the bullpen. Ben Cherington deserves a lot of credit for how he went out and improved the offense this offseason. And I don't care. You can call Marcell Ozuna a flop. Go ahead. Look where they're at in runs scored. You can say, oh, they're not hitting with runners in scoring position enough. Yeah, you're probably right. Fine. But how far are we into this season? 76 games. It's not a small sample size. They score runs. Spencer Horwitz has been great. Nick Gonzalez, I like the improvement that he's made. Ryan O'Hearn's been solid. Brandon Lau's been solid. Andy Rodriguez has come up and hit. Brian Reynolds has been solid. They've put enough together to score runs. And this is without Connor Griffin and O'Neal Cruz, of course. Started rotation, talked about them earlier. To have it come apart with the bullpen, the group that is theoretically the cheapest, the easiest, the most fungible to build. To me, it makes it that much more frustrating because you're getting other things. You're doing other parts well. And the Pirates are not there. And they have to get there. They have to get there very soon. The bullpen performing more consistently, that's the difference between what we're seeing now, where it's 2 wins, a loss, 2 losses, a win, just kind of bobbing along at 500. I like that, we're 76 games into the season. They're not out of it. Nothing's ruined. There was no start like there was last year where you knew the last 3 months of the season, last 4 months of the season were inconsequential. We're not there. They are a hot streak away from being really in the thick of things, and that's great. But the bullpen has to get fixed. This can't continue. You cannot, with all the other things they have going on, have a bullpen carrying around a 4.5 ERA. You just can't. You can't have the 6th most walks of any bullpen in Major League Baseball. Those are things that are controllable. Throwing strikes. And if the relievers that you have are not performing, find new ones that do. Maybe it's waiver claims, a trade. I don't altogether hate the Hunter Stratton trade for that reason, but it can't continue. Fan Text Line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I want to hear from you on this, 412-928-9370. Where are you with the bullpen? What solution do you have in mind? I mean, we can all throw up our hands and say it's frustrating and whatever. What's the fix? I know for me, it's Aroldis Chapman. That's an easy one. But that's not happening now. If you're the Boston Red Sox, you're not trading that piece right now. And we can talk about and theorize whether the Pirates have a chance to get him around the trading deadline, whatever. I'm talking about getting to the trade deadline. That's what we need. The Pirates need solutions in the meantime. Aroldis Chapman doesn't mean anything if the Pirates can't get to the trade deadline and be competitive. Because that's the other side of the coin. If they're uncompetitive and out of it at the trade deadline, it's going to, you have to go another direction. As uncomfortable as it is to say, and I don't even want to spend too much time talking about it, it would be bad business to not act the other way. It would be frustrating business. There would be ramifications. A lot of people would be mad if the Pirates wound up sellers at the deadline. But if they can't get the bullpen issues fixed, and they're 10 games out of the wild card or something like that, I mean, why would you add at that point? You've guys on expiring deals, you're going to mortgage contracts. The idea is to avoid that. How do you avoid that? You play better. You protect leads. You address your biggest weakness. And that takes me to my thoughts on the Bart and Stratton deal, where I know that Ben Cherington was catching some heat for making the deal now. I get it, but I think we might be overinflating Joey Bart's value. Joey Bart had a really good 2024. He did not have a very good 2025. He had a couple good weeks in 2026. He's not a good defensive catcher, and I'm not trying to tear Joey Bart down. I like Joey Bart a lot. I'm very happy for him. He's back home in Atlanta. But let's not act like he's Johnny Bench. This season was hitting .259 with 2 homers, 6 RBIs. He was coming off an IL stint, had an infection in his left foot, had been on there since May 12th. The Pirates could have brought Joey Bart back and let him accrue value. That's a strategy, frankly, I expected them to do. How high is that value going to go? If Joey Bart comes up here, let's say, just to pick a date, let's say Tuesday. Comes up here Tuesday, and that would be June 23rd. And let's say he goes June 23rd to July 30th. So you're going to give Joey Bart 4 or 5 weeks to hit. And let's say he hits some. Is he going to perform well enough that you're going to have a team with a guaranteed catching need who has a reliever to give and that's willing to pay a lot for Joey Bart? Might be a tough needle to thread. As it stands, the Pirates got a reliever that they're familiar with in Hunter Stratton. We've seen in the right situation his stuff plays. 3 seasons with the Pirates, 2-1, a 4.30 ERA. 12 walks, 44 strikeouts, 52 innings. He's had some good outings. Has a career 3.75 ERA in nearly 70 innings in the big leagues. And you get that, you get it right now. Where I'm talking about this next month being big, where you don't want to be out of it. You need to stay in it and rise. And you're able to address your biggest weakness right off the bat. Changed my mind a little bit on the trade. It can't be the only one. Certainly understand that. But I think we all might be kind of overinflating what the Pirates should be getting back for Joey Bart. All right, I want to hear from you. Like I said, 412-928-9370. We'll start off with some of our regulars. Tony in Bunhall, kick us off. What you got, Tony?
Hi, Jason. Good morning. Thanks for taking the call. I'm in Detroit today. I'm going to Comerica Park. Remember I told you I was traveling. I've never been, and I'm looking forward to it.
Detroit, wonderful city, my man. Wonderful city.
Yeah, we'll see what that's all about. Hey, real quick, I think they got a fair value for Joey Bart, I think. Here's my problem with that, though. Why isn't he on the team immediately? Why did Hunter Stratton get assigned to AAA? Last week I talked about Antoine Kelly coming up. He was here, and I told you they were going to activate Matson that day just on a field, and they sent Kelly back down. It called up Bidwa with the injury. Like, there's urgency here, Jason, and I don't. As a fan, I see it. I would hope Ben Cherington sees it, but the bullpen needs fixed immediately, just like you've been going on for 15 minutes. When do you think he's going to wake up and say, "Hey, I'm in an urgent state here. I need to fix this pen"? But I'll hang up. I'll talk to you again next week. Like I said, I wanted to chime in a little bit about that trade. I thought it was a decent trade for what they gave up. I mean, Bart had no future here. And I think maybe with Flores playing as well as he did just in that small sample size, I mean, that's our future at catcher, right? I mean, I think. So, all right.
Oh, I don't know about Flores, but yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is that we have depth is what I'm saying. We could afford to trade to get rid of Joey Bart, who had no minor league options. So that's my point with that statement. All right. I'll talk to you later, Jason. Thank you.
All right, Tony. Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, I understand the Hunter Stratton should be here. Sure. Absolutely. I know he's pitched sparingly. He has, I want to say like 2 minor league outings recently. Let me vamp for 10 seconds while I pull up his page. I should have had up his game log to begin with, but I don't have a huge issue with him going to the minor leagues to start, get eyes on him, get back into normal routine. DFA land can often be tough, especially for pitchers. You're kind of out on an island. Like, he hasn't pitched in 7 days, 4 days before that, 5 days before that. So, I mean, he's pitched 3 times this month. It's June 20th. Like, you get him in, you get him on a more regular schedule, I guess. You get some eyes on him, work with him, figure out what the heck you're doing. If somebody's pitching routinely, I get it. But, I mean, Tony's overall point is a good one. And I'm sure it's shared by a lot of people listening. You want to see urgency from the front office. You want to see them fix the biggest problem completely. They weren't going to sign Joey Bart next year. Would have made 0 sense. He has a $2.5 million contract this year. I don't know if he was ARB2 or ARB3. I'd have to look that up, but or free. Either way, you were going to make a decision on a number for Bart that was way above what makes sense to pay. So you were going to move him at some point. I know they tried to move him in the offseason for this same reason. Didn't get a lot of takers, didn't really work out. So the fact that they got a reliever right now who's solid, you know what the character is, you know what the stuff is, he's been with the organization before, I get it. But obviously Hunter Stratton can't be the only one. Chuck in Uniontown, you're next up. Good morning, my man. How are you?
Morning, Max. Thank you. Yeah, up to this point, it's 38 and 38. You know that a team, you know who the name of the team is that has beat the Pirates the most up to this point? It's the Pirates that have beaten the Pirates.
I was looking through a schedule.
Mac.
Good point.
Mac. About 3/4 of the number that's in the L column has not been inflicted by other teams. It's been inflicted by the Pirates themselves. They got to stop beating themselves. They're their own worst enemy. If the only losses in the L column were the losses inflicted by other teams, the Pirates would be up close to Milwaukee. And, you know, you asked about the bullpen. Mac, my solution is, until you maybe can get some new blood in there, my solution is simple. All too often, they don't let people that aren't performing well continue to perform because they look at some computer sheet and says it's time to make a change. If the people playing the game or whatever are performing well, let them alone. Don't get somebody.
Couldn't agree more, Chuck. Couldn't agree more.
What? Don't make a change just because somebody says you've got to make a change. Let them play. Anybody with some baseball savvy knows that when somebody's going sour, then you make a change. But, you know, you have relief pitchers that have maybe retired the last 3 or 4. Just because it's a left-hander, right-hander situation, whatever, don't necessarily go by that. If they're performing well, let them go.
Couldn't agree more. Chuck was talking about that last night. Johan was excellent. Let him go. And if he struggles, get him out by all means. But he wasn't struggling. And I think that was a case of maybe the computer or pre-planning or script or going, left on left, right on right, handedness. I think that was that working poorly. Is Chuck still with us, Joel? Okay. We moved on from Chuck. All good. But he's exactly right. And Chuck had me for a second when he said, look at the schedule and who's beating the Pirates the most. I thought Chuck was going to bring up a point about the division, but he's right. Who's beating the Pirates the most? The Pirates. Let's go to Greg in Youngstown. This will be our last call, and then we'll hit our first break. But if you want to weigh in, plenty of room, 412-928-9370. What concerns you most about the Pirates? Do you have something else other than the bullpen? That's my biggest concern. I shared that. We're talking about that a lot this morning. But is something else on your mind? Give me a shout. Let me know what it is. But Greg in Youngstown, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good. One, the mismanagement of the bullpen was a joke, eighth inning. I can't stand Cowley. Honestly, I don't care if he's here next year. He has lost so many games with his management. And then, why is Billy Cook on the team? Why isn't Nick York up instead of that stiff? This guy can't even hit. I know they say he plays center field, but the guy's horrible. And then the other dude before him's horrible. And then Trio's horrible. We have nobody to face left-handed pitchers. I mean, if I don't see Trio on the team next year, I don't care. The guy's not even that great of an infielder. He has no range at shortstop. Our second baseman has no range at second base. I mean, first of all, our fielding is horrible on our team. It's not good. It's the whole team in general. We're not making the playoffs the way it's going right now. There's a lot of holes on this team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have some magic reason that's going to convince you on Billy Cook, Greg. I mean, they like him for what you're looking at, for base running, defense, and the fact that they can bury him on the bench and not feel bad about it. Nick York hasn't hit in AAA. I know. Well, he's in AAA and he hasn't hit. Nick York
can put the bat on the ball. He can put the bat on the ball. This guy can't even put the bat on the ball. I mean, as a Pirate fan, I'm speaking for all the Pirate fans right now. Cherington and Cowley, we are really upset with these two guys because I can blame the players, but these are the guys that make the moves and bring the players in. So I could say, well, Billy Cook stinks, but who brings up Billy Cook? And why are they putting this pitcher in the eighth inning? Well, that's Kelly who did this. So I'm not blaming players anymore. I'm blaming Kelly and I'm blaming the GM because that's who makes all the moves eventually for the team.
You're not blaming players? Really?
No, because you bring up Billy Cook. Cook stinks. He's horrible. I mean, don't you know?
Tyler Cowell struck out with the bases loaded last night on 4 pitches.
Who was that?
How do you not blame a player in that situation? Jared Triolo grounded into a double play with 1 out, the bases loaded. How's that not on the player?
Because they're not good. So why are they in the team if you know they're not good? They're not major league ball players. You know that.
Well, I mean, they technically are, Greg. They're in a major league game.
No, they're not. Billy Cook is not a major league ball player. Look at him. I mean, you should know better. You know, dude, you played baseball. You know this guy's any good. You can't feed me that. Greg, he stinks.
I'm not feeding. You won't even let me talk. Okay, bye-bye.
No, I'm not going to let you.
Have a good one. You have to. It's a conversation. You have to let people talk. You just can't scream at them. We're not going to do that here. I'm tired of it. I'm going to look at this rationally. I'm going to look at it rationally. You're telling me Nick York would be a discernible upgrade over Billy Cook. That's why the Pirates are floundering. Because Nick York isn't up here. Have you looked at Nick York's numbers? He has 1 extra base hit and he just got it a couple nights ago. He has 2 extra base hits in about, doing some quick math, 21 games since being sent down. And that's the crime against humanity the Pirates are committing. And now we're not blaming players and we're just going to scream loudly and that's going to change people's opinion. Everybody deserves blame. It's not one player. We're not absolving anybody. It's not one person. It's not all on Ben Cherington. It's not all on Don Kelly. It's not all on one player. This all or nothing mentality is silly. Tyler Callahan should have had a better at bat with the bases loaded and nobody out last night in the 9th inning. It's inexcusable to strike out on 4 pitches. That's on a player. Jared Triolo, a fastball down the middle, I expect him to do more with it than roll it to second and ground into an inning-ending double play. I can expect more out of that. I didn't like the decision by Don Kelly to move on from Yohan Ramirez, turn things over to Mason Montgomery. I think they should have stuck with Yohan Ramirez. Is that a front office influence decision? Is that Don Kelly? It's probably Don Kelly with getting input from the front office. Regardless, I'm allowed to disagree with it, and it's not all on a player. Do I want Mason Montgomery to fall behind an account 3-1, throw a fastball right over the middle? No, I don't. Do I think it's reasonable to expect some of the relievers to execute pitches better than they have? Yes, I do. And it's not Don Kelly's fault when he's choosing between, throwing wildly and right over the plate here and throwing wildly and right over the plate there. And then we're going to say he's a bad manager because he's doing that. Has Don Kelly been perfect in his managerial decisions? Absolutely not. I think he made a mistake last night. He's made mistakes this season. Has Ben Cherington been perfect in his roster construction? No. He spent $12 million on a DH who entering last night was hitting under 200. That's a mistake. It's not all one thing. It's not this thing. I don't know. Just triggered me for a second. All right. I want to talk a little bit about the bullpen in a different way next, not to keep belaboring the same point. But I want to talk about the Mlodzinski situation and where I think this is going to go, because I think we're very close to seeing a bit of a turn. I know I'm way over time here, Joel. We'll make it up in the rest of the hour, but I think we're about to see an interesting turn with the Carmen Mlodzinski situation, and I will describe that next. You're listening to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Shinnecock update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. Action is going to be starting in the 10 o'clock hour or so. The top dogs right now at the tournament will tee off in the 3 o'clock hour. Wyndham Clark is leading the way at 7 under, and then Xander Schauffele, Tom Kim, Sam Stevens, and Matt Fitzpatrick are all 3 under. Colin Morikawa is 2 under. Again, those guys teeing off in the 3 o'clock hour later today. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
The PA Turnpike takes you so many places to explore. From historical sites and stadiums to family picnics and local parks. Now, thanks to the PA Turnpike's open road tolling, trips are easier than ever. It eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling. It increases safety and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Be driven to explore. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad. And I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet, Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Miller time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Japan is Asia's gold standard, highly tactical, relentlessly pressing, and driven by a generation of players performing at the highest level in European leagues. Their industrious midfield and clinical forward make the Samurai Blue a genuine dark horse.
You crushed that hill workout today. Coffee on me.
Thanks.
Never mind. Left my wallet at home again.
Did you know, with a Dollar Bank checking account, you can pay with your phone?
You're kidding.
Nope. You can add your card to your mobile device in minutes to make purchases, so you don't have to carry a wallet.
I owe you one.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank. Open your account online today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Message and data rates from your carrier may apply to Dollar Bank mobile banking.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey talking to you from my hotel room in Denver. It's nice and early out here, 2 hours earlier than it is in Pittsburgh, but that's okay. They have a nice little espresso machine in the room, so I am up and running, plenty caffeinated for the morning. Bucko Talk with me is brought to you by Westminster College. Register for a summer information session today, westminster.edu for details. Last segment, I was talking about the bullpen quite a bit and wanted to get into a Carmen Mlodzinski discussion because I think it's actually relevant to what happened last night. It's a separate discussion point with Yohan Ramirez and leaving him in and whether the Pirates should have or shouldn't. But what they had last night was a lane. They had a lane where they could have used somebody like Carmen Mlodzinski to come in and carry that the rest of the way. Whether it's Yohan, whether it's somebody else, but I'm looking at 3 innings. You know, Don Kelly talked about it was, 6-1 in Oakland the last time Mlodzinski pitched, and they realized how quickly a game can flip there. Well, 3 innings in Colorado, I kind of like the ability for that game to flip. Anyway, it's revisionist history, but my point is that they have another arm available that it doesn't necessarily have to be Mason Montgomery. And they need to get away from that. I believe they are going to get away from that. I wouldn't be surprised to see Carmen Mlodzinski tonight following Paul Skeens. But they need to be using Carmen Mlodzinski in shorter spurts, more consequential games. I didn't like them using him for as many pitches as they did the last time out. I know that they count innings more than pitches, but I just wouldn't have spent it in a deficit game that was that large. I think Carmen Mlodzinski can be a very good reliever, a very interesting chess piece, get real funky, creative with his usage. And, I mean, yeah, you can't pitch him every day. You're not going to throw him multiple innings on back-to-back days. You need to worry about his arm. But there are ways to really take advantage of this guy to help a bullpen. It's the weakest part of the team. We spent 40 minutes talking about it. But they need to get into a much more creative way of using it. And I do believe we're going to see that soon. All right, let's get back out to the phones. Got some great calls on the line. Lou on Neville Island wants to talk about the team. What's going on, Lou? How are you?
Thank you. So much to say. I'll try to be brief. But you know, you can blame Triolo all you want, but I think Greg's point is he stinks. So don't expect too much out of him. You're the one who's unrealistic. Mlodzinski could be helping them win 3 games a week. All along he could have been doing that. And yet they use him in this fashion. He's probably top 5 pitcher on the team. That's insanity to me. And last night's game, briefly, you know the bullpen stinks. You also know the other starting pitcher stinks. So it's not unrealistic to say, let's score 6-7 runs and win this game. He's a horrible pitcher, and he acted like he was Greg Maddux. And final point on Paul Skeens. People say, why don't they pitch him more innings? Why is his velocity down? Is there a chance, which is what I think, that his team around him, the team that got the coach fired, the pitching coach fired, the team that makes Henry Davis be the catcher, said, take some off, less innings, let's save it for the next contract, which at this point he's made $15 million in his career. He's looking at $500, $600, $700 million. I think a lot of us would do that. Is that a possibility that he's worried about extending his career more than helping the Pirates win right now?
Not whatsoever. Not even close.
Why does he only pitch 5 innings then? I mean, he's supposed to be the greatest pitcher ever.
I was going to try to explain.
Go ahead.
Because his pitch count hasn't been very good. It's been inefficient. All pitchers come out of the game if you're at 105 pitches. I'd like him to pitch more innings too. He'd like to pitch more innings. But, I mean, look around baseball and show me the number of pitchers who are going 120 pitches in an outing. It's just not happening. And I don't understand the obsession with the velocity thing. We're acting like Paul Skeens' fastball is bad. It's not. It's one of the best performing pitches in all of Major League Baseball. There's a metric on Baseball Savant that defines a run value, and it's by far the best of his offerings. It's actually 3 times as good as anything else he's throwing.
Because when it gets to 0-2, I think people feel like he could throw 100, blow it by him, end the at-bat, and then it goes to a full count, and that elevates his pitch count. I think that's what people think. So that's on that. But on today's game, Paul Skeens, I'm so sad that he's the player rep. For him to stand up for a system that is the very reason we can't win, and then he goes out and complains about that Nunning won't spend money. I mean, you could never make sense of that. That's insanity. We can't win because there's no salary cap. He complains we can't win, but then he's not for a salary cap. But on tonight's game, hey, Paul, 7, 8 innings, you lead us to victory for once. Don't pitch 6 innings and come in the dugout like you just won the World Series because you did 6 innings and 3 runs with 4 strikeouts. Be dominant like you're supposed to be and win the game tonight. We're desperate for a victory. Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Lou. Wow, I've never heard anybody so mad about Paul Skeens. Interesting. I mean, he's got a 2.85 ERA. Paul Skeens hasn't been their problem. Could he go deeper in some games? Sure, absolutely. The pitch count gets too high. I think if I'm going to nitpick, and it is absolutely a nitpick, is that he tends to pitch for strikeouts more. I'd like to see him pitch for contact more. End at bats shorter. But, I mean, am I going to sit here and criticize a guy with a 2.85 ERA? I don't understand the fastball velocity thing. People are hitting 168 off of his fastball. I don't care if he kicks it in there. If people are hitting 168 off of it, that's good. It's got a 31% whiff rate. I know people aren't all into the numbers and whatever. If I cite run value, people might tune that out. That's fine, but it's a way of evaluating the performance of pitches. And you could look at that pitch relative to other pitches in Major League Baseball. Having a run value of 9 right now is elite. So I don't care if the average velocity is 97 miles an hour or 99 miles an hour. If it's 91 miles an hour, I mean, obviously that would set off some alarms. I'm just saying, like, use it effectively. And he's done that. I'm not going to freak out about Paul Skeens. He's been fine. I'm going to save my freakouts for the bullpen. All right, Anthony and Sewickley, let's talk about the team. What's up, Anthony?
Good morning. So you asked earlier, your biggest concerns, and you touched on another caller, but a little more sensical. Like, my biggest concerns aren't on the field, and that doesn't mean that I don't have concerns on the field, but my concerns are that there are situations where I think Kelly has botched greatly. I'll give you 2 examples just to see what you think. One, you have Cruz and Griffin out. And yes, he's handcuffed by his management of his options, but we talk about Marcell Ozuna, and we're into him for $12 million, and he's batting 198 on the year. But the guy has been an everyday player for his whole career. You have those 2 out. What better chance to see what you have than give him 4 or 5 games in a week? In those last 10 games, I think he's batting 250, 260. It's not ideal, but let the guy go get some run instead of putting some of these lineups that are going out there that he can't do worse than the bottom of the order now. And then last night, have some foresight, in my opinion. When you see what's coming up, you have the bases loaded. I understand you put Callahan on deck for Valdez before the bases were loaded. The second those bases are loaded, I'm leaving Valdez in there because there's no chance I'm letting Jared Triolo bat. Like, know that. Like, for me, you have to see that, like, okay, there's a situation here that Jared Triolo comes to a bat with the game on the line, and now my bench is exhausted because I pinch hit for a guy who almost solely hits fly balls.
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid point. Let me do an exercise with you, though, Anthony. And I'm not trying to be difficult. Like, pinch hitting for Jared Triolo is certainly a valid take, okay? So I just want to start it with that. But why do you want to pinch hit for Jared Triolo? Or why do you want Valdez to hit in that situation? He was hitting 083 before the game.
2 reasons, in my opinion. Again, I'm not saying I'm right. There's just the way I'm looking at it is because
I know.
Basically,
I've thought through the same thing. I'm trying to set you up.
Yeah. All you have left is Callahan to hit. Mm-hmm. Valdez is a strikeout or home run guy, which, sure, but if bases loaded, no outs, a weak fly ball is fine. And then at worst case scenario, he strikes out. Now you have Callahan batting with 1 out. Callahan's a fly ball guy, still gets the run in. Jared Triolo, I've watched him roll over a ball to shortstop 10,000 times, it feels like, in the last month. Like, It was predictable.
I hear you. I heard a lot last night on the post-game show as Marilyn Valdez, he had that long fly ball in the second inning and he had a double in the eighth inning. So you're basing it on what he's done previous in the game. Jared Triolo, at least to his credit, had 2 hits previous in the game. So if you were going to use that logic on me, but I get it. I get it. But we are arguing over Tyler Callahan or Jared Triolo in a key spot in the ninth inning.
Correct. Which is why, like I said, my bigger problem is with Kelly and the people that put Kelly in the position he's in. You can only play with what you got. Like, I get that.
Yeah. And I get using Davis as a pinch runner. I'm fine with it. I'm going to preserve Callahan. He's the only person that can play infield or outfield left on my bench. I got it. But yeah, this is frustrating, man. I mean, and it's also fair to expect a better at bat from these guys. Like, Callahan had a terrible at bat. You can't strike out on 4
fastballs. 4 fastballs. You can't strike out.
Yeah. So, all right, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Have given Ozuna more games?
Yes, I do.
That's the other thing. Is I think Ozuna should have been in the lineup, and if he still bats 150, DFA him. But let the guy get hot. He's like I said, he's batting 250. I think in his last 10 or 12 games. Like it's not worse than some of the other guys in the lineup.
I know. It's not so much relevant to last night. He was in the lineup last night.
Sure.
But I think they need to find out, like before the All-Star break, they need to find out if this is salvageable or not. They need to use this period of time, and I do think they're going to do this. Is there anything there prior to Connor Griffin and O'Neal Cruz coming back? Because they're going to need that DH spot. Even Brian Reynolds now,
correct.
He's dealing with groin tightness. You have O'Hearn, you have Lau, you have other guys you want to use in that spot. And thank you for the call, Anthony. I appreciate it. They need to find out what they have with Marcell Ozuna. It's that just wasn't relevant to last night. I know that was separate points that Anthony was making, but I absolutely want to see them give him a run, and it's either good or like once and for all. Let's make a move here because he serves no value being stapled to the. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, that's diminishing the work he's done with younger players, and that is real. I'm in that clubhouse every day. I've seen players, and I'm not going to name names to slam former Pirates, but you've certainly seen guys that, are there just kind of keeping to themselves, collecting a paycheck. They don't really have any interest in interacting with other players. That is the polar opposite of the way Marcell Ozuna has carried himself, and I respect him a lot for that. But he's got to hit, and he can't hit and get into a rhythm if he doesn't play. All right, last phone call of this segment. Barry in Pittsburgh wants to talk about the Phillies series. What's up, Barry?
Hey, Jace. I'm actually going to get a lot off my chest. I'm going to get it off as quickly as possible. First and foremost, did the Pirates look into either Patrick Corbin or Eric Lauer? Because you know what? In the last couple weeks, I'm sure you've noticed, these are left-handed pitchers who would be a welcome addition in the starting rotation. Both guys look to be journeymen. If they pitched well against the Pirates, you know what? This Pirates could use a guy like that in the worst way. That's one. Okay. You could, furthermore, Jace, let's not mistake Bubba Chandler being a very reliable pitcher on the road thus far this season. Season's almost half over. He was bad in Texas. He was bad at Texas. He was bad at Houston. The Pirates gave him run support at Houston. They won that game even though he didn't pitch well. They didn't give him run support when they played at Texas. He lost that game. Jason, he's been great on the road dating back to Chicago, Wrigley Field when they had a chance to sweep the Cubs back in April. He was good in San Francisco. He was good in Toronto. He was good again. Jason, he's not a problem pitcher on the road. He might be more of a bright spot than we realize.
Yeah, I'm not down on Bubba Chandler at all. I've been fine with him. I thought he's been, especially his past 3 starts, been great.
Let me get this point across. Jason, I think, and going into the Philadelphia series, I said to my dad, I said, the next 25 games are going to make or break the Pirates season. They got to tread water. They got to play 500 baseball. Jason, they haven't done that. But, it's just funny. You probably remember the Tampa Bay game. Skeens was really, and you know what else I wanted to get across? The Pirates proved in April they could win series different ways. If you remember, they only scored 5 runs at Arizona. They won that series. I think maybe the following series or a couple they could also score 25 runs in a weekend series and win all 3 games. So they can win different ways.
Barry, what was the difference? I agree with you. What was the difference back then? What was the difference? Why were they doing that?
Well, let me say what I want to say is we need Paul Skeens to be as good today in Denver as he was in Arizona back in April. He's got to go deep. He's got to make a bad lineup look that way. But Jay, here's my point about Mlodzinski, because I know this is really a bullpen segment. I don't think they sat him down the right way, and you know why? They didn't sit him down the right way. The rhetoric must have been lacking, because you know what? If they sell him on needing him in the worst, right, they needed him to be a company man at the time. They could have spun it. We need you to be the gas company. We actually can't trust anybody else to flip the switch and go into the bullpen and maybe be as lights out as you proved to be as a starter. And we might have to come back to you later in the season as a starter. We can't know about tomorrow. We can't know about people getting injured. I don't know. Maybe Donnie Kelly doesn't have enough. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe someone like Terry Francona could have sat someone like Mlodzinski down, framed it, okay, and kind of like a Goodfellas way, let them know what needs to be done, and not really giving them the opportunity to take a day off. Kind of like, and you know why I say that? I say that because if you remember, this happened. The Pirates were in Houston at the end of May. They had an 8-3 lead. I think Skeens was pitching that day. That would have been an opportune time. They lost that game 11-9, if you remember. That was a perfect opportunity for Mlodzinski to come into the game and do some relief. This past weekend in Miami. Now, I don't think the Pirates went on to score when somebody other than Mlodzinski came into the game, blew the. I think the game got away from them in the later innings on Sunday. Those are two games, just off the top of my head. Carmen comes in, and the Pirates may not lose those games to Houston and Miami, but rather win those games. Not taking care of business like in Chicago in April, in Milwaukee, I think it was maybe the end of April. They've had a chance to close teams out, sweep teams. They haven't been able to close the deal. There's something missing with this team. But last thing I want to say, and this is what I said, your producer, Jason, something that Philadelphia series. I don't think they had been shut out all season. Correct me if I'm wrong. They had a 6-0 lead. It was electric down on the north side that night. They had a 6-0 lead. They go on to lose that game. Wouldn't you know, symbolically almost, metaphorically, they go on to lose Saturday and Sunday by that same score of 6-0. They haven't been the same team since. Something happened. I'd like to think they can get their groove back. I don't know, but I'm hopeful. You mean?
All right, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for the call. I don't get what you're saying though. I mean, I'm looking back at that schedule. 6-0 losses. They go to St. Louis. They lost 9-6 in 10 innings, and then from that point, they won 8 of their next 12. So I think we're cherry picking some stuff here. I mean, I think it's okay to say that the Philadelphia series was a disaster. It was. It didn't change the trajectory of their season. They lost one more game, and then they won 8 of 12. And I'm going to push back on the Don Kelly, Carmen Mlodzinski rhetoric, because I know quite well, as Twitter and all of the kerfuffle that happened after the Mlodzinski thing went down, I know quite well how Don Kelly went about it. I know how Carmen went about it. I know how Carmen felt about it. I know what was said. I know what was felt. And I think a lot of the narrative of Carmen and how he felt about this was wrong. I don't think Carmen represented himself well in that interview. And I think that it came across as there being some sort of like bad blood issue. Carmen's some sort of clubhouse cancer. He's resistant to this role. They didn't message it appropriately. I've heard a bunch of tangents, people formulating opinions who have not talked to Don Kelly, who have not talked to Carmen, who have not been informed of how these discussions go. And I don't blame people for that. They're not in the clubhouse every day. You're not around these people. You don't have a relationship with them. Like, I will tell you, I have a very good relationship with Carmen Mlodzinski. I think he is the furthest thing from like a bad seed or a problem. I think he is very eager to help this team and have a meaningful role. I can tell you from somebody in journalism, you want to have a role that's important. You want to do things that matter. And that's what Carmen wants to do, and he feels like he earned that opportunity. And when you have your mind set on something and you don't get that despite doing everything that was in your control, and like, let's be honest here, Carmen got a raw deal there. He did. And it took him a few days to wrap his mind around it. And I don't know. I don't know. And I think it's taken the Pirates too long to get him in a place where he's being used in those situations. I'm kind of going down the Mlodzinski rabbit hole. I didn't mean to, but I don't think it's a negative situation. I don't think, I don't think it's knocked the season off course or whatever else Barry was trying to allege. And Barry made a lot of good points there. I'm not taking it out on Barry, but, I think we just need to get to a point with Mlodzinski where, we know what it is. And probably using him for as many pitches as they did in Oakland, I think, is a mistake. I would have liked to have seen them use him for fewer, bring him back sooner. I think we're going to start to get to that. Would I like this to have happened almost right away or quicker? Yes, I would have. I'm also not culpable for the guy's arm health or adjusting to a role or whatever. And I think the Pirates tried to ease into it, maybe a little bit too easy. But I think we're at a point now where that switch needs to flip and you need to be a little bit more creative. But I don't think Carmen's been an issue. I don't think the problem was Don Kelly's messaging of the situation. All right, I got to get to a break. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies and temperatures in the 70s today in Pittsburgh. I think we're getting up into the 90s here in Denver. I think it's going to be awful toasty. Well, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk to Sportsnet Pittsburgh analyst and former Pirates catcher Michael McHenry. I want to get into the catching situation with Fort. What are we looking at with Endy and Henry? What about trading Joey Bart? How did Fort come down on it? What are his ideas about fixing the bullpen, and what ails this team? We'll get to that and more. Second hour of Bucko Talk coming your way next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 4-3. First pitch tonight is 9:10 in Denver. Coverage on The Fan 8:15. Presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. It is Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates up against Tomoyuki Sugano of Colorado. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Yinzer Nation, pro football is coming to Paris, and True Fan Travel is bringing you there. October 20th through the 26th. 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris. Steps from the Arc de Triomphe. A private group tour of the city. A dinner cruise along the Seine. A pep rally with a black and gold legend. And an all-inclusive tailgate before kickoff at Stade de France. This is the first ever pro football game in Paris. You don't want to watch this one from your couch. Book now at truefantravel.com. Spots are limited.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
This Father's Day, skip the tie and find something at Target he'll really love. Is he into a fresh look? Don't miss 40% off Goodfellow polos and shorts so he can give that one shirt a break. Maybe he's in chill mode. Buy 2, get 1 free on music and books. Perfect for a night in his way. Or go with a men's fragrance from $29.99, the kind he didn't know he needed and won't stop wearing. Make Dad's Day. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
while you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off, plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Baseball fans, Father's Day is right around the corner. And what do dads like? Baseball and beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, where they've got the best prices around and the best selection and best customer service. And right now, for Father's Day, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. Perfect for the dad in your life. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Sun's out, so dads are too. This Father's Day at Lowe's, shop the gear that'll make his summer. Get 2 free Select DeWalt power tools when you buy a Select 5 amp-hour battery kit for weekends in the garage. Plus, get a free Blackstone 6-piece stainless steel griddle kit when you buy a Select Blackstone griddle. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Saturday, mostly sunny with an isolated shower and thunderstorm possible later into the afternoon. High temperatures in the upper 70s. Partly cloudy overnight with lows in the upper 50s. Increasing clouds for Father's Day on Sunday with highs right around 80 degrees. And it's the first day of summer. And rain returns overnight Sunday with lows around 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 4-3. First pitch tonight is 9:10 in Denver. Coverage on the Fan 8:15, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. It is Paul Skeens on the mound tonight up against Tomoyuki Sagano of Colorado. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Michael McHenry joins the show next.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
Welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning, talking to you from Denver. A lot of, complaining. Trying to think of a better word. Getting it out, expressing our thoughts. Maybe it's cathartic. I think that's the word I was looking for. But, just getting out some thoughts from last night's game. It was certainly frustrating for all involved. It's also been a busy week in Pirates land. We saw the Pirates trade Joey Bart to the Atlanta Braves for reliever Hunter Stratton, an old friend back with Pittsburgh. He's actually with AAA Indianapolis now. But to break it all down, let's go out to the fan hotline where we find our good friend Michael McHenry, Sportsnet Pittsburgh and former Pirates catcher. Fort, happy Saturday, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm at PNC Park,
getting ready to coach my young men to victory this afternoon against the great Mike LaValliere.
Oh, boy. So this is Pirates Fantasy Camp mini camp.
It is. Yep.
Oh, man.
Big deal, Mackie. I could really use that arm on the mound. That's where we're lacking. That and our non-athletic, overweight outfield that we're dealing with. So we're just trying to put it together, man. You know,
I have no doubt that you'll put a successful game plan together.
Yeah, I mean,
how many games you got today, Ford?
Department, 4. We played 2 yesterday. We got run ruled twice. So really starting off really good as this manager thing this year. So.
And you wanted to be my baseball manager.
Say what?
I said, and you wanted to be my baseball manager. It's a Seinfeld reference.
I was literally trying to offer you NIL to get back here. I got to win a game today.
You're gonna get canned for it. You're gonna get rid of you.
No. You know you can't coach non-talent. You know it's tough. It's tough. But man,
look at this guy. Now he's throwing his team under the bus. Now he's throwing his team. No. Oh man.
I was saying me. You can't coach me. I have no talent. You know what I mean?
So. Oh, I thought you were saying your players. I can't coach talent. Can't coach players that don't have any talent.
Yeah, I was just trying to save myself.
All right. Fair enough. Let's get to the serious stuff. There's a catching situation on our hands, which is why I wanted to have a conversation with you about it. I'm going to start with this though. Were you surprised the Pirates traded Joey Bart when they did?
Shocked. Honestly,
shocked.
I thought, yeah. I mean, if you look at his underlying numbers, his ERA was better than both of the guys that are in the big leagues. He wasn't throwing well, but I thought he took the biggest step forward when it came to his defense this year, and he was hitting before he got hurt. And we were going to face a lefty yesterday, so I thought for sure if Joey Bart was coming back, he was coming back at a place in Denver that he rakes against a lefty that's not doing well, especially since we haven't done well against lefties. And then all of a sudden I look up like, oh, Joey Barrels is gone. Bye. But back at his hometown team, we got Hunter Stratton back, Tennessee boy. Love that we got to boost the bullpen. But yeah, I was really surprised. I thought he was putting some things together.
Yeah, I thought they would let him be back here for like a month and accrue value. I do understand getting Stratton back. I don't hate the return. I think Stratton can help them. I didn't see it coming this soon. I thought he'd be back on the major league roster. So, happy trails to Joey, man. I enjoyed him.
Yeah, me too. And he went into this offseason and owned, hey, I'm going to be the backup or the other catcher. And, he started to really hit his stride. I think he was probably going to get the bulk of the reps if things were a little bit different. But the one thing I'm going to really pay attention to and fans should pay attention to is what they do over the next 2 to 3 weeks, possibly before that All-Star break. Maybe they make a move and use the money that they dumped to get another bullpen arm. I mean, there's options here where this makes this even make more sense. But, yeah, it was tough to see him go because I really do think he's putting things together.
So what kind of money would they dump for it?
Well, I mean, he was under.
I don't think you can unload Ozuna.
No, I'm talking about Joey Bart. I mean, I think he was making $2.5–3 million. I mean, that's a good reliever in the major leagues. Yeah, so I think getting a guy like Stratton, who's a good pitcher, he's got options, and then also, he's league minimum. You may be able to go out and grab someone else, and if money was an issue, you opened up, a couple $1 million.
Okay, I gotcha. I thought you were saying ideally, I'd love for them to move out Ozuna's money and, go spend that on a reliever. I know that's not realistic. I know that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But that's what I thought you were getting at. Okay. What about the combination of Endy and Henry? How do you think those reps will be split up, and do you think that group can be effective?
I think it's Endy's time right now. It's tough. It's tough to think it any other way. They're not that different defensively. From the last time I checked, it's been a minute, so I can't tell you about receiving. I think Endy's a better blocker. Obviously, Henry's the best thrower in baseball. Their ERAs, last time I checked, also very similar. I think the more Endy catches, you want to make sure you keep him, healthy. But I think he's just going to continue to get better. I mean, he's got to make up a lot of lost time from being hurt. but that bat plays differently. I love the switch hitting. I love the enthusiasm. The base running's been phenomenal. So I think right now, by far, he's the better player. He lengthens our lineup, and not having Connor Griffin, not having O'Neal Cruz, he's been a really nice addition to that lineup, and we've really needed it because he's hitting most of the time in that 6 hole. So I like him. I think that's where he should be, and Henry kind of pushed himself back into that backup role, and he's got to do something different at the plate. I know we've said it 1,000 times, but he's got to do something different.
Yeah, I'm going to get into that in a minute. Endy Rodriguez hitting .254 with an .849 OPS. To me, Fort, that's a pretty easy decision. You produce like that offensively behind the plate, I'm keeping you on the roster. I want that in my lineup. I thought Henry was going to wind up in AAA the way this was going. It's nothing personal against Henry. It's just I want the offense.
If I'm honest with you, and I always am, I think that would have been the best thing for Henry. And if he says otherwise, I think he's kind of out of touch with reality, because this kid is a special breed of mentality. And I do believe if he gets humbled, and it's not the organization humbling him, it's him humbling himself, saying, it's my time to do what I did catching, hitting-wise, but the hitting thing should be easy. Mm-hmm. And just reevaluate, look in the mirror and say, who am I? And go down AAA and then literally call every day when you're ready, you got it. Because the guy can hit. The stubbornness of thinking what he did in AAA is going to work, or what he did at Louisville is going to work, and not being adaptable, and that's a problem. But that's why he's got to go down and get it right. But the organization, I think, has to say, you go down, do this, you come back, and you're going to get a huge opportunity with Indy. But it's not just your job. You got to prove this to us.
Yeah.
So, and I don't think it's numbers. Okay. I think it's just pure intention.
What do you mean pure intention? Because I was going to ask you, what does he need to do to hit? We're saying he can't hit, but he hasn't hit at this level. What's it going to take for Henry Davis to actually produce above a 138 average?
He needs to be an I-know hitter until that changes. So he needs to be the best on our team at bunting. He needs to be the best on our team at situational hitting. He needs to be the absolute best at moving runners. He needs to do everything that every 9-hole hitter has ever done for 200 years. And that's be a productive part of that lineup. And then take your chances, because you do have real power. You do have the opportunity. But it's going to be off a low ball hitter. I think you can look at Callahan right now. He doesn't hit a ball up, but if it's down, he's not missing it. And we ran through a stretch of about 6 or 7 guys that it was a perfect matchup for his swing path. Their pitch profile, his swing path, and he demolished it. And that's all Henry's got to do is own that. All right, I don't match up well here today. How do I come out of this 1 for 4? How do I come out of this with 3 quality at-bats, even if I don't get a hit? Because at the end of the day, you walk back to the dugout, you get high fives, confidence goes up, conviction goes up. But more importantly, the fans can say, this dude is going all in for the team. And the baseball gods, Mackie, reward that. And I think that's what he has to do until other things happen. And I'm not saying, you can look at his underlying numbers. You can watch him take BP. It's the ball as hard as anybody. The launch angle at times and all the stuff that he chases, I could talk blue in the face about all that stuff. It's not working. Right?
Yeah.
Optimizing and being, incredible in practice, but not having adaptability in the game has really, really hurt him. And it's time to just say, hey, I'm going to do something completely different. And I think it would change our lineup.
Yeah. I mean, this has to be like a come to Jesus moment. You know what I mean? You have 100%. To look at this and say, okay, I'm now in the major leagues. That question has been removed with the Joey Bart trade. But he's also very squarely the backup catcher, as he should be. I'd imagine as a 1-1 pick, you're not satisfied being a backup catcher. You want more. So to me, it's how do I get from A to B? No, I know. I know. And how do you go out and earn it?
Yeah, and I think just
you got to earn it the other way too.
And we're the same breed when it comes to work, and I think Henry is too. The one thing that I have a hard time with is I know he has to look up the scoreboard. I know he has to see his average. He needs to play the game like his life depended on it, like he doesn't have a job tomorrow, like it's not going to be here, because the reality of it is there's very few players in the history of this game that have been allotted as much grace as he's had based on his hitting. And that's something he needs to understand. It's a gift, and he has a special mentality, and that's why. There's a giant reason why. I just want everybody to see it, and I want him to also use that to his advantage on the other side and say, how do I get out of this Henry's way? If you're going to put yourself there and stay there and have this, lock and key on your approach that it's going to work, then you've got to say, why is it not, to yourself at home in the dark?
No doubt. All right, let's change gears a little bit. We're chatting with Michael McHenry, Sportsnet Pittsburgh, former Pirates catcher, and apparently a very bad fantasy camp coach, as we're hearing.
Whoa.
Good luck today.
I got 3 rings, Mackie. I got 3 rings. Calm down. Just had a bad draft. This is all front office problems, all right?
The analytics people are overstepping for it. They need to let you guys take care of things on the field. I can't believe this.
Yeah,
all right. So
preaching to the choir.
You had post game last night, right?
I didn't. I was over here losing.
Oh, you were over here losing. Okay. All right. Well,
yeah, but that's all the game.
This might not be so much relevant to last night, but Bubba Chandler was pretty good last night. His past 3 starts, I think we've seen a different version of Bubba. Out of what you've seen from Bubba recently, what has enabled him to attack the strike zone more?
I think he's become his own person. I've watched young guys kind of latch on to guys in the past, and he latched on to schemes. And the reality of it is each and every guy over there has a unique quality in their own way. And I said this last night, I'm going to say it on air, and it's a bold statement, but Bubba Chandler is potentially the leader on that staff. And I'm not talking about talent. I'm not talking about leader in the sense of what most people say. I'm saying he's our AJ Burnett. He's our pirate. He needs to be the guy that is like, he's kind of like Max Scherzer, kind of like a serial killer, and a little bit like Nolan Ryan, because that's his personality type. And I think it's slowly coming out. I was watching the game last night. They did a great job of owning his extension side, getting down on his own, which opens up. The slider continues to play well. I think the changeup's going to get better and better. The one thing I wanted to see is I wanted to see him flip 1 or 2 guys that were on top of the plate, because the guys here at Fantasy Camp are like, hey, why are all these guys on top of the plate? And like, they're taking away, trying to reach that outer third because he doesn't throw in well. And when he's on, it's really, direct. They don't have to worry about it running in. So they're kind of hanging out over to see if they can, either extend at bats or, take away one whole half of the plate. And if he would have flipped one guy, that would have changed real fast. And that's his personality. I've talked to him. That's how he pitches. Sometimes it's by accident, but he never, has any emotion other than like, yeah, I did that on purpose, even if he didn't. And there's a gift in that. And I think, becoming that Max Scherzer, AJ Burnett guy is what we need. And it's the pirate leader that I'm talking about. He could be the guy that like everybody fears because they don't know if he's going to hit you, stab you, or give you a hug. And we need one of those guys in our rotation. And he's that guy.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Hopefully, he doesn't stab anybody. That would be bad.
I was talking about with the plastic fork. Come on, Mackie.
I know. Fair enough.
But you know what I mean? Like that's
all right,
what
Ford,
I think different because.
No, I know. I'm with you.
But like all these guys hop on, and he worked out with Skeens' pitching guy, and you have all this stuff, and you learn so much, and you have to go through it. And he did, and I think he reverted back and realized, man, I'm really good. I should just do my thing and grow here. And I think Ashcraft has done that better than anybody on our staff, maybe better than anybody in baseball, because that guy is a locked-in machine.
Yeah. Be a little bit more like Braxton and not mimicking the type, just mimicking the individuality. You don't have to be Paul Skeens. Let Paul be Paul, and you be Bubba. And Braxton is very comfortable in his own skin and does his own thing. I love that. All right, 2 more questions for you, Ford. One's about Coors Field, man. I find this place odd. I know you have a good perspective on playing here. What makes this so different? I know, mile high elevation, the different air or whatever. Just give me a little bit more about what it's like to be a player here and how it, is different from playing other places.
So I've been on both sides. I have a really good ERA at Coors Field. It's something I took a lot of pride in. And the one thing that I thought was different with my mindset comparative to, coming in as a visitor or even some of our staffs in Colorado was I said, are we going to make this an excuse? Are we going to talk about all the things we can't do, or are we going to utilize what we can do? because the breaking ball is back up. No one on the planet wants to hit a backup breaking ball. I actually hit breaking balls better on the road when I was in Colorado because they didn't break on me, and I'm like, I literally can't get my brain to swing, even if it's a hanging breaking ball. You know, the velocity with Bubba last night, he's throwing 101. It's actually about 103 because of the mile high, and the atmosphere there makes the ball, travel a little bit faster. It makes the extension a little bit better. That's why they're starting to draft guys with extension and spin and that induced vert, because it plays there even at a higher clip. So, I think too often we talk about all the problems when in reality it's like, how do you win there? How do you do the things? We saw a really good pitching, game on both sides last night, and I think that's the reality. Is like, if you have the mindset, you can will it to be. And last night I thought Bubba did an incredible job of making it happen. And he didn't have to overthink it. It was actually a really simple game when you watch him and you look at, his pitch usage and the sequencing. And I think that's what we have to do everywhere, but especially in Colorado.
Yeah, I loved Bubba's game plan last night. I have loved Bubba's game plan recently. It's chef's kiss. Keep doing it. Last question for you, Fort. Wanted to ask you about the bullpen. I was railing on it for the first hour of this show. They clearly need help. Aroldis Chapman to me is a very easy one. Like, go out and get Aroldis Chapman. I know it's a lot easier said than done. Anybody you look at in addition to Hunter Stratton that might be available to come in here, or somebody that you really like can come help the Pirates?
Oh, that's a great question. Off the top of my head.
Sorry, I'm kind of putting you on the spot with that one too.
No, I mean, just because I like the way he throws. I love the Rogers brother, that his knuckles drag the ground when he throws. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And variety. But he also throws every day, so we'd have everyday Evan, and then today again Tyler. I think it would be a lot of fun, to be honest. I think it's Tyler. But I think Mackey, the biggest thing
it's Tyler. I had to Google it too.
All right, perfect. I think what I would love to see is a shakeup in our own bullpen. Some creativity, but I think that's a player. I think there's a player-induced option out there. It's Carmen Mlodzinski. Can he be Hader?
Oh yeah.
Can he be a three inning save guy? Can he be a one inning guy and done? Can we rotate Santana to being more of a multi-inning guy earlier in the game, because his pitching, the way he's pitching right now, kind of profiles that. Doesn't have the swing and miss. He started to induce more swing and miss, getting soft contact, and just shuffle, right? I like what they've done with Johan. 1 inning, go punch tickets and get out of there, but you need to throw more. So, you just maybe fiddle with it. I don't know how these guys recover, but, if you have a guy like Johan who could throw every day, which, we know he has a rubber arm and a rubber smile, I'd let that guy pitch as much as he can physically pitch, but 1 inning stints, and put him in the situation where he's going to succeed. And I'm saying all this based on when I was in Colorado watching Bochy handle his bullpen. It was so predictable, but at the same time, it was the best bullpen every year because those guys faced the same dudes over and over again. And I think that's something we could fiddle with. It's a little different thinking, but I think it's there.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Fort. Good luck today, man. Stay dry, and hope you go 3-1, 4-0.
Yeah, I'm going to need it. Maybe a couple Hail Marys, too, if you don't mind.
All right, can do that. All right, that's Michael McHenry, Sportsnet Pittsburgh, former Pirates catcher. Appreciate the insight. A great point there. He kind of locked me up on the usage change in the Pirates bullpen. Not only Carmen Mlodzinski, because I couldn't agree more about that, but a little bit about Johan Ramirez and changing his role or usage and just some overall tweaking. I'm up for any and all fixes at this point. And Johan Ramirez, obviously I've never pitched in the major leagues, but something I've always heard, sinker ball guys do better with more frequent touches. And that it's a feel, and you don't want them going too long between outings. And we have seen Johan pitch with a little bit more regularity. That doesn't change my mind about last night. If a guy gets 4 outs on 6 pitches, and he's been as Jekyll and Hyde as Johan Ramirez has been, I want that guy to stay in the game. I'm going to try to win the game that night. But we can have a separate discussion on should he pitch more frequently for not necessarily 2 innings at a clip. I think it's a fair conversation. I don't think anything should be off the table at this point. As I cited, the bullpen numbers are bad. 4.46 ERA, 20th in Major League Baseball, 15 blown saves, a 139 whip, and the 6th most walks. That's just that can't get it done. That's not playoff contender stuff. If you're fashioning yourself as a playoff team, you're looking at this bullpen this far into the season, something has to change. And I totally agree with Fort on the Carmen Mlodzinski angle. I talked about that a lot in the first hour. He can be a very special piece. And I think, number one, I think the narrative about him being like disgruntled or prickly or something like that couldn't be further from the truth. But I think he is very eager to impact the team in a unique way and have sort of his own lane. And this is a way to do it. And he can be a really special part of this bullpen if used creatively and address a giant weakness. So looking forward to seeing that. All right, the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. When we get back, we're going to go down on the farm. A couple interesting performances, including from a Pirates prospect who we haven't heard from much this season, but he matched his career high in hits. I'll tell you about it next when we get back. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Shinnecock update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. A little bit of action going on right now. Later on, the top dogs will get underway. Wyndham Clark is 7 under. He leads everyone by a pretty big margin. There are 4 players who are 3 under. They are Xander Schauffele, Tom Kim, Sam Stevens, and Matt Fitzpatrick. All of them will get underway in the 3 o'clock hour later this afternoon. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit ported 90+ days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. Member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's Daily Rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad, and I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, my friend Taylor Fournier. During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Jeep of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No games, no waiting. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, haven't run into it yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
Welcome back to Bucko Talk. I'm Jason Mackey with you for another about 25 minutes here on a Saturday morning from Denver. We're lucky an actual night game tonight. I'm not a fan of the 4:05 Saturday afternoon starts, they seem to take up all of your day. Not to be a sports writer complaining about things. It just, I don't know. Maybe I'm an old man. I'd prefer a baseball game to start in the 1 o'clock range or the 7 o'clock range, give or take about 30 minutes on either side. At least at the night game, you have your day. With the day game, you have your night. With the 4 o'clock game, you have nothing. So mildly excited about that one. We also have Paul Skeens on the mound, 6-6 with a 2.85 ERA. And Joel, who was he starting against?
Tomoyuki Sagano.
Tomoyuki Sagano.
If I'm saying that right,
I
think I am.
Tonight. I think you are. Yeah, I wanted to hear a pronunciation. I'm going to have to master it by pregame tonight. I can't say I'm an expert in Tomoyuki Sagano, but going to have to get experting pretty quickly. I'm looking for a big one out of Skeens tonight, man. He's been trending in that direction. This has the makings of a classic Skeens gem. Go get him. Go fill it up. Give me 7 innings, 1 run allowed, 8 strikeouts, something like that. Let's get out of here. Even up this series. Chance to take the series on Sunday. Jared Jones on the hill. But that one's going to be a lot of fun. For now, though, I want to go down on the farm, take a look at some minor league stuff here in this segment and some intrigue up and down the Pirates minor league system. And I'm going to start with somebody who was really bad early on and has since found it, and that is, of course, Termarr Johnson. Yesterday, 4 for 6, had 2 doubles, scored a run. He's up to 201, and I know people hear Termarr Johnson hitting 201 and sort of bristle at that. Understandable, but he was hitting 150 a couple weeks ago, and this has been climbing. And this is somebody the Pirates need to, by the time of the trade deadline, probably accrue some value and be a commodity, somebody they can dangle out there in a trade, or bring Termarr up. But I don't see the pathway for Griffin right now. I mean, if you give me a choice, I'd like to see them extend Brandon Lau. I don't think they're going to do that in season, but regardless, if you have an idea that might happen, maybe you're comfortable moving on from Termarr Johnson. Obviously, he's not going to play shortstop with Connor Griffin, but Termarr Johnson actually hitting and having a much better season, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. A couple other things. Indianapolis, it was an 11-7 loss to Iowa. By the way, I buried that one, but Emmanuel Valdez, a pair of hits, including a home run and a double. Nick Camillo homered. Little concern for Hunter Barco. Went 1 2/3, gave up 4 runs on 5 hits. But he left in the 4th inning with what the Indianapolis PR staff described as an apparent injury. Didn't hear, what part of the body or anything like that. But Hunter Barco being injured, not a good thing for the Pirates pitching program. We'll get some more information from Pirates Director of Sports Medicine, Todd Tonzek, when we get back to Pittsburgh, I would imagine. Altoona won 3-2 over Akron. Connor Wheatgraff has been outstanding and was again yesterday, set some career highs, went 7 innings, didn't give up a run, 3 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. He has thrown now 18 consecutive scoreless innings. That dates back to June 7th. That's the longest stretch since our friend Mr. Barco went 25 2/3 to start the 2025 season. In June, Wheatgraff has allowed just 1 run on 10 hits. He has 5 walks, 30 strikeouts in 23 innings. He's a left-handed pitcher, probably take note of, been throwing very well. Jack Brannigan, another Pirates prospect, had a pair of hits. That includes a home run and 3 RBIs. Greensboro bounced back with a 7-3 win over Winston-Salem. Edward Florentino, similar to Termarr Johnson, has gotten off to a slow start for the Grasshoppers, but he is picking it up a little bit. Homered, had 2 hits, 2 RBIs, and a walk. Dylan Palmer had 4 hits for Greensboro, 2 RBIs, runs scored, and 2 stolen bases. Johnny Severino homered, and Hung Leng Cheng started on the mound 4 2/3 innings, gave up a run, and struck out 5. Bradenton suffered a 6-4 loss to Clearwater. Eddie Rinders, it was the Eddie show down there, had a pair of hits, including a home run, and then Eddie King Jr. had a home run, a walk, and 2 runs scored. So, all right, let's make up a little bit of time. Have to get to another break here before we close out the show, but do want to talk about Connor Griffin a little bit. He was on the Fan 5 Alarm with us earlier in the week, talking with Adam Crowley and Nicholas Harry Callis about when he might return, what things are like in Florida. So I want to talk about him, what's going on with O'Neill Cruz, what could be next, as well as Mitch Keller and some potential fits, some surprising names that an ESPN insider throughout this week. I want to discuss them a little bit as well as my own solutions. So you are listening to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mackey, back with all of that and more after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Tonight, 9:10 in Colorado is the first pitch between the Pirates and the Rockies. Coverage on the Fan, 8:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Paul Skeens will take on Tomoyuki Sagano of Colorado after the Rockies last night were 4-3 winners. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot. 60-40. Dr. Faygo. Rock and ride.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer, candy apple,
Moon Man.
I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down. Summer is heating up, and there's a brand new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe. Welcome to the family at Smale Chevrolet. Ready to hit the road? Take advantage of their hottest deal yet. 0% financing for 5 years on all new 2026 Silverado light-duty trucks. 0% for 5 years. Your perfect ride is waiting, from rugged Silverados to family-ready SUVs. Visit them on Route 30 or shop 24/7 online at smalechevrolet.com in Latrobe. Must finance through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Ends July 7th. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
It's Nora Dickerson for my friends at PJ Fitzpatrick. Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly, old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower with PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Baseball fans, Father's Day is right around the corner, and what do dads like? Baseball and beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, where they've got the best prices around and the best selection and best customer service. And right now, for Father's Day, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. Perfect for the dad in your life. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Texas us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title, tax, license, registration, $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
It's back and right where it belongs. Downtown Pittsburgh in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey with you for one final segment. Thanks so much for finding us this morning, whether you're driving around, running errands, cleaning out the garage, maybe going for a run. Doesn't really matter. Really appreciate you listening to us. A lot to dissect in Pirates land here. And thank you to Michael McHenry, Sportsnet Pittsburgh analyst and former Pirates catcher, for hopping on. What he's doing this weekend is a lot of fun. I've always been jealous of this. I did Pirates Fantasy Camp in 2020 for a series of stories for the Post-Gazette, and you will meet no better group of guys and have no better time than you do at Fantasy Camp. Whether you're a former player, whether you're somebody attending, it is literally a week of playing baseball and drinking and hanging out with your buddies and being transported back into childhood and being really, really, really sore. But it's a lot of fun. And then they do like a mini camp at PNC Park for a weekend. So that's what Fort is doing this weekend. But thanks so much to him for joining. Joel, I realized I wanted to talk to you about something. This is unbaseball related, but I know it's big in your world and it's newsy this week. What do you think of the Knicks winning the NBA championship?
Yeah, wasn't that pretty cool? It's a really good team with more playoff experience than what the Spurs have, and Mike Brown for the Knicks has been a head coach much longer than Mitch Johnson. I know the Spurs are really talented. They've got the best player in that series on their team, but super cool for the Knicks. Super cool for that city. New York with the Knicks, they haven't had a championship in so long. So it's almost like you could say that's been the NBA equivalent of something here, with the Pirates having not won in forever, and the Knicks finally get theirs, and they are very thoroughly celebrating it, and I'm sure it would be the NBA equivalent of whatever ways Pittsburgh fans would be celebrating a potential Pirates World Series next time that happens.
Joel, I saw pictures of Manhattan and people like climbing on scaffolding. It made me think of like the Boulevard of the Allies and people hanging out of a parking garage.
Oh gosh, absolutely.
Or even the Steelers one. Yeah, boy, covering those parade. Well, I got one parade. Was one of the most fun things I ever did. Holy crap, that was awesome. So yeah, I figured you'd be pretty amped up about the Knicks winning it. It was a good series.
Yeah, that was a good
wished
series.
It was a little bit more competitive, but what I saw was still highly entertaining.
That was a team who thoroughly dismantled the Cavaliers and just about did so with the Spurs. That comeback was unbelievable.
Yeah. Joel Nelson, big NBA guy. Are you into the World Cup? Has that got your attention now?
I'll watch the United States games, but otherwise not so much outside of whenever the United States plays.
Yeah, I've been kind of dormant on it too. They did have it on in the Jumbotron Coors Field yesterday while guys were getting early work. That was kind of neat. So we were watching some of that. I had to film something for Sportsnet Pittsburgh, but it was neat to hear people banging on the pads and stuff and getting into it whenever the USA was closing that out. So that was fun. But anyway, all right, this is a baseball show. Let's talk about baseball. Stop talking about other stuff. But 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates, they want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com. That'll register your 12 and under team. 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. More details at 937thefan.com. All right, so last segment I talked about Connor Griffin and wanting to tease that a little bit and what we're seeing with him and just sort of the breadcrumbs or things that I'm noticing picking up along the way. Connor Griffin joined us for the Fan 5 Alarm, which is hugely appreciated. Let me pull up these numbers from Pony. I don't know if he'll get mad at me for sharing or not, but so we raffled off baseballs, 3 signed baseballs for Connor Griffin, and they got, I think, like 200-ish donations, which is absolutely huge and helping out volunteer fire departments throughout the area. I was texting with Connor after that, and I was telling him, a little bit more about how much was being raised and where it all goes and how it all works. And he was extremely, extremely excited to be a part of that. And the interview was a lot of fun. You can check that out at Odyssey.com or the Odyssey app. Listen back, of course. But the meaty part of the interview was his health and what's going on. And he's throwing out to 150 feet. He's throwing on back-to-back days. He's hitting, doing everything in the cage. He's kind of getting antsy to get back. I think the Pirates are getting antsy to see him get back. I know, last night the Pirates shortstop comes up with the bases loaded and 1-out situation. Can I go out on a limb and say you'd probably rather see Connor Griffin in that spot than Jared Triolo? The offense has very clearly been missing Connor Griffin and O'Neal Cruz. And it's also true, I'd like to see Connor Griffin back yesterday, but let's get Connor Griffin on a rehab assignment. Let's get this going. He's going to need one. That's fine. I'd like to see them get him in a position to take advantage of his bat. I don't think anybody is looking at this situation and saying, arm, forearm, elbow, all this stuff with Connor Griffin. You're not throwing caution to the wind, just saying heck with it. Like the young kid's arm matters. If he was a DH only and they said we need to concern ourselves with this kid's elbow and tread lightly, I think every fan out there would completely understand. But I do want to see his bat in the lineup. I do think it matters. You're throwing with a throwing program that is that intense. And I understand being cautious too. Absolutely. He's a huge investment. He's a hugely important part of their future. Do not begrudge them in the least for worrying about his health. And in fact, I respect it. But I do hope and think that we're getting to a point where we're going to see Connor Griffin back on this major league roster sooner than later. They certainly need that. Connor Griffin, when he does play the field, his defense is every bit as good as Jared Triolo, in my opinion, if not better. And it also puts Jared Triolo in a spot that Jared Triolo should be in. It's somewhat frustrating because, I do think a lot of Jared Triolo. I think he serves a purpose on a major league roster. I have absolutely no problem with him being a bench player and a utility backup. He's a serviceable player in several positions. But coming up in key situations and expecting a lot of offense there, we just haven't seen that. So I want to get him back and want to get O'Neal Cruz back as well. Have not seen a lot of activity from O'Neal Cruz. He's been around the team, but he's had kind of a soft cast on his left hand. And I've seen him sitting in a cage. I've not seen him swinging in a cage. He's going to get reevaluated. I believe it was 2 weeks after he went on the IL. He went on the IL June 10th. So probably in this next homestand, I think he's going to get reevaluated. His prognosis was 4 to 6 weeks. So hopefully those fractures heal up fast and can start talk of a rehab assignment or something to get him back as well. The Pirates do, the bullpen is the greater concern. Certainly not diminishing that, but want to get those guys back in the offense. They're just so much better. Last topic is the idea of the trade deadline and what's out there, where the Pirates might go. I think there's some factor fiction going on here. And this isn't to rip on Jeff Passan by any stretch, because I think the world of Jeff. I know him personally. I've been around him. Really, really, really great guy. I know where he gets, he works is what I'm saying. Jeff goes to the right places to get information. But I was a little bit surprised to see some of the candidates that he listed, potential fits for the Pirates, citing Wilson Contreras, Christian Walker, Luis Arias, and Ryan Jeffers. I don't see them adding any of those guys. I really don't. I mean, the first three play first base. Arraez, you could put at second. Either way, those positions aren't really open with the Pirates, nor are they concerns. Spencer Horwitz, Brandon Lau, Ryan O'Hearn, I'm good with all of them. They have been the furthest thing from a problem with the Pirates. And Ryan Jeffers, I mean, you could probably look at Endy and Henry and say there's a need for an upgrade, but you just traded a third catcher. Endy right now, as I was talking about with Ford, has an 850 OPS. I'm not sure if that's the solution. I'd rather see them spend their capital elsewhere. And Aroldis Chapman was the first one on that list, and obviously can't endorse that enough. That's the pie in the sky. It's also a tough acquisition cost. Has an ERA under 1, I believe, 14, 15 saves, something like that. I mean, Chapman needs no endorsement from me. He's been dominant, but it is a hefty contract. $13 million this year, as a $13 million option next year. There's going to be a market for him. I don't think Chapman's somebody that comes off the board now. I think it's going to take a little bit. I'd still like to see them stay in on Aroldis Chapman, but I think there are some other routes that they could go. One of those guys who still stands out to me is Antonio Senzatella. Last night ends up actually earning the win because of a scorer's decision, but he's pitched very, very well. That was his 7th win on the year, has an ERA in the low 2s. He's affordable. It's a $12 million salary this year. He's a transition starter, but he's been really good. Kyle Finnegan is somebody who's pitched in the back end of games. He's pitching for the Tigers right now. Things are going wrong in Detroit. Who knows if they can pry him away from there. And Garrett Whitlock is another reliever, has pitched a lot of 8th inning appearances with the Red Sox. I wouldn't mind seeing the Pirates try to get him, but Whitlock's been extremely consistent over the past few years. I'm going to grab his stats now. 2.91 ERA, 4-1 this year. Last year was worth 2.3 wins above replacement, according to Baseball Reference, the exact type that the Pirates could afford, and they could certainly benefit from having him in their bullpen. Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, sunny skies in temperatures in the 70s in Pittsburgh. Like I said, we should be around 90 for the ball game over at Coors Field. If you've never been out to Denver, I would highly recommend it. It's a wonderful place to watch a game. Downtown Denver to me is meh. I could take it or leave it, but Coors Field is just an absolutely gorgeous park and a unique place to play. And plus, tonight we have Paul Skeens on the mound. Should be a lot of fun. Joel, thanks so much for your help, man. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure to get together with you.
Good stuff as always, Jason.
All right. I think I'm gonna go back to bed. It's early here. We'll see. But always fun to get up early on a Saturday and talk some Pirates with you. Bob Pompiani is next. This has been Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Father's Day, go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
Pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming out.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
We are Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, we drink local. We drink Iron City beer since 1861. Cold, smooth, crafted for generations. For more than 160 years, Iron City Beer has been part of the city we call home. Have you tried Pittsburgh's beer lately? Iron City Beer. Start with the original. Since 1861.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Sportage S Hybrid, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Hybrid or gas, your call. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia, let's ride. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 4-3. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 9:10. It's right here on The Fan with coverage at 8:15. Presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. It'll be Paul Skeens on the mound up against Tomoyuki Sugano of Colorado as the Pirates look to even that series. And from Shinnecock, these Shinnecock updates are brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you aren't being fit outdoors, you aren't being fit. Wyndham Clark leads the way with 7 under, a commanding lead for him, 4 strokes ahead of Xander Schauffele, Tom Kim, Sam Stevens, and Matt Fitzpatrick, who who are all 3 under. All of them set to get underway in the 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cochran, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And a very pleasant good morning, everyone. It is a sunny day, a beautiful day, and tomorrow's the beginning of summer officially. So we're kicking it off in a good way here today at 412-928-9370. I'm flanked by Joel Nelson, who'll be running the ship today as he often does. Joel, thank you for all your work you do, and you call him at 412-928-9370. How are you this morning, Joel?
Doing well, Bob. How about you?
What'd you think about the Pirates last night, Joel?
Oh, gosh. That's, hey, the game of baseball, it's a brand new day. And Paul Skeens is on the mound.
It is, but they're 76 games into this now, and they're at 500, which is something that I didn't think we thought we'd be at. I thought they'd be better than this by now. And, you know, out of the division race, they're not in good shape right now. Wild card race, very crowded. We'll get into that today, 412-928-9370. First, I want to thank our show sponsors. PNC Bank, make today the day. Brilliantly boring since 1865. Number One Cochran, go one better, ride in style at Number One Cochran. And Shenderovich and Fishman, they got your back, not your wallet, unless you play them in golf, and then they got your wallet. They're that good. 412-928-9370. It's also the number of the text line, which is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. You can also hit me up on X. It's at KD Pomp. A lot to get into, as I said. I know that Jason Mackey just spent 2 hours going through some of the problems with the Pirates, and there are many specific to the bullpen, catcher, and hitting and clutch situations. We'll get into that if you'd like to opine. But also, we'll get into Brendan Sorsby, who is a quarterback who is headed to the supplemental draft. And a lot of people around the NFL are wondering who would be the team to take this guy. First of all, I don't even think there's a date for this draft yet. They very rarely use it, but when they do, it's normally someone who has a lot of talent but has encountered problems in his life. Well, Sorsby has done that with a gambling addiction that makes this case very, very interesting to dole out. He is, by all accounts, someone who's headed to be a first-round draft pick. Very good at Cincinnati, although there were some saying big games he didn't deliver as much as he should have. Texas Tech gave him a ton of money. All of a sudden, this story comes out of nowhere where, there's 9,000 bets on all sorts of things, to the point where he went to, I suppose, a rehab facility. And now he's going to be eligible, as he was not ruled eligible for the NCAA, so he'll be headed to the NFL supplemental draft. The Steelers have never taken anyone in the supplemental draft. Again, very rarely used. I don't expect that to change this time around. But there are a lot of teams out there that have quarterback needs, and certainly the Steelers are one of them in terms of future quarterbacks. If you did something like that, I wonder where it would end up. Because if you brought this guy in, number one, you'd be admitting that Howard and Aller, as much as they've been talked up, may not be actually the answer. And we don't know that yet. We may find out that it is. One of them could be the answer. Who knows? But we don't know that. We know Rodgers has one more year, and then who's going to be the future quarterback? Well, Sorsby, if you believe that he's that good, and if you believe he can control his issues, you may want to take a chance on that. I think the New York Jets are, in my view anyway, the most likely team to do it, just because Woody Johnson doesn't run away from a headline that he can't achieve. He loves headlines in New York. He's going against the Giants all the time in terms of battling for front page stuff. That would be an interest. They need a quarterback. I don't think there's any question about that. There are a lot of teams. Arizona's one of them. You look around the NFL, there are teams that don't have a solid foundation at quarterback. I wonder what teams will do. And just so you understand, the supplemental draft, it's the same as a regular draft. You go from the worst record to the best, first round 1 through 32. If you pass on him, that's fine. You go to the next. The thing about it, if you do take him, whatever round you take him in, you sacrifice that corresponding pick in next year's draft. So who would be willing to roll the dice there, and what round would likely this happen? Sorsby, to me, is not. He would be if he had a good year this year, would be a first-round pick next year. But with this gambling problem, and with the fact that he's going into supplemental, I don't think teams want to give up first or second round picks. So at the earliest, I would think third round. And even then, I don't think it would happen. It may happen in the fourth round, because how many fourth rounders do you actually get legitimately and turn into good players? This guy could be an answer. The problem with him, though, too, is that this gambling thing will stick with him. And anytime there is, a terrible game, he throws some, wild interception, people will wonder, did he bet on that team? Did he do? It's just, unfortunately, the way it's going to go for him. So he's going to have to work extra hard to get the opportunity. I'd like to know what you think at 412-928-9370. If you were the Steelers, would you take him? Or what team do you think will take him in the supplemental draft? I'm also going to get into the Pirates, as I say, but also the U.S. Open is entering day 3, and Wyndham Clark has a 4-shot lead over 4 others at this point. He's 7 under par, has been terrific, and he's been one of the hottest players on tour coming into this U.S. Open. And so he's doing it. He looks like he's going to be in position to win this thing. Although it's going to get windy today, it's going to get firmer today, the greens are going to be faster today. So I can already see on the scorecards of guys who are playing that it's off to a bad start. Scores are going to be higher, no doubt. But it's Clark at -7, Tom Kim, who hasn't been heard from recently, at -3, along with Sam Stevens, Xander Schauffele, and Matthew Fitzpatrick. Then there's Colin Morikawa, who really played well yesterday, 65 to move up over a lot of people. He's now at -2. I thought the most interesting round yesterday, however, belonged to Joaquin Niemann, because he, if you weren't paying attention to this in the first round, shot a 74, I believe it was. But on one of the holes, he had 2 shots out of bounds. His third shot went into high fescue. He then chopped out of it, was really upset, launched his club airborne, projectile style. And then after the round, he was told he's getting a 2-shot penalty for that sort of conduct. So, he's sitting there thinking, I'm not going to make the cut. But he went out despite all of that and shot 65 yesterday. And he's at +3, so he did make the cut. Also, congrats to Neil Shipley. He made the cut, +7. Jake Sullen from Valley Brook, who made this field, which is a tremendous accomplishment in and of itself, shot 82-71, +13. Unfortunately, he will not be around for the weekend. John Rahm won't be around for the weekend. Bryson DeChambeau won't be around for the weekend. Patrick Reed won't be around for the weekend. John Rahm shot 68 first round, and then he followed that up with 7 bogeys and a double bogey en route to a 78, so he didn't make the cut. That's how tough that golf course can be. But with regard to Wyndham Clark, there's been a lot of questions about whether or not the USGA would have him back, whether or not Oakmont would have him back. The next U.S. Open at Oakmont is 2033. I think if you follow this, you know exactly what happened last year. After Friday's round, and he was not happy, and he's had some anger issues, he went into what is a National Historic Landmark, and he absolutely destroyed 2 lockers. The people of Oakmont were not happy with that. It took him a while to even address it, and in fact, this week, for the first time publicly, I think he addressed it, but it's a year later. They were not happy with it, and I can tell you today they're still not happy with it. Oakmont has a rule, and I spoke with John Lynch, who's the president out there, and if you remember, and you bring a guest, and that guest does what he did in a locker room, you would never, ever, ever be allowed back. And I think that's still how they feel about Wyndham Clark. I think they are of the mindset that they will not welcome him back. Now, again, 2033 is a long way to go. I think that's the last year of Clark's exemption status. The question would be, can the membership supersede the USGA? Especially if he wins this week and he wins a couple of these along the way. What would happen in that little tug of war? But I can tell you right now that, again, they were looking for some remorse from him, didn't get it. And they take that seriously because it is their property, because it's been deemed a National Historic Landmark. And right now, as it stands, Oakmont would not welcome him back. If he wanted to play next week, for example, a practice round 2 years from now, they would not welcome him back. So I don't know what's going to change there, but I know that it's not over, and Oakmont is certainly not happy. And I guarantee you this, Wyndham Clark's the last guy they want to see win this U.S. Open. 412-928-9370 would be that number to call. World Cup, USA does it again. They shut out Australia 2-0. So they win Group D. They did it without Christian Pulisic, who's had an injury, and they kind of nursed that along. You thought he might play. He did not play, so that's good news for them. Paraguay beat Turkey after that, so that clinched their Group D standing as number 1, so they'll move on. And I believe they play the third-place finisher in Group B, and that will be sometime July 1st or 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. So USA off to a good start. It's their best grouping since 2010 when they moved on. So now they're into the round of 32. We have a lot to get into it. 412-928-9370. Joey Bart was traded. Your thoughts on that trade? They got in return Hunter Stratton, a 4.38 ERA in the minors. He has not even been up. If you want bullpen help, I would have looked a lot other places other than Hunter Stratton. I'm just curious. Joey Bart was coming back for an injury, and before we saw that injury happen, he was 9 for his last 20. He was hitting the ball well. He has a history of hitting some long balls, although he lost that power stroke last year. So he's gone, which means Henry Davis stays and Andy Rodriguez stays. And I guess those two will be your 1-2 punch. Not in that order. It'll be Rodriguez as the everyday catcher, Davis pitching maybe once, twice a week. Certainly for Skeens, he'll be there today when Paul Skeens faces Colorado. Is that the right move for the Pirates at this point? How long do they stick with Henry Davis? And how much clout should Paul Skeens have in deciding that Henry Davis should stay here as his personal catcher when he's hitting 138 or whatever he's hitting? 412-928-9370 is the number to call. A lot to get into, as I said. So if you want to call on any of these topics, feel free to do so. Pirates will take on Colorado game 2. It's a terrible loss last night. Just face it. They're going against Kyle Freeland, who was just awful in this season. A 10-plus ERA. He looked like Steve Carlton last night. He was just dominating. 8 different strikeouts in that game. He took a shutout into that 8th inning. And finally, the Pirates got some hits, clutch hits. You thought they're going to win. They went up 3-2, bottom of that inning. Mason Montgomery comes in and gives it up. Now, if I look back at that inning, Montgomery got the first 2 out. The next 2 got dribblers that saw their way to the outfield, seeing eye singles, and then a 2-run double to put them in front. So still, game not over. They go to the top of the 9th, and what happens? The bases are loaded, nobody out, and they don't score. The game ends on a Jared Triolo inning-ending double play. So the Pirates are now 38-38. They're far back, even though Milwaukee lost last night, and Jacob Misiorowski suffered his first loss in like over a month, and he only gave up a couple of runs in that game, but he had given up 1 run in his last 8 games. That's how dominant he's been. But the Brewers lost to the Braves 3-2, so the Pirates did not lose ground to them, but they did lose ground in the wild card chase. A lot to get into. Let's roll it, Joel, right here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 calls. I want to start with Tom in Oakmont, who joins us right now. Tom, what's going on?
Oh, hey, Bob, I just called in about 9 seconds ago, and I got to the head of the line.
Well, I saw you at Oakmont. Since I brought that up as an issue, I thought you might have some interesting thoughts about it.
I want to talk about the Steelers.
Okay, never mind. All of that didn't make sense to me. See, you threw me off with where you're located, and I thought that's what you wanted to talk about. But go ahead, Tom.
I don't think that was any big deal. I think that guy ought to. I hope he wins this thing. I think
they think it's still a big deal.
They do, but I don't. But neither here nor there. But I mean, the Steelers should go public. This new Rooney's outlived his usefulness. The old guys were cold, the chief and the other guy.
All right, what are you talking about now? Specifically, what angers
Steelers.
you? I know,
they
but what?
Should sell. They should go public, like Green Bay. That way he'd get his money out of it, and we'd get him out of the Steelers, and
that's
they
not
could
going
run
to
that
happen.
thing.
That's not going to happen. It just simply isn't going to happen.
Oh, no, it may not happen, but I mean, that's my opinion. I think this guy's rum-dum, and he needs to go, and the Rooney should sell.
All right. Thanks for the call,
thanks.
Tom. Appreciate it. But they just won a division, and they're going to be a team that will compete, I think, for a division again, depending on what happens. Do they have issues? Sure. Do they have a quarterback issue? Yes. They need to figure it out beyond this year. Let's go to Jay in Pittsburgh. Jay joins us here on the Fan Hotline. What's up, Jay?
Hey, Bob. I have a couple of golf questions.
Sure. Go ahead.
My first one is, what's your thoughts on Dustin Johnson kind of turning the clock back and playing well, and if he'll ever return to being world number 1?
I think he missed the cut, though, didn't he? Or if he didn't, he's up. Maybe he did miss the cut. I don't know. It was DeChambeau who I think missed the cut. I'm not sure if – I got to double-check that. I don't know if he'll ever get back to it. I think those guys took the money knowing that they wouldn't be in competitive situations, not getting a lot of visibility. Dustin Johnson was at the top of his game at Whistling Straits, and then – he takes the money at Live, which is great. He made that decision, made a lot of money. Can he get back to being a world top 10 ranked player? I don't know if he can or can't.
Okay, and my second question for you is, who do you think is going to win the U.S. Open after 2 rounds?
Well, Clark is playing very well. And I think I told Joe Starkey last week, Jay, that, he's probably the guy everyone should pick, just how he's been playing. He and Matthew Fitzpatrick were 2 of the hottest guys going, and Fitzpatrick is 4 back. First of all, I'm going to think the scores are going to be higher today. So I think if Clark can stay right where he is at -7, he'll still have the lead going into the final round. But I'm going to look at Morikawa. I'm going to look at Schauffele. My pick was Tommy Fleetwood. Now he's +1, so he's only 4 back of second place, but he's 7 back of Clark. So I think the field would like Clark to have a tough day. If he shoots 75 or something, he will open up the door to a lot of people. So I think that's the thing to watch today when he tees off.
I agree. I think also looking at Rory, his ball striking's been, astronomically good, and he's just missed a lot of, short putts.
Yeah, short. And John Rahm, after shooting 68, ended up ranked 151 in short game conversions, and thus he missed the cut by 7 bogeys and a double bogey yesterday. That's how that course can jump up and get you, Jay.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. 412-928-9370. David is in North Huntington, and now he's on the Fan.
Hey, Bob. Yeah, I heard you talking about Wyndham Clark and Oakmont not being happy with him. And I've heard the same, but today on, or maybe it was last night on the Golf Channel, they were showing all these interviews that he had done where he, was more contrite. But then they went to Brandel Chambly. He claimed that he talked to Bob Ford, and that Bob Ford said that that the message or that the incident was behind him, that he made amends, that they were okay with it and whatnot. So
I think Bob.
That he said that.
I think Bob.
I don't know
if he said it. I don't think that's accurate. I don't. I love Bob. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And but I think the membership still is not at that point. So
the one thing I'll say is that I have a third party that I guess worked security at the Olympics, and he was on there on that. He represented the U.S. and I guess confirmed what most people think about Wyndham. I'll take Matthew Fitzpatrick. Over the weekend.
Even his brother Alex.
He's a grinder, Bob.
I know he's a grinder. That's who normally does well. That's why I was hoping that Fleetwood would be there, and he's still close enough, but he's going to have to shoot like 64 today if that's possible. So thanks, David. Appreciate it.
All right.
412-928-9370. We have Carl in West Mifflin joining us right now. Hello, Carl. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to talk to you about, can you give West Virginia baseball team some props, man?
I think we have. We covered them all the way through that whole process.
I mean, was that the best team they ever had?
I know, but we did that, and we actually sent Cassidy Wood down to West Virginia to cover them. So we made a commitment to do it once we saw what they were doing. It was a tremendous run, and they finally ran into a buzzsaw in North Carolina and lost, but to get to where they had to go was amazing. We heard Country Road song over and over again for about a week and a half. Good for them. Right. They have some very talented guys on that team. J.J. Weatherholt is in the majors, and there are going to be a couple of guys on that team, one of whom is from Central Catholic. Kelly's going to be probably in there too. So we'll see what happens moving forward.
I got one more question. How long do you think Stahl going to play for Carolina?
Who? Jordan Stahl? The captain? Oh, probably another couple of years. I mean, I don't suspect he's going to win a championship, get a Conn Smythe and quit. He likes hockey a lot, just like, Crosby and Malkin and all those guys do, Letang. So I think he's still in good enough shape. He's coming off a Stanley Cup Finals where he had 6 goals in 6 games. That's pretty impressive stuff. So I don't expect him to quit anytime soon.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Bob.
All right, Carl. Thank you. All right, we're just getting started. 412-928-9370. Got a bunch of lines open for you. Comment on whatever you'd like to talk about from Sorsby and whether or not, if you're an NFL team, would you take him? Would you risk it? And if so, can you think he could make it in the NFL to be a starting franchise quarterback? We'll talk about U.S. Open as we continue. We'll also talk about World Cup and, of course, the Pirates leading the way here. Pirates lost last night, and that was a game you absolutely had. We'll look into the standings when we come back and tell you how far back they are and what they need to do after 76 games of the season when they're 38-38. But first, I want to tell you about West Shore Home, because in Pittsburgh, we take pride in supporting local businesses. It's one of the reasons why I'm here to tell you about West Shore Home. They are that, a local business founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native. West Shore Home has its headquarters right here in the state of Pennsylvania, and they employ 70 local team members across this Pittsburgh region. And over the last 20 years, they've completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews along the way. You can look them up if you'd like, and you'll see what I'm talking about. And whether you're looking for a beautiful bathroom remodel, replacement windows that'll improve the comfort and energy efficiency of your home, maybe even a new entry door or flooring in your house that gives it a fresh new look, West Shore Home makes that process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you can save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project. 20% off, 20 months of no payment, no interest. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock additional savings when you visit westshorehome.com/fan. Once again, that's westshorehome.com/fan. Call 1-800-WEST-SHORE. 1-800-WEST-SHORE. There are people there on the weekends taking those calls. Financing and subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates last night fell to the Rockies 4-3. Colorado had a 2-0 lead going into the 8th inning before things caved, and the Pirates added 3 unanswered in the top of the 8th to lead 3-2 before things caved for them, and Colorado took the lead in the bottom of the 8th, 4-3, and that was the final. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 9:10. Paul Skeens takes the mound up against Tomo Sugano of Colorado, and coverage on the Fan begins at 8:15, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad. And I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000.
Summer's calling, and it tastes like flavor. Crack open the tropical taste of IC Light Mango, and now meet the new refreshingly bold IC Light Berry. Bright, crisp, refreshing, bursting with flavor, but still light. Because when the sun's out, the good times deserve a beer that brings the summer flavor rush. IC Light Mango, IC Light Berry. Pick up Iron City Mango and Berry flavored 15 packs for $18.99 at Duffy's Beer and much more.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Keeping it live and local.
Peloton.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. It's a Saturday. It's a beautiful day. Hope you're having fun with it. Tomorrow's the start of summer. I'm sure people are out doing a lot of different stuff today, so if you happen to be driving along, give us a call at 412-928-9370. We're also up on the YouTube page. A lot of good stuff to talk about. It doesn't matter what time of year, and while there's no real football topics, although there is one in Brendan Sorsby and what NFL team will take him, we also have a lot of Pirates stuff, U.S. Open going up, World Cup, you name it, we'll talk about it. Let's get back to the phone lines. Mr. Nelson, it's Brendan in Mars. He's on line 2, and he's now on the Fan. Hello, Brendan. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks. What's up?
I just wanted to talk about J.J. Weatherholt. I'm actually in a Dynasty Fantasy Baseball League, and I was just wondering what you think his projection on him is, what his outlook is. I know right now he looks like he's doing well, but I'm just not really sure if I should take him in the long run.
Yeah, he had some injuries, but on the year I saw recently he was up over 260, I think, a 10-home run, 30-some RBI guy. He's a productive player, yeah, so... As a second baseman, 10 home runs. Yeah. And again, he's missed some time. I don't know how many games he's missed. I don't know what he's played in, but his numbers are still very good. And he's been clutch, especially early in the season with St. Louis.
And what sort of injury was that? Was it something like...
I don't know exactly what it was.
Run?
Yeah, he's been back. So I think it's been something that bothered him, and he overcame it for now. I'd have to double check on that. But yeah, his numbers are pretty good. I just looked him up. 10 home runs, 31 runs batted in, 262 average.
Wow, absolutely. And he's cute, too. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Thank you at 412-928.
Have a good one.
You
thank
too.
You. Thank you.
412-928-9370 is the number to call. Let's re-examine the Bednar for Rafael Flores Jr. trade, because that happened. Bednar had struggled here a little bit. You know, they thought Dennis Santana was going to be their guy. They thought bringing in Gregory Soto at $7 million was a good thing, certainly. And he's been very good, largely. But then a lot of things have happened to change that. Santana was taken off of his role as a closer. Soto moves into it. Then they have to make some deals and moves. You had Justin Lawrence being DFA'd. He wasn't doing a good job. Isaac Mattson had to be sent to the minors. They've tried different things, but none of it has worked. What they haven't tried is really going out and acquiring a big-name guy or somebody who has had a really good reputation in the bullpen. They brought in Hunter Stratton, but he's not even in the majors. They signed him to AAA. He's been here before. People know of him. I don't know that he's going to make one bit of a difference moving forward. He might but he had a 4.38 ERA in the minors this year. But Bednar for Flores, when that was done, a lot of people wondered, does that mean that they're souring on Henry Davis? Because Flores was a guy who was with the Yankees and certainly a guy who had some nice numbers. Now, he's only been up here a very short time, but the one game that he did start, he hit a whopping home run, and he's not had a lot of power this year in the minors, but up here he did, and he also had a run-producing double. So he had 2 extra base hits in that game. Gave you hope that maybe this is a guy who could be part of your future. Was that behind the trade of Joey Bart? What do you think really was behind the trade of Joey Bart? Was it simply Paul Skeens coming out and talking about how he needs to have, Henry Davis every single day? And is that the way it works? I understand superstars get superstar treatment sometimes, but when you're hitting 138 or whatever it is right now, and he has really struggled, and every time he grips the bat, he looks like, some sawdust is going to come out of it because he's gripping it that hard. He is not swinging with confidence, but he's in there. Can they afford to have a 138 hitting catcher? Well, right now, at least he's lost his job to Andy Rodriguez. Jared Triolo has gotten a whole bunch of play because Connor Griffin has not been able to play. Triolo, although he did have 2 hits last night, hit into the game-ending double play last night. It just basically underscores their lack of depth, especially when it comes to, hitters. If they lose a couple of guys from here, they lost Cruz, they lost Griffin. That certainly has hurt them. Cruz was hitting the ball pretty consistently for power, and Griffin was making strides. They're both not been in there, and I'm not sure when they come back, although Griffin indicated here on the Fan 5 alarm that he would be willing to hit and DH. They have not made that decision yet. So it's very interesting what's happening in that situation. They got to get more production. You can't have no production there. You can't have no production from Triolo's position. And outfield has been, kind of a mixed bag. Jake Mangum has to play a lot because of it, and I like him as a player, as a guy who can certainly give you some quality bats at times. He's one of the best at infield singles. He gets on base. He's a hustler. All that's fine, but he shouldn't be out there every single day. But that's the situation they find themselves in. So today it's going to be Paul Skeens on the mound. He should be heavily favored in this game against Colorado. And by the way, Colorado is just a terrible team. Last night, Kyle Freeland, he came into that game with a near 8 ERA. He was one of the worst pitchers in the National League. And he pretty much looked like Steve Carlton up there. And you can't do that against that kind of team. You got to take advantage now. They actually did take the lead late with 3 runs in the 8th inning, and you thought, okay, now the bullpen has to do its thing. And while the lack of hitting in clutch time has been a problem, there's not been a bigger problem than what you see with the bullpen. The bullpen, once again, had a good inning from Rodriguez, who seems to have gotten back on track, but not the case with Mason Montgomery. He gave up 2 runs in that 8th inning, and they were not able to overcome it. So as we stare now at the National League Central Division standings, Milwaukee, which lost last night, and Jacob Mizorowski, who rarely loses, did lose to the Atlanta Braves. They're still very comfortably in front at 45-28, a 5.5 game lead over the Cardinals. Cubs have been starting to score a lot of runs. They got 16 yesterday on Toronto, and they win. So they're 40-36. They're 6.5 back. Pirates are in 4th place, 8.5 back. They're 38-38 at 500. And then the Cincinnati Reds are there. But the more important thing at this point, because I don't think the division is going to be something they can win at this point. You're 76 games in, you're 8.5 back, you got to climb 3 teams. It's not going to happen. So what about the wild card situation? Because that, to me, is more available, and the Pirates have better chances there. At least you so think. But when analyzed here, the top 3 teams for the wild card would be the Cardinals, the Phillies, and the Cubs. Those are the 3 teams they're chasing. But the Pirates are 4 teams back of teams that are still knocking on the wood or are ahead of them. So you have the Diamondbacks, the Padres, the Nationals, the Marlins, and then the Pirates. So the Pirates are actually still only 2 games back of the 3rd and final wild card spot. But losing games like last night, when the season is over, you're going to look back at something like that, the game they had against the Phillies and lost when they had a 6-0 lead. Those kinds of things, because of bullpen issues, have been problematic. And that will ultimately decide what happens with the Pirates, I think, moving forward. They got to be in that wild card race, and they got to make up ground. The problem when you have so many teams you have to deal with is that they're all not going to get cold at the same time. You can get hot, but some of them may get hot also. So you could be running in place, and that's, I think, the Pirates, the position they're in right now. So what happens at the trade deadline? If you're, Ben Cherington and you're staring at a team, let's say it's 500. Let's say they're in the same exact position. Let's say they're 8.5 out of first, 2 out of a wild card, but behind 4 teams who are ahead of them in the wild card. So what do you do? Do you make a big trade? You don't have Brandon Lau beyond this year. Do you start negotiations with him and find out what he wants? So maybe he's reasonable. Maybe he wants to stay here, and you wouldn't trade him. But if they're not in a position to be in a playoff team, do you trade Brandon Lau in an effort to get something in return? If they're where they are right now, my answer is no. My answer is go out and buy. You have come this far. You made it, in the offseason. Your pledge was to be a playoff team. So if that's still the case and you're within reach, then you must go out and buy, not sell. 412-928-9370. Newt is in Aspinwall. What's up, Newt?
Hey, Pomp. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, I called Mackey a couple days ago, and I told him this move needs made. And I guess I convinced him because he was mentioning it as a move to make this morning. They cannot leave Colorado without Antonio Senzatella.
And he finished the game last night, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Overpay. Make sure he's on that plane when they leave.
What would you get up to get him?
Got to get him. I'd give up Florentino. The big touted rookie.
He's at Greensboro right now. He's hit home runs almost every day. He's a big, talented, swinging power hitter, it looks like. It may take something like that. So you're of the belief that if they're in this thing, which they still are technically, especially in the wild card, then you got to make every play to make it better at the trade deadline.
Exactly, 100%. And also, have you seen a worse team in your lifetime with the bases loaded than the Pirates? And I'm going back like over the last decade. I don't monitor other teams, but I can't remember seeing so many times over the years where they get bases loaded and come away with nothing. It's incredible.
And it's so many times it's affected them. I'm looking up trying to find out right now some of those the numbers that would support what you're saying.
I'm going by eye test, and again, I'm going back over the years. I'm not just saying last night or this year. It seems like they do it an awful lot, or they come away with nothing.
Yeah, it's hard to find numbers specifically on this, but with the bases loaded, you're right. The eye test would tell you that they've struggled a lot. And when you have a game in the balance, when the bullpen's not doing its job, you got to come up with hits in those situations.
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll see what they do. We're getting closer on that date, and I'm sure the talk will continue. Let me ask you this real quick. So, are you a Brandon Lau fan to the point where you'd sign him long-term, and if so, how much would it take?
I would sign him to like a 3-year deal. I wouldn't go more than, $15 million. I don't know. He's probably going to come in more than that.
He wouldn't even look at that. He wants probably 5 or 25.
Okay, well then I would move on from him.
Would you then trade him at the trade deadline?
If we're out of it, absolutely. If we're out of it, we have to sell off. We got to rebuild again. But the only problem there is you have to first fire Cherington. I don't want him part of another rebuild.
Well,
he cannot be there if it's a fire sale. They have to have somebody else orchestrating it.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Thanks for the call, Newt. Appreciate that. First of all, if they're again, I'm using this as the baseline. They are where they are right now. 8.5 at the All-Star break out of first. 2 games behind the last wild card. That to me puts them in contention. That to me means they must upgrade. Let's go to Brian in McKees Rocks. Hello, Brian. How are you?
I'm great, Bob. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Yeah, so I don't see how, if they're in the position you just described, that's an all-buy situation for Cherington. With a lockout looming and the goal stated in the offseason being the playoffs, I don't think they renew his contract after 27 if he doesn't make the playoffs this year. So this becomes by default an all-in situation. Brandon Lau, I don't know. He's not somebody you sign long-term because of his age and durability, and you're not going to trade him unless you're 10 games out of the wild card. So, I think that this is the bet they made.
Yeah, well, they're expecting it to, it was at the time a very nice deal because he is only 1 year left on a deal. You can, and you should maximize his efforts knowing he wants to get a new deal, and that's worked so far. He has 18 home runs.
No doubt. Huge fan of Brandon Lau. No, it's in terms of the bet they made. They built a roster that has no margin for error on the 1 through 9. And when you lose KG and you lose Cruz for a month, there's no depth behind it. And I understand there's financial limitations, but I don't think anybody was expecting the bullpen to be one of the worst ones in the past 20 years either. It's just, It's a very tenuous situation because, as you said, half the NL is in the wild card race. At minimum, they have to get on a streak right now.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. And if you're going to look at silver linings, and I'm not a big silver lining guy, this team should not be in a situation where we're talking about silver linings, but it seems like that's brought up quite a bit. If there is such a thing, then I would think that Dennis Santana, over the last 8 games, realized they're in low leverage situations. He's been much better. At what point do you stick him now in the high leverage situations? Because you need him. You absolutely do. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to see Ozuna back in the lineup in the Oakland series and all these games. You got to get his bat going. If he's going to be on this roster and they don't want to move away from him, then you got to get the bat going somehow. But, silver linings, I hate to hear that term when we're talking about a team that's expected or wanting to make the playoffs. It's a bottom line business. It's about wins and losses. I don't want to hear about silver linings. Bubba Chandler, is that a silver lining? He went 6 innings, only 2 runs. But he only had 74 pitches. He was efficient. I would have kept him out there another inning. I've been saying this over and over again. They're too cautious with some of these guys who are pitching well. And last night, I saw no reason at 74 pitches to take him out of the game. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Marty in the Frick Park area. What's up, Marty? How are you?
Hey, Bob. How you doing? I looked at the standings yesterday. If you include the Mets, there's like 10 teams. The Mets are 5 out of the wild card. They got over a half a season to go.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to talk about Sorsby. But there's like 10 teams, Bob, for these 3 spots.
Well, I would expect from the teams behind the Pirates, you're right, the Mets are a team, and they also have to deal with the Reds. They have the Reds coming up next week in a series here. These are all big games. I think the Mets will start to get it together. They were really bad to start with, but they're gaining ground, and they're only 2 games back of the Pirates for that. So they're going to make a statement, even though those teams above them, again, how many of the 4 are going to go in the tank? How many 4 will win? So you're trading water trying to catch them, even though you're 2 games out. But go ahead.
Yeah, at some point they need to win an 8 out of 10. But Sorsby, right. Bob, jump into Sorsby. I think it's going to be a different direction. Instead of one of these teams that are desperate for a quarterback that doesn't have a quarterback right now, I think it might actually be like a Hall of Fame caliber coach like Andy Reid, one of the Harbaughs, Sean Payton, one of those people taken like in the 4th or 5th round because they have the credentials to absorb the hits. I mean, it's going to be a crazy story whoever takes him. Somebody takes him first round. Crazy.
No, I rule that completely out. I think somebody will take him, but it won't happen until probably the 4th round, maybe the 3rd. It depends on who we're talking about. But if you're really look at all these quarterback situations. Are you satisfied if you're an Arizona Cardinal fan with, we don't know about Carson Beck, 3rd round pick, Jacoby Brissett? What do they have? What do they need? They got rid of Kyler Murray. Would they take a shot at this guy?
Right. Remember, hey, Bob, just looked at it yesterday. He went 11 for 33 at Utah.
Yeah, there have been some bad games in there. Don't get me wrong. I get it.
Can have a bad game.
Yeah.
I mean, people kill Aller.
But I think what he has, is this. He's a big dude. He can run. He's got a really good arm. He has all those traits that NFL teams love to have in a quarterback.
Right. He can run. He can definitely run. There's no question about that. You know who else can run, Bob? Saw a lot of Kansas State. Will Howard. Will Howard can run.
Yeah, he's not as fast, but he can. He absolutely can. He had some big runs in that. We're going to see about Will Howard. There's a lot of talk. Unfortunately, we never saw it this preseason. I think it'll be fascinating to watch he and Aller both play.
All right, Bob.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Marty. We're going to take a break. Frank in Greensburg, Joe, Daryl, John, you're all coming up when I come back. We're going to get a lot of calls in as we continue to 1 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Back with more of those right after this as Joel Nelson provides an update.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This Shinnecock update is brought to you by True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and by Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Wyndham Clark is the leader at 7 under, and then there are 4 who are 3 under. They are Xander Schauffele, Tom Kim, Sam Stevens, and Matt Fitzpatrick. All 5 of those players set to tee off today in the 3 o'clock hour. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. With America turning 250, Number One Cochrane is pulling out all the stops during their red, white, and new event. Get up to an extra $1,000 in tag savings on eligible new and pre-owned vehicles. And that's just for starters. You can also find ultra-low lease rates, value-packed pre-owned payments, and financing as low as 0% from 8 different Number One Cochrane new car brands. Plus, select vehicles have markdowns of $10,000 or more. So hurry in for the red, white, and new event, now at Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Tag savings apply to select new and pre-owned models in stock. No specific down payment required for 0% APR. Cost per $1,000 finance is $16.67 per month with 60 months and $13.89 per month for 72 months. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Prior sales excluded. Ed 7626.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. True Fan Travel is making it happen. October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Your package includes 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, a full-day Versailles experience, a meet and greet with a Black and Gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate on game day. Everything is handled. All you do is show up and be there for history. Book now at truefantravel.com.
Hi, I'm Linda from Newburyport. I lost 20 pounds on Awaken 180. In my family, there's a history of type 2 diabetes. I've always carried more weight than I should. And my glucose levels had always been hovering at that pre-diabetic. My goal was to see if I can avoid becoming a diabetic after having been on the Awaken 180 program and getting the 20 pounds off. I am no longer pre-diabetic, and I am on a low dose high blood pressure medication. And in my last 2 physicals, my doctor has been sort of like, we may need to either cut back or we might even be able to at some point take me off. Awaken 180 is just one of those tools in my health toolkit. It's really easy.
Donnie Football here. That's what this is really all about. The numbers your doctor reads, not just the one on the scale. Linda changed hers with Awaken 180. Medication free, and so did I. Yours could be next. Awaken180weightloss.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Baseball fans, Father's Day is right around the corner, and what do dads like? Baseball and beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, where they've got the best prices around and the best selection and best customer service. And right now, for Father's Day, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. Perfect for the dad in your life. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Ready to kick off summer in a new GMC? Head to Joe Ball GMC for Truck Month, where the inventory is huge, the savings are even bigger, and qualified buyers can score rates as low as 0% financing. Plus, save big across their entire lineup of new GMC vehicles. Hurry in today or go to joeballgm.com.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, No one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. This is the Bob Pompiani Show.
I'm turning it up.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
All right, we're back. Cale Berger just walked in here and said he shot a career-best 75 over the weekend. How about that, Joel? 75 for Cale Berger. Well, that's wonderful. I have another just quick golf note for you. Luca Capriotti. He is the son of Anthony, who belongs at St. Clair, and they played in the father-son event, which they won. But 15-year-old Luca made a hole-in-one on number 12 out there. It's a 157-yard shot with a 7-iron. 15 years old, so I imagine Dad would have to pick up the bar bill there. You don't have to worry about that. But what a tremendous shot, and congratulations to Luca on all his golfing success. 412-928-9370. Got a little football note for you tonight. On KDK-TV from 7 o'clock until 8, we're going to debut. If you did not get a chance to see the Football Town when it was at the Cayman Science Center or during the NFL Draft, well, we have the television debut of it coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, KDKA. The Football Town. Those of you who haven't seen it, you should. It's a wonderful 60 minutes, and we'll have it for you starting tonight at 7 o'clock, KDK-TV. In the meantime, let's get back to the Lions. Frank in Greensburg is next up. Hello, Frank. How are you?
Hi, well, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Good, thanks.
Hey, Brandon Lau has exceeded every expectation. He's been one of the best additions we've had in this town in the 21st century. But these negotiations for a contract extension need to start tomorrow. They have to find out what's going on and what his expectations, because he had like a deal with Tampa Bay for like 5 years, $20 million, which is a lot of money to us, but he hasn't had that huge payday yet, and we know that he's looking for it. They have to find out now as to what he wants, because if they're still treading water and they're not, I mean, maybe they're like 5 or 6 games of the wild card, you got to send them. You got to trade them, because you're going to get a top 5 or top 10 prospect here that could really be a game changer. And I love the guy. I wish he wouldn't stay. I hope he's here the next 5 years. But we can't keep trading for 1-year rentals.
No, and I think, he listen, he's a guy who's going to hit 30 home runs again. He hit 39 once. He hit 31. He's got the power bat that you need. He's still 31 years old, I think. At some point, I realize there's a potential lockout coming out, all that stuff. But, man, I would want him if I had 5 years, $25 million, that would be fair to me. And I think you're absolutely right, for Joe, and Frank, and what you say is that they need to start now in finding that out. They can't wait until it comes to the end of the season. By then, a whole bunch of other people may be looking at him, and then the price keeps going up. Do it. Preemptive strike, get to him, talk to his agent, see what he wants, see what they can, figure out is reasonable, and go from there. And if they can't do it, then they can't do it. And it leads to a little bit of a conundrum, because at the trade deadline, if they know that they've talked to him and his price is way out of reach, then what do? Do you just write him out if you're competitive? I say yes. If you're falling way off of it, then you may want to move him.
Can't sit back on this one. You got to find out now.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate the call. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Joe in Point Breeze. Hello, Joe. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How are you today?
Great. Beautiful day. Enjoy them all.
I know. Absolutely. Bob, I lose my mind. I've always been a Pirate fan. I go to 8 to 15 games a year. And I'm losing my mind over this team almost every night. I don't think I've been this emotionally invested, angry after every loss, ecstatic when they go on a 3-game winning streak. But, the bullpen thing, obviously, it's almost the sole factor holding them back from really being at the top of the mix, right? I mean, you look across the board, the starting pitching is good enough, the hitting's great. I mean, the base running, the speed is going to fall off when you have your 2 speed demons on the bench. And I like Coach, I like Don Kelly a lot, right? I really do. I mean, I'm rooting for the guy as a local guy. He seems to have a little bit of fire in his belly sometimes. But I could tell you, the pitching decisions, I know that metrics drive all this nonsense. I swear to God, sometimes, and this isn't just him, this is everybody, but he really exacerbates the problem to me. is that it seems like the decisions are made just to make a decision. Like, it's almost like we're on musical pitching chairs. And, like, last night when they pulled somebody after, I forget who it was, after 6 pitches, you know, and then ending it at 74. I just don't even know what the end game is anymore.
Joe, it's a good point. I think they're being held hostage. What's that?
If you keep running people out in anything, right? You're bound to run into a stinker. Like a gambler, I bet on the horses, right? I don't throw dice, but if you throw dice 5 times and you hit them, you're going to hit a stinker at some point where you're like, I just blew it all, right? That's what they do almost every time they run this short leash on everybody thing. Like, the more you run somebody out there, the more I run Secretariat out there, he's bound to lose, right? Like, it just seems to me that it's so common sense and so basic that as a former Little League and softball coach for my kids, you know, they're in their late 20s now, I know when there has to be some human.
In other words, what you're talking about, Joe, is your gut. And thanks for the call. I got to move along, but yeah, I agree. Metrics it's a hostage situation. Is what's going on here. All these numbers factor into everything much more so than they should. It's nice to have them. Are they helpful? Absolutely. But is every decision made with metrics? I hope not. That's not how it be. You should go with your gut sometimes. And it seems like most managers go with this metrics situation much more. Again, I go back to Chandler last night, 78 pitches or 74 pitches after 6 innings. He should have been out there longer. That's just me. I saw no letdown in his velocity. He was doing a good job. Strikeouts weren't there. He's putting the ball in play. They couldn't catch up to some of his fastballs. Let's go out to Daryl in Houston, Texas. Daryl, what's up? How are you doing today?
Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Good.
Joe just took most, if not all, of my thunder in regards to what I was going to conversate about. And you and I talked about it last week about Donnie Kelly. I know people like him because he's local, but I think he's in way over his head. I think he has no feel for the game. And Joe just touched on a lot of it. I think it's like managing by spreadsheet, color by numbers. There's so many decisions that are just based on, you see it and you say, well, there's nothing that's happening in the game for you to make this move. So you're making it predetermined based on a scenario, but you're not reading the room. You're not understanding the game situation. You're not understanding the now. And yesterday was just a microcosm of that up and down. The lineup is off the base. The changes with the pitching, the hitting situation, it's just fragmented. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just based on predetermined metrics and predetermined analytics. And as a manager, I think what's hurting Donnie is he didn't have the opportunity to come up through the ranks as a manager. And now he's in the big leagues and they're driving him, probably Cherington and some of the metric guys, they're driving him to these decisions where he can't say, hey, you know what, guys, I know what you're saying, but this is how it's done in the past. This is how I did it in the minor leagues. This is how I was successful as a manager there. I'm going to ride with what I know. I don't think he has that opportunity because he's new to the job and he's new to managing. And I think it's just exacerbating. It's getting worse and worse and worse because he just doesn't have a feel for the game.
Daryl, I don't know why. Those points you just raised are very valid points. But I will say that he has been a bench coach before. He's been around, and I know that he hasn't been a manager per se, but he's been around a lot of these decisions. So I think he's gone with his gut a lot at certain times, and then other times he doesn't. And I agree with you. I think there is pressure coming down from the people in charge who are looking at metrics more so than maybe he wants to look at metrics.
I hear what you're saying, Bob, but I'm going to counter that by saying there's defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators that have been in that seat for years that aren't good professional football coaches.
And some have gotten there without that benefit.
Sitting on the bench, because once your name is at the top of the org, it's no more, hey, you got to throw things. You're accountable. This is what you're accountable for the entire operation.
I got you. Daryl, I'm due for a break here, man. I got to go. We're way overtime. But thank you for the call. I do appreciate always good stuff you bring to the table. We have Lou, we have Steve, Rich, Mark, and Floyd all coming up. Don't go away. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Fan Weather is brought to you by... what's it brought to you by here? Secure Money Advisors. That's right. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get retirement on track. Today, sunny skies, beautiful day, comfortable in the 70s, And then some rain potentially comes into it Sunday night into Monday. That's your fan weather, brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. I'm Bob Pompiani, along with Joel Nelson. We want your calls until 1 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Protect your property, safeguard lives. This message is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association's Pittsburgh area contractors. Did you know that a well-maintained fire sprinkler system will save lives and property? Don't wait for an emergency to find out your system isn't up to par. Property owners, act now. Schedule your fire sprinkler system inspection today. Be proactive. Be prepared. Visit nfsa.org to find a certified professional near you. Remember, prevention is always better than cure. Protect what matters most.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This Father's Day, skip the tie and find something at Target he'll really love. Is he into a fresh look? Don't miss 40% off Goodfellow polos and shorts so he can give that one shirt a break. Maybe he's in chill mode. Buy two, get one free on music and books. Perfect for a night in his way. Or go with a men's fragrance from $29.99. The kind he didn't know he needed and won't stop wearing. Make Dad's Day. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good afternoon. I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. Tonight, the Pittsburgh Pirates take on the Colorado Rockies in Game 2 of their series. First pitch at 9:10. Paul Skeens taking the mound for Pittsburgh, and it's Tomoyuki Sugano for Colorado. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jason Mackey is at 8:10 p.m. on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cochran, Shenderovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We are back. Hour number 2 of the program right here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's 412-928-9370. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Dodge, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Our show is presented by PNC Bank. Make today the day. Number One Cochran, go one better. Ride in style with Number One Cochran. So many locations all throughout Western Pennsylvania and beyond. And Shenderovich and Fishman, where they got your back, not your wallet, unless you play them golf, and then you may as well give them your wallet because they win all the time. 412-928-9370. You got a lot of calls. I just want to restate what I said in the first hour regarding Wyndham Clark, who is leading the U.S. Open at -7, 4-shot lead, and the conditions today are hard. Wind gusting 20, 25 miles an hour. It's firm, it's fast. I don't expect to see too many people challenging. The question is, will Clark come back to the field, or will someone in the field jump to him? But with regard to that, I had an opportunity to speak with Oakmont President John Lynch. And it looks like Oakmont is not over this situation, where last year it was Clark, after a Friday round, came in and destroyed 2 lockers in what is a national historic landmark. And John told me that if a member brought a guest and that guest damaged 2 of those lockers, just as Wyndham Clark did, that guest would never, ever, and he stressed those 2 words, never, ever be allowed back on property. I don't think anything has changed with regard to that. Now, the U.S. Open comes back to Oakmont in 2033. That would be the last year, I think, of his exemption. But then the question would be, can the membership there supersede the power of the USGA? That's something to watch. But right now, Oakmont is still very much upset with the fact that he did this and was not necessarily someone who showed a lot of remorse when it happened. 412-928-9370. We got that. We got Pirates. We got soccer, if you want to talk about it. Riverhounds in action tonight. Yesterday they had a watch party over at FMB Stadium. A lot of people showed up, 5,000 to 6,000 to watch USA beat Australia 2-0, and they now move on to the round of 32, winning the Group D category there, because Paraguay beat Turkey last night, and that was essential for them to do it. All right, let's go to Rich in the Forest Hills area, and Ty Polk is now behind the glass. Joel Nelson has left the building. Ty, thank you very much. Let's go to Rich. What's up, Rich? Hello, Rich. Are you there? All right. We'll try Mark in Fort Lauderdale. Hello, Mark.
Great to talk to you as always, Pop. But
you too.
The baseball draft is 3 weeks away, and I know about 5 years ago we called Henry Davis when he was going to be picked, and he turned into the modern day Austin Hedges. But I think the Pirates are going to go for 2 guys that are really of interest. One is Jacob Lombard. His father's the bench coach for the Tigers, and his brother's the number 1 prospect for the Yankees. They've had 20 people, I know, watching him in tryouts, all the teams, and workouts down here in South Florida. He's a Gulliver prep kid. And the other one is a compliment to Seth Hernandez, which is a left-handed pitcher out of Stoneman Douglas High School, where they had the tragedy, unfortunately. And Anthony Rizzo came out of there. Jesus Luzardo is a kid named Gio Rojas, who throws 97, a left-hander. He's committed to the University of Miami, but I know the Pirates have had a lot of their key people looking. I think which way they go will be interesting. They got the 5th pick, and we'll see what happens with the draft.
Yeah, I mean, they've been good. That is sort of the interesting part of assessing Ben Cherington. The last 3, some of their drafts have been very good in what they've produced here with, Skeens. After that, you have Seth Hernandez, who was taken in that draft. They've had a lot of success. Henry Davis isn't one of them, and therein lies the problem. What do they do in this situation? I understand, Mark, you talk about some of these guys are going to be drafted coming up, but I'm more interested at this point in what they're going to do with their bullpen and with all the things they have to do, knowing that they're coming close to a trade deadline.
Well, Stratton has struck out 24 and 24 innings at Gwinnett this year, and he worked under Lance Carter, who the Braves are just deep. I mean, I saw Gwinnett in Jacksonville a couple weeks ago, and they just got so many arms. I mean, coming up Atlanta, they can afford to dump Stratton. I think you can't disrupt the chemistry right now, the catching chemistry. Like I joke with you that Davis is becoming the modern Austin Hedges. I mean, I think you have to suffer the offense to keep Davis for this year until you see how the catching shakes out.
All right. Thanks very much, Mark. Always look forward to this, especially getting close to the draft. Appreciate your insight there at 412-928-9370. We've got Lou. Lou is in the car. What's up, Lou?
Hey, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a comment and a question. The comment is, I think that the love affair and this honeymoon with Donnie Kelly is over. He's made so many decisions that just boggle my mind. The lefty-righty thing is just drives me crazy. But even last night when he took out Bubba too soon, and then Ramirez comes in, 7 pitches, 4 outs, and he takes him out and he brings in Montgomery. I don't understand that. It just drives me crazy. And he just made so many, doesn't manage his pinch hitters like nobody to pinch hit for Triola last night. He hits into a double play. Bob, I just don't understand, man. I don't know why they're keeping the guy around.
Because he just got the job, and I think if you look at it, the bullpen is not necessarily, putting together the bullpen is more Ben Cherington. He only has so many people to deal with. At some point, you got to keep using them, and unfortunately, a lot of them have just been underachieving. And you cannot. What are you going to do at this point? If he doesn't bring in Hunter Stratton, you can say, you want him, but he's still in the minors. That's not a move that's going to help them right now. Can it help them in the future? Hopefully they can. But they need more. And at this point, I mean, he's a manager and he has to deal with whatever the roster looks like. The roster,
understood. Understood, Bob.
Composition comes from the general manager more than anything else. Now they've gotten better offensively. Why? Because the general manager went out and made some deals, and he got some guys in here. They got to do the same now. This is not a season where you want to kick it down the road and say, well, it's another, we'll be better next. No. This is now. They're 38-38, 76 games in. They're out of both the division and the wild card. They're closer to the wild card than the division. You've got to make some moves.
Right.
And if you wait too long, it may be too late.
Right. And I also believe that they need to work on Lau right now. I'd hate to see this team without him.
So would I.
And the question I had real quick, Bob, was, has anybody ever talked to Paul Skeens in terms of if he ever thought about would he sign with the Pirates? I mean, he just doesn't seem like a guy that wants to take the easy way out and sign with the Dodgers or sign with the Yankees. He would be somebody that I would think to want to stay here and win with this team when there was a challenge.
Thanks for the call. But I'll tell you this, after his comments with regard to the upcoming potential lockout, there is no way he's staying here. Zero, what he had to say. He is supporting baseball union 100%, that he does not want a cap or floor. He's made that very clear. And so therefore he'll go for the money. He deserves it. If he's good enough, he should get whatever he gets. So he's not, if you think he's coming here just because he likes it here, no, that's not happening. It's all about money. And so therefore, the owners put out, which I thought was a very good first offer in this, very good. They have come up with a salary floor of $171 million and a cap of like $245. I never thought they would come up with a floor that high. What that's saying to you is that the teams like the Pirates and teams like the Marlins and teams like Oakland or Sacramento, whatever the hell they are these days, Tampa, they're going to spend more. You're going to force these teams to spend more. The ownership is saying that to you. Players should look at that and say, okay, that's a good first step in this confrontation. Let's move on. Let's get it done before it ever comes to the 11th hour. But it always seems to go to the 11th hour. Steve in Squirrel Hill is next up. Hey, Steve, how are you?
I'm great, Bob. And that floor really will be helpful. I mean, for anything forcing.
Well, but Skeens made it sound like he wants nothing to do with that. He doesn't understand the situation in a ballpark in a city that he now resides for now. He should know what it's like.
Bob, but it's nice for him to have comments, but he's only one of a bargaining team, and there's somebody heading the bargaining team. I did a lot of labor negotiations, and while I wouldn't like somebody to pop off, the bottom line is we got a long way to go. And the fact that Skeens talked about it doesn't really talk, as opposed to it, doesn't really mean he's going to hold sway for the day. But that said, let me get to where maybe people have talked about it, and I missed it. But I'm the whole Mazinski thing is really baffling to me, that they have just continued to use him in what essentially is a piggyback or mid-relief role. Why has anybody talked about making him the closer?
I have. I've talked about it.
I mean, it's all about money. And the average number 3 starter, he's not a number 1 starter. Let's just say he's an average number 3 starter, or maybe less than that. I mean, they make what, 10 to 12 to 15 million a year. That's what a closer makes. I think it's about pride because he wants to be a starter, but ultimately with the agents, it's about money. I mean, he can't make that money as a mid-reliever. He can make it as a closer. I don't understand why they don't sell him on that.
Well, and I think they need, if they haven't already had conversations with him. I know it got off to a rocky start, Stephen. Thank you for the call. Carmen Mazinski should be used differently. I agree with you right there. He is a guy who has been in a bullpen now, and the other day in Oakland, he came into a game that was already at a 6-run deficit? Whatever it was, there was no reason for him to be in that game just because Jarrett Jones was pitching. I would, and talk to him and explain the situation. They're still the team in charge. He is a player on the team. He's an employee of the team. They have to make decisions. Sometimes they're not popular with players, but you can sit down with him, and I'm sure Don Kelly has done this and made it clear what their expectations are from this point. Yeah, it may not be in his best interest for now, but he can make it something good if he goes out and performs. And who knows? There are always injuries. He'll get another chance to start at some point. But they're in a situation where they're trying to win now. He is an important part of that, not just as a piggyback guy. I'd like to see more an expansion of his role in the bullpen if he's going to be there. Let's go to Floyd in Carmichael's joining us right now. Hello, Floyd. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Thank you for taking the call. I got a question for you, but I'm going to make a point first. In any sport, I think real good teams consistently learn how to win close games. Do you think the Pirates are a good team?
I think at this point, they're a good team. Are they a great team? No. Are they a team capable of getting to the playoffs? Yes. That doesn't make them a great team. That makes them a team that could get to the playoffs. That's how I look at them. And when they get to the playoffs, I think because they have supposedly a strong pitching staff, and I think they do with Skeens, Ashcraft, Chandler, the way he's been pitching, or anyone else, in a short series, they can be productive. So, can they go? The number one issue, they got to get to the playoffs. There are a number of opportunities to do that, and they're falling behind in all of them right now. So, if they miss the playoffs, are they a good team? No. Are they right now? They have potential to be, and I've seen some good things from them. Their offense is ranked highly. Their pitching and their bullpen specifically are not.
I agree. So somewhere along the line, they got to make some type of a change.
Yeah, they do, and time is ticking, and they need to do it. Thanks, Floyd, for the call, 412-928-9370. We have Emmanuel in Carnegie joining us right now on the Bob Pompiani Show. Hello, Emmanuel.
Hey, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
When in regards to the Pirates, I'm going to blame the whole organization as the whole. When it comes down to Paul Skeens, everybody was saying that Henry Davis is his personal catcher. I think it is enabled by the organization. I don't think they want to give up on Davis because he was a first-round pick. I think that's one of the reasons as well. And the same thing with Carmen Mazinski. As the organization enabled him to make that decision to piggyback with Jones. It's sad. I mean, it's frustrating because I think this team has a lot of potential. And
well, you say they don't want to give up. I'm wondering about Davis. I supported him also. I think I wanted to wait and see because I thought he could somehow become what he was when he was drafted 1-1, which was an offensive bat, not so much a defensive catcher. And it's just not happened. The question is, how long do you wait on him? This is several years now, and there seems to be no end in sight for this 138 average and, weak-hitting catcher. It's got to be better than that. You cannot be on this team just because you are a personal catcher of a pitcher. To me, if you're doing that, you're asking for trouble.
Do you not think that the organization is also enabling that to happen and that they don't want to look like they drafted a bust?
Yeah, but I also think they're looking at Paul Skeens, and, superstar guys do get some sort of treatment if he feels comfortable. And I'll say this, I think Henry Davis is a better defensive catcher than anyone on their roster in a catcher, and that includes Rodriguez or anyone else. But at some point you have to hit. You can't just be there to be a designated catcher.
Yeah, last question because I don't want to be depressed anymore. How do you feel about the U.S. soccer team, and how far do you think they can go?
Well, so far I didn't expect them to run through this Group D the way they did. Especially against Paraguay. Paraguay was a team that was a very good defensive team, one of the best over there, and they beat some good teams along the way. And for the USA to come out in that first half and score 3 goals and dominate, I was impressed. Last night was I dominated with the entire game? Not so much, but the first half, again, they came out, and I think they had a 70% rate of control in the attack zone. They had 9 shots to 2 for Australia. They've been dominant at times. So I don't know how far they can go, but if they're playing this way, they're going to be a tough out. I'll just put it that way.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, man. Thank you. Emmanuel, we got to take a break. We have Tomcat, Greg, Rich, Rick, and John all coming up. Don't go away until 1 o'clock. We take those calls at 412-928-9370. But I also want to tell you about West Shore Home because Pittsburgh is a group of a lot of local businesses, and Pittsburghers take pride in supporting local businesses. And that's one reason why I'm here to tell you about West Shore Home. Founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native, West Shore Home is a small business that's becoming bigger, too, because of your support. And they have their headquarters right here in the state. They employ more than 70 local team members across Pittsburgh. And over the last 20 years, they've completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners. That is proof of performance right there, folks. And they've earned 5-star reviews along the way. Whether you're looking for a beautiful new bathroom remodel, replacement windows that'll improve the comfort and energy of your house, how about a new entry door? How about flooring that gives your home a fresh new look? We all want that in your homes. West Shore Home makes the process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you can save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project. 20% off, 20 months, no payment, no interest, Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock even more savings, additional savings, when you visit westshorehome.com/fan. Once again, that's westshorehome.com/fan, or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE, and they have operators standing by even on the weekends. You can learn more, 1-800-WEST-SHORE. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I'm Ty Polk with your fan headlines. Despite a 3-run rally in the top of the 8th to take the lead, the Colorado Rockies defeated the Pittsburgh Pirates last night with 2 more runs in the bottom of the 8th for a 4-3 victory. Game 2 of the series is tonight, first pitch at 9:10. Coverage begins at 8:10 on 93.7 The Fan, and it's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. Father's Day is right around the corner. What does your dad want for Father's Day? He wants beer. I know that because I'm a dad, and I have a dad, and my dad loves beer. And right now at Hampton Beer Outlet, Father's Day special, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off a Hampton Beer Outlet gift card. Tack it onto another gift or spend big and make that the big gift itself. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. With America turning 250, Number One Cochrane is pulling out all the stops during their red, white, and new event. Get up to an extra $1,000 in tag savings on eligible new and pre-owned vehicles. And that's just for starters. You can also find ultra-low lease rates, value-packed pre-owned payments, and financing as low as 0% from 8 different Number One Cochrane new car brands. Plus, select vehicles have markdowns of $10,000 or more. So hurry in for the red, white, and new event, now at Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Tag savings apply to select new and pre-owned models in stock. No specific down payment required for 0% APR. Cost per $1,000 finance is $16.67 per month with 60 months and $13.89 per month for 72 months. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Prior sales excluded. Ed 7626.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we help Tony.
Pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
This summer, the honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich and pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Oakmont Bakery. Whether you're hosting a graduation, planning a wedding, or a family picnic this summer, Oakmont Bakery would love to be a part of your special day. With expertly decorated cakes and cupcakes, cookies customized in your colors, sandwich rings and breakfast platters, with an endless selection of dessert cakes, pies, and pastries, open 7 days a week. Remember, at Oakmont Bakery, we create delicious memories.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to more.
Please say.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show. Let's go. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
All right, we continue to roll along here. Bob Pompiani with you until 1 o'clock. Ty Polk is down in the glass area where he's taking your calls, providing updates for you. And the number to call is 412-928-9370. And I have just a program note for you tonight. For those of you who never saw The Football Town, that is narrated by Pat McAfee of The Pat McAfee Show, and that debuted at the Cayman Science Center over the NFL Draft. Well, tonight we have the television debut of it. Thanks to our partnership with the Pittsburgh Steelers, you will see that program from 7 to 8 tonight on KDK TV. So if you've never seen The Football Town and you want to see it, this is your time to do it tonight, 7 o'clock on KDK TV. One note concerning the U.S. Open. So far, 31 players have started round 3. Only one of them is under par on the day. Merrick Fleming is his name. He's 1 under. A range in scores from +1 to +7 already early on. So those conditions are going to be harder for the leaders as they begin play later this afternoon. 412-928-9370. Back to the lines. We have Rich in Forest Hills. Hello, Rich.
Hey, Bob. Sorry about the before. My phone glitched for some reason.
Yeah, we were waiting for you, Rich. I'm glad you called back.
Hey, thanks for letting me spend part of Saturday with you. I like you. I'm a big Davis supporter. I think it's a tough thing to be 1-1. If you look at that draft, the first 10 picks, flip of a coin, and it could have been anybody there. And Charrington basically said that, and that enabled them to just remind people that enabled them to draft and sign Solomento and Bubba and the kid that's playing in Altoona, the outfielder. So there's a lot of peripherals to the Davis thing. His defense really is superior in terms of what they have in the organization. But I just didn't understand the timing of the Bart trade. I thought for sure that Bart would come off the disabled list, that give Davis 2 or 3 weeks down in AAA to get his head together, trying to get out of the crosshairs. Pittsburgh sports fans are just caustic, you know. If the guy hits 3 home runs this weekend, they'll want him to play every day. I mean, it's just crazy. For what they got back for Bart, I didn't think the timing of it made sense to me.
No, I don't either.
What they could have done with Davis, you know.
Well, that's what's interesting, and what you got back in return is part of this too. Hunter Stratton is not exactly someone I looked at and said, "Oh, he's going to make a difference in the bullpen." He's had a 4.38 ERA in the minors, you know, and is that all you're going to get for a guy who, when they first brought him over here, you'll recall he had like 14 home runs. You thought maybe he could be a big addition. He was a number 2 overall pick with San Francisco, That seemed weird to me coming off an injury, and he was 9 for his last 20 before the injury.
Well, I don't know that. I think you and I part company there. I don't know that before the injury and after the injury, really, it's not like he figured something out. He's been this kind of a hitter throughout his career, and that's why he was DFA'd by San Francisco. The other point I wanted to make was this Brandon Lau thing about them re-signing him. Again, I think people are crazy thinking that that's going to happen. Here's a guy who's on the cusp of, just a giant contract. You look at any of the free agent, 2027 free agent rankings, and he's in the top 3 or 4.
But don't you think they should start negotiations now if they just to see where he is? If it gets to the point where you get to the trade deadline and they're really down deep in out of contention territory, then they'd have to make a decision. But if maybe you could bring, I don't know what his numbers are going to be. I would only imagine $25 million a year is what he's probably going to start at. Why not at least start that conversation to find out where you are with him?
Oh, I agree. That's a no-brainer. But Lau is to Charrington as Mantha was to Dubas. It's a good player, a player you'd like to have on your team, but the right price for the Pirates and the right price for the league are different. Do they have people that can replace him? I think that's why they're hoping a kid in AAA who, the second baseman, that's finally hitting 200.
Tamar Johnson?
Tamar Johnson.
Yeah, he had 4 hits last night, which was interesting.
Yeah, but you hear Mackey, who's a Pirate shrill, as far as I'm concerned, talking him up. So, I think he's the heir apparent, or he should be. Whether he is or he can be is a different question. So it's not like that the cupboard's bare. Obviously, you'd love to have Lau, but, it's going to be up to the player. It's not going to be up to the team, as far as I'm concerned. And then one final point. I think if the Pirates thought this was going to be their year, Don Kelly should not have been the coach. He shouldn't have had a rookie coach manning this squad. You may remember me saying at the beginning of the year, everybody was high on their pitching. I thought the pitching was going to be the weak point of this team. I thought that they would be more competitive through the first half of the season, and then the pitching would wear down. Seems to me that the pitching has been a little bit mismanaged. Charrington didn't do his job in terms of the bullpen, and Kelly's is making me think maybe Derek Shelton could have done a better job with this cast of characters.
All right, Rich.
These are young arms. They're gonna fatigue at the end of the season, and it's only going to get worse from here as far as I see it.
Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. What I'm seeing already, though, is, again, last night, this is just me, but I'm wondering why Chandler's taken out after 74 pitches. And then I'm wondering why Ramirez, who seemed to have some life on his pitches, taken out after 6 pitches. I get, managers are going to make tough decisions. I get it. But a lot of times I'm wondering what's driving the decision. That's all I'm asking. What is driving it? Is it strictly numbers all the time? And if that's the case, then you should never play Brandon Lau against left-hand pitching. At some point you have to. Look what happened to O'Neal Cruz. He finally devoted himself to going in the offseason, working with it. He's become a much better hitter against left-hand pitching. You got to believe in guys once in a while. Tomcat is in Mount Lebanon, and right now he's on the phone. Hello, Tomcat. How are you?
Hi, Bob. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. And to you as well, if it applies, and to every father out there. Fathers are the best. Take a lot of care with your kids, and that's the biggest responsibility you have in life. Please take it seriously.
Yes, it does apply, and I just got my annual Father's Day pedicure, and I know you're a man who enjoys those things as well.
I learned after Hines Ward, who always took care of his feet, Hines was a big believer that you got to take care of your feet, and your feet will take care of you.
Yeah, we don't want to end up like Antonio Brown with Frozen. But wanted to say, I'm sorry, this all lies at the feet of Paul Skeens. He had the pitching coach fired. He has his buddy who can hit as well as I can on the major league roster. Now let's look at Sidney Crosby, who's the actual best of all time. He didn't complain when his buddies Chris Kunitz and Pascal Dupuis aged out.
Or Jake Gensel.
To the fourth line. Yeah, he let Jake Gensel get traded for nothing because Sidney Crosby is the best to ever do it.
Well, first of all, I don't know how much.
Skeens doesn't belong.
I think Paul
in the conversation.
Yeah, Skeens does have. I know what he feels about Henry Davis. I know that. I don't know if he was solely responsible for what happened with the pitching coach. I still have not gotten confirmation one way or the other about who was the number one reason why they got rid of Oscar Marin. I don't know that.
I just think, let's cut bait now. Look at and trade him. Of course, I don't trust Cherington to do it, but let's trade him for the top 3 prospects from the Dodgers now. Oscar Marine was a superstar. Look at Bailey Falter. He's out of baseball now. Look at Michael Burrows. He's the literal worst starter, except for the guy we faced last night, in baseball now. Anyone who gets away, and Paul Skeens won a Cy Young, and now he's basically the good version of Mitch Keller. Paul Skeens needs to take almost all of the blame for this, my opinion.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate the call. First of all, you still got a 2.85 ERA. I'm sorry, that was not Greg. Who was that I just hung up on? I got a lot of names here, so they're confusing me. They're coming and going. Tomcat, that's right. Sorry about that, Tomcat. But Skeen's still 2.85 ERA. Tonight, I would expect him to dominate. That's a good hitting team, but I still would expect him to dominate it. He needs to dominate more. He needs to, and go longer. People talk about his innings. Well, yeah, I get it. He should be on there longer, but also he's partly to blame for it because his pitch counts have been so high. He needs to efficiently do what a guy like Mizorowski has done repeatedly over the last several outings of his. He's under 100 pitches through 8 innings. You got to be in that position. Greg is in the car, and now he's on the fan. Greg, thank you for calling. What's on your mind? Greg. Hey, Greg?
I'm here.
Go right ahead.
I can hear you, Bob.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. I like Don Kelly. I want him to be successful, but so many times it seems to me he shoots himself in the foot by the way he fills out the lineup card and the way he handles his pitchers. Last night, I think, was a prime example, the lineup he put out there. They had a day off on Thursday, and he doesn't have a number of his starters in the lineup. I know there was a left-hander pitches against him, but why not have O'Hearn in there? Why not have Reynolds in the lineup?
Well, Reynolds was hurt.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he was hurt. He was allowed to pinch hit, but he wasn't allowed to play.
Who was not allowed to play?
Reynolds last night.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
So he's kind of day-to-day. I'm not sure what his injury is.
Yeah, okay. All right. But there's so many times I see that the lineup he puts out there just doesn't make sense. And then the way he handles the pitchers, last night pulling Bub after 74, 75 pitches, and then pulling the reliever after less than 10, it doesn't make sense. Like you were saying before, why are you going along with the numbers? You can get a sense of what's happening in the game and make your decisions based upon what you see in real time. So I want him to be successful, but I think he shoots himself in the foot multiple times.
All right, man. Thank you for the call. Appreciate that, Greg. Just an update for you on the U.S. Open. So far, I think I mentioned this earlier, but now it's increased. 34 players have started the third round. Only one is under par. Merrick Fleming is the only guy. Let's go to Rick in Indiana. Rick, you're on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. What's up?
Hi, Bob. Happy Father's Day, and everybody. I called in because I always look ahead, and I looked at the schedule, and I kind of think a lot of people are disgruntled the way they're playing now. But September is really looking good, so I wrote some numbers down. I kind of think they're an 82 or 83 team. I think that's what's going to make a wild card. I don't think they'll beat the Milwaukee out. But there's a few teams out there right now I think that are going to regress. The Nationals, the Marlins, I don't think they really have it. The big one I think is the Cardinals. I don't think they have it either. The other ones I think that are gone are like the Mets and the Giants.
Well, wait a minute. The Mets have played better. The Pirates are only 3.5 games ahead of the Mets in the wild card, and the Mets are playing better. They've gotten it together after just a wretched start.
No, I can believe that, but I still think I watch them a lot. Boy, they're making a lot of. Well, I guess the Pirates are doing the same thing. A lot of mental errors, mistakes, and things like that. So if the Mets are involved, that's okay too. But I think it's San Diego, the Cubs, and the Pirates. There's going to be at least one or two wild cards out of there. Where I think the light is at the end of the tunnel here is. August is going to be tough. They got a few away games, like at Dodgers, Padres, Cardinals, a 9-game stint. But September they have 24 ball games, 15 are home, 9 are away, and it's the Cubs, White Sox, and the Tigers, whose our last 3 games are. They have 5 series at home, and they're the Brewers and Cardinals mid to end of September. But they've got the Giants, the Angels, and the Royals. So 15-9, if that's their record in September, that would be great because you could just stay around 500 all the way up till there. I think they could even be 1 or 2 under and end up with 82 or 83 wins. I don't know what you think about that number, but
I'd expect more, to be honest.
Okay, then.
Rick, to me, this season was. I don't think you're going to get anywhere with 83 wins. I don't.
Okay, I had that as like a final number for a wild card. So, I can agree it could be higher. I thought at the beginning of the year, the way they started off, they were 85 to 90, and I thought they're going to be easily a wild card. But they're going to have to turn around. I always thought this. I played baseball. I played fast pitch softball, golf. If you want something, you have to go out and get it. And I think they have the talent. They have a great pitching staff. It's not pitching so well. The bullpen's not doing so well. The thing that gets me a lot of times is when there's guys on base or any time during a game, you can't take a fastball for strike 3. You've got to swing the bat. You've got to put the ball in play when you have, like last night, where you get a strikeout and a double play. Yeah. And those are hard games to look at right there. But I think they can end up in that wild card, and I think it's going to be.
I hope they do, Rick. Thank you for the call. I hope they do because we need to have that some sort of excitement here as you go into September and October, hopefully. But they got to get it together, and they need better performances. I don't know what they're going to do with this bullpen. Hunter Stratton is not going to be the answer. They need more there, I think. They got to get more offense out of their catcher. They got to get more offense out of Triolo. He seems to be playing every day. Once Griffin gets back, that should change. They need Griffin and Cruz, too. They got to have these things. But there are no excuses. This was supposed to be a team that could and get, not just compete for, but get to the playoffs. And I think that still remains the situation in hand. But it's getting more tenuous day by day. 412-928-9370. We have Joe, Bill, Sean, and AJ coming up. We got to take a break here. We got the Pirates on tonight. Ty Polk will be here and like a 12-hour shift going on. He'll be all the way until the end of that game, which is later tonight. And the Pirates really need to get on. They got to take 2 or 3 from this team. This is a bad baseball team that'll be selling off players. And right now, they got off to a bad start with that loss last night. After taking a 3-2 lead into the bottom of the 8th, they gave it right back with Mason Montgomery, and they lose the game 4-3. Back with more of your calls right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Coming up later tonight, it's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Colorado Rockies in Game 2 of their series. The Pirates fell 4-3 last night despite a 3-run rally in the top of the 8th. Coverage begins at 8:10 on 93.7 The Fan. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. More at 937thefan.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Baseball fans, Father's Day is right around the corner, and what do dads like? Baseball and beer. And there's one place to go for all your beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton, where they've got the best prices around and the best selection and best customer service. And right now, for Father's Day, 10% off all Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. That's right, 10% off Hampton Beer Outlet gift cards. Perfect for the dad in your life. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you. TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful...
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's KDK TV's own Bob Pompiani with the Bob Pompiani Show.
Right here. Ready to rock.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
412-928-9370. Again, a football reminder to you. We got the Football Town on KDK tonight at 7 until 8. It's the television debut of that. If you missed it at the Cayman Science Center, it'll be on, and you can see it with Pat McAfee as the narrator, and it really is a good flick that sums up Western Pennsylvania football. Back to the lines we go. We'll make it quick here. Joe in Phoenix, Arizona, you're up. Thank you for waiting, Joe. How are you?
Hey, Bob. Appreciate you taking my call. Born and raised in Western PA. I've listened to you all my life, so I really appreciate it.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Real quick, last night, Pony actually tweeted something that I was like, oh, man, that should just have the front office, looking for bullpen arms right now. They've blown 17 saves this season. Even if the Pirates won 10 of those games, they would be the top 3 team in all of baseball.
Yes.
This is mind-blowing to me. Ben Cherington and the front office have to look at that number and say, this is our chance to win now and go far into the playoffs. Get us some arms. If you look at July's schedule, it's going to be too late if we wait till the trade deadline. July, you have the Phillies, the Nationals, the Braves, the Brewers, the Guardians, the Yankees, and the Cubs.
All the teams around them in the wild card chase will be looking for help too.
Absolutely, exactly. So, they need to look at those points and say, look, we need to make some moves now. Lastly, I want to ask you a question. This kind of sounds ridiculous, but I'm looking in the future for this team, like to win year over year over year. Would you consider, maybe not the National League, but throw it out to American League teams? Would you consider trading schemes to win now and in the future? With the lockout looming, we're going to lose at least half a season, if not all of next season. He's only under control till 2029.
Right.
And on top of that, each year goes by, his trade value goes down.
No, I don't know about that. I think each year goes by, his trade value go up. Joe, thanks for the call. I got to run to different calls, but thank you. And Phoenix, appreciate that. I would say to that, no, not right now. He's still a big part. I always refer to this as the Skeens window. He's going to be a dynamic pitcher for them until that year. And if anything, if he continues to put up numbers, and I know this year's not been as good, but I trust he'll get back to what he's been doing, then you'll be able to get a lot for him at the time. But I'm not doing that now. They still have too much to play for right now, and he's a big part of it. AJ is in Natrona Heights. Thank you for calling, AJ. What's on your mind today?
Happy Father's Day,
Thank
Bob.
You too.
As you near the end of the show, I'm looking forward to the end of the Pirates season. I just don't see any hope.
They're still in it. You gotta. The journey is the journey. It still could be really good. It may disappoint you.
I respect that perspective, and I wish I had more hope, but it's fading. Let's just put it that way. But looking ahead to tonight's Steelers show, I will watch that. I haven't watched it yet. I called you a while ago, and I've taken a lot of persecution for it, but I still am a Mason Rudolph believer, and I am probably one of the very few. I just think Rodgers, there's a good chance he's going to go down with injury. I'm not wishing for it. I'm just being realistic with his age. And I still believe, and everyone wants to say that, he's had his chance. And I just think he needs to be able to practice with the first team for months like a starting quarterback gets the chance to. He's never really had that chance other than his second year.
No, he was never designated. And thanks, AJ, for the call. Watch the show. It'll be good tonight. But what I will say to you is that he never was designated the starting quarterback in the sense of, okay, this is your season. He's had opportunities when he came off and replaced Kenny Pickett in the last 3 games of the season where they got into the playoffs. He looked really good. I understand that, but I think they've made it clear now that they're going to move on from Rodgers, and he's made it clear this is his last year, and then they're going to move on and look for a younger option, and therein lies the problem. All right, we got Sean in California, Pennsylvania. Sean, what's going on?
Hi, Bob. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Number one, I think that right now they're 2 games out. They obviously need bullpen help. I thought they could have put a package better than what they got with Stratton, with Bart. I thought everybody's blaming and Rick Harrington, and I understand everybody, but it's not like the past years. This is why I got hope. The past years, they had bad bullpen or bad pitching and no hitting. This year, they have playoff hitting. Obviously, the catcher position needs work. But if they add bullpen help, they're right there. They're only 2 games out of the playoff?
Yeah. But their bullpen has cost them 17 games. Thanks for the call, Sean. I appreciate it. You can't have 17 blown saves. You just can't. Teams do blow saves. To the previous caller's point, if you win 10 of those 17, that's still an average record. 10 and 7 in save situations, but you've converted 10. You're a far different team. We have about 1 minute left. Lou is in New York, and Lou, you picked a tough time to call for me because I'm up against the clock, but make it quick, please.
Hey, Bob. Understood. Hopefully you're having a good summer.
You too.
It's been a while since I called. And
I miss you, Lou. I miss you.
I listen, even though I don't call, I still listen. So, I love this. I love the station, but. The owner it's just perplexing to me. I just can't figure out where the team is going, the Steelers. I'm a Canadians fan in hockey, equally as passionate. And I'll make the analogy real quick. I know we're in time, but the Canadians finally decided to bottom out. We missed the playoffs 3 years in a row. and we currently have the best young roster in hockey.
They hit on all their picks, too. They did a very good job with their drafting and assessing of personnel.
They did 100%, and that also was important. But as an owner, the fan base went nowhere. There's still 21,000 in that building every night, whether it's a Tuesday in October or not. And the Steeler fan base won't go nowhere either. To think that we have a legitimate chance with Aaron Rodgers quarterbacking after watching that playoff game last year is either three scenarios for the owner. One, he's incompetent. Two, he honestly thinks that the fan base, the hardcore fan base like myself, don't realize what he's doing. Or three, he's as smart as a fox. And what I mean by the third one is this. They're going to make the money either way. They're going to sell the merchandise either way. There's no difference, Art, if you go 9-8 or 10-7 and make the playoffs with no realistic chance at winning, or going 6-11 or 5 wins like we did the 1 year with Ben. The fan base will still be okay, and it gives you a chance to draft a franchise quarterback and move forward.
Yeah, I got you, Lou, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but we're out of time on that. I still think, as I said before, I think for this season, because they don't have a quarterback in play as far as a franchise future quarterback, Rodgers is their best chance. I do agree with you with what we saw in that playoff game. If he's under siege and this offensive line doesn't provide the what he needs, they're going to be in trouble. But we'll find out how it goes. It's a different system with Mike McCarthy, and I'm anxious to see how it works out. All right, one more reminder to you. Coming up tonight, it's the Football Town, KDKA TV from 7 to 8 o'clock. If you missed it at the Cayman Science Center, this is your chance to watch it on commercial television. And with that, I want to remind you about today's weather, which is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, sunny skies, temperatures in the 70s. There's a chance of rain late tomorrow into Monday. That's your fan weather. Again, brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. I'm Bob Pompiani. Ty Polk, thank you very much. I know you have a big day coming up ahead of you, so keep it real in there. You do a great job, and that's going to wrap it up. Appreciate all the calls out there. I wish we had more time. We'll do it again on the Pomp and Joe show next week. I won't be there Monday with Joe, but I will be there Wednesday and Thursday. We've got a function going on Monday, but there's always a lot to talk about. We'll see if the Pirates can rebound with 2 out of 3 here, but after losing the first one 4-3 last night to Colorado. That's going to do it. Have a great afternoon and a happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Continue to do great work. One of the most gratifying things you'll do in your life is raise great kids. We appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and we're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Here Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, fan about town. Craving the perfect roll? From the volcano roll to precise Scottish salmon sashimi, Jimmy Wan's brings fresh, bold flavors to the table. Family owned since 1985. Join them for dinner or happy hour in Cranberry and Fox Chapel. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray & Associates. Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com. On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
We had to wear pads in December, and that's not fair. Can you be any softer?
From coast to coast, when it comes to football, Mark Schlereth and Mike Evans are talking nothing but the stinking truth.
This is a leadership issue. This is an optics issue. This is your quarterback. There's certain things that always tell the truth. Physicality in the run game always tells the truth. Yoga pants always tells the truth.
Now, here's your hosts, Mark and Mike.
Hey, welcome in to the Stinking Truth Podcast alongside Mike Evans. I am Mark Schlereth. Thank you so much for making us a part of your day on the Odyssey Radio Network, on Spotify or Apple if you listen to us on podcast, also on our YouTube channel. You can find us there at The Stinking Truth. Mike, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. And, you know, for all the football fans around the country, you got a lot of really good relationships with a lot of coaches. We had John Harbaugh on the show just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you've been friendly with Sean Payton for a long time, and you got a chance to be invited to Broncos minicamp this week, spend some time with Sean. What were some of the highlights?
Yeah, well, you know, I had reached out to Sean and just said, hey, congratulations on the new contract. He goes, hey, man, Tuesday we've got minicamp. Come over to the office early. And I was like, all right. So I showed up to the office, walked up in his office, and we just talked like 45 minutes of just football breakdown, what he's thinking, and all these different things. And then invited me onto the football field, and I was like in the offensive huddle talking to different coaches, Davis Webb, the new play caller, Sean. He was just showing me all the stuff that they're doing. And it was a really, really great day. But obviously there's a couple things that you want to know if you're a Broncos fan, right? You want to know what Davis Webb is going to be responsible for and why Sean ended up giving up play calling duty, which, listen, when you're a play caller in the National Football League, the one thing you don't want to do is give up play calling duty. That's like your secret sauce. That's your weapon. That's the thing you live for. But Sean said something that I thought was incredibly mature, and he can be a snarky dude. You know, you got to know Sean. But he said, listen, man, as I've gotten older, I've gotten more conservative. And he goes, so I recognize that, and I want to be more the CEO type of head coach, and you know, and he had that with Bill Parcells. But he said Davis Webb is so talented, And I think there's part of this, Mike, when you start looking at the potential of who's on your tree. Like Dan Campbell is on Sean Payton's coaching tree, right? And so you look at that, you know, Aaron Glenn on Dan Campbell's coaching tree, who's had success as a defensive coordinator, but, you know, then took the Jets job, which nobody has. I don't think anybody holds it against you when you're a failure with the Jets because it's the Jets.
Robert Saleh,
same scenario. So I think that you always look at as you grow older, you're just like, hey man, not only do I want to win championships and do all that thing, but I want to have a great tree. You look at Mike Shanahan. Like Mike Shanahan is crazy because you've got Kyle Shanahan, you've got McVay, you've got, you know, Matt LaFleur, you've got all the guys off that tree that, you know, have how do you say that word? Proliferated?
Yes.
It's proliferated. You know, across the National Football League. So I think that's part of it. And he said Davis Webb is just so talented. I didn't want to lose the guy. And he did say, hey, listen, man, I turned over play calling duty to Davis Webb. I'm not taking it back. I'm not, because he deserves that opportunity, and I'll help him in everything.
You believe that?
I do.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
I'm
now,
sure
you'll be more involved if things aren't working well. You'll be more and more involved. But I do believe he looks at it like, man, this is going to be a great opportunity. And again, this is going to be an opportunity for me not only to connect, you know, with the defense and everything else, but also get back to my roots as a quarterback coach. Now, all of a sudden, instead of thinking about the next drive, the next series, and what I need to get into, I can walk over to Bo Nix, and that relationship can change. I can be the guy on the field that says, did you see this? Hey, let's look for this. They're giving us this leverage. We can take advantage of this. And so now I get back to my roots as an individual kind of quarterback coach the way I grew up. And I think the last thing I would say about this meeting, because it was, you know, for me, the Bo Nix stuff is serious.
This is for Bronco fans and, I guess, fantasy football players out there.
Fantasy football, if you're into fantasy football, which everybody seems to be, I asked him, Bo Nix ankle, man. I'm concerned. I've heard conflicting reports. Going to be fine. He said if a game was over Father's Day weekend, this weekend, Bo Nix would start. He goes, that's how far along he is. So there's no apprehension there. He is fine. He is ready to go.
One thing that Sean Payton talked about during one of his press conferences the other day that I did not have on my